A guy had been lying in one of the hospitals in Tokyo for a long time. He has been chained to this bed for 3 years now. His body is completely motionless, and only his mind is still functioning. The guy could neither cry, nor laugh, nor make sounds, only think about what was happening around him. His name was Ben, and his only entertainment was watching the TV that hung on the wall, where only boring sports matches were constantly shown. There were often people in his room, such as his mother, who often shed tears as she watched her son slowly die. That night the doctor said disappointing words to her that his illness was progressing very quickly, and her son could stop breathing at any moment. The guy was very afraid of his death, but he came to terms with his situation and had already prepared for it. The device that showed his state of health issued a prolonged squeak, which indicated that the patient was no longer breathing. And before his eyes he saw only darkness. At that moment he realized that his time had come. But suddenly he heard someone's enchanting voice, which told him to wake up immediately. She was a girl of extraordinary beauty. Her hair was thick and bright as the sun, and her body was perfectly shaped. Ben slowly rubbed his eyes, not understanding what was going on here. And then he was horrified, because he could not move because of his illness. But now, he could easily move his hand. But his shock was abruptly interrupted by the same girl, calling him master, which surprised the guy. She was glad that Ben finally woke up, but the guy was surprised by the picture he saw and asked her who she was. And then the main character fell into a stupor for the second time, because he had just spoken the words out loud. But he was again interrupted by the beauty, saying that her name was Jenny, and today she was his personal security. Ben didn't understand what was going on here. He was embarrassed that such a girl was sitting on him, who was also dressed revealingly. The main character embarrassedly said that he was already 18, and Jenna was so beautiful that he could get an erection. And then he was shocked. Ben's scream rang out throughout the thicket of the forest, and only the deaf could not have heard it. The main character was incredibly surprised that he got erect, and he felt these painful sensations below. It was all like an enchanting dream. He was supposed to die, but for some reason he ended up here, and besides, his illness, which had tormented him all these years, fleetingly disappeared. Jenna was surprised by the guy's reaction and asked if her owner was okay. Having calmed down, Ben replied that he was fine, and he wondered why the girl called him master. She briefly explained to him who she was and what this place was, as well as who Ben was around these parts. The main character did not understand anything from what was said, because the girl said that he was the heir to the Protoss chosen by the Heavenly Lord Kel. Jenna explained that the Protoss is the only surviving place inhabited by humanity. That is, the king of the Protoss is the king of people. The guy grinned and said, waving his hands, that Kel could not have reborn him from another world. This is not scientific and looks like nonsense. Smiling, the girl sharply bit her finger to make her bleed. Jenna decisively said that since the owner did not believe her, she would provide him with evidence. The smell of her blood should attract predators in the area, and then Ben, having met them, should understand everything. Suddenly, throughout the thicket, there was a loud roar of thousands of souls. They resembled the growl of a pack of wolves, people, and bears at the same time. Footsteps were heard behind Ben, which barely followed the ground, but at the same time quickly overtook them. The main character turned around and saw a terrible picture. It was a horde of zombies who came here at the smell of blood. Seeing how horrified Ben was, Jenna said that these are the same predators, and now they are filling almost the entire Earth. Determination was visible on her face. She added that these pale-faced people had turned our world into absolute horror. At that moment, Ben believed what he was being told and stood in front of the girl, ordering her to leave. Resolutely, the hero went forward, saying that he would deal with them, because finally, he could move his muscles, and it was time for him to warm up after many years spent without moving. Jenna asked if he was afraid because there were so many of them, to which Ben replied that of course he was afraid and terrified at the sight of all these zombies, but he was even more afraid of seeing such a beauty die at their hands. The girl felt pleased by the words spoken, and a smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, she flew into the sky and said to herself that Mr. Kel had chosen a worthy heir. Ben looked again at the flock of zombies. In their eyes, he no longer saw anything that reminded him of people, only an animal desire to dine on fresh flesh. Somewhere all his heroism suddenly disappeared, and he thought that since they were corpses, they were moving slowly, so the best solution would be to run away from them. But the corpses didn't think so. They were quite nimble because their hunger gave them strength. Suddenly everything disappeared somewhere, and Ben heard a divine voice inside himself that told him that he had seen his courage and that the guy should stop being afraid. Surprised, Ben asked what this place was and who was talking to him. The divine voice spoke to him again and said that this was his inner strength and they had the same soul. Meanwhile, Jenna, watching the battlefield, thought that if Kel's consciousness really still remained in this world, then it should manifest itself right now. The one and only power, the endless darkness, it must appear at this very moment. Suddenly, a purple light began to leak from the crowd of zombies, which illuminated the gloomy clearing. The zombies surrounding Ben felt that emotion that reminded them that they were human. It was pain. The purple ball that surrounded the main character began to scatter zombies in different directions, like the wind sweeping leaves from a tree. In the center of the zombie crowd, only our hero remained, surrounded by a purple glow. This was his hidden inner strength. Ben looked at his hands, through which energy flowed, and thought that this was the feeling of rebirth. From the corpses that the guy scattered, only purple particles remained, which were incredibly beautiful. In an instant, they all rushed towards him, causing the main character to freeze in horror. But there was no need to be afraid because every particle gave energy, and the guy felt a sharp surge of strength. The hero felt a feeling of warmth in his body. All this energy is now concentrated in him. Suddenly, he heard something moving towards him. These steps were already familiar to him, because it was the same girl. She shouted that there was no need to panic, because this was exactly the master's ability, namely endless darkness. Endless darkness can not only absorb energy around, but also during battle from opponents. The hero was not very happy with what Jenna said. He thought that this world has supernatural powers. Apparently, his illness was cured precisely thanks to these forces. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees in front of the guy and shouted that the Protoss would not last a day without his owner. She confidently told the hero to return to the Protoss and inherit the crown. Ben thought that becoming the king of the Protoss was not the happiness he wanted. After some time, the guy saw dragons in the sky, hovering over the walls of the city. Jenna asked why the owner was not very happy that he should become the king of the Protoss, but she never heard an answer. Ben had a look of exhaustion on his face, and he couldn't think about anything other than food. The hero answered the girl that the most important thing they must do now is find a place where they can eat. When they approached the majestic wall, Ben asked if this was the city she told him about. They looked at a huge wall that seemed to have no end, which protected the city from predators. The guy was surprised that there was no gate in the wall and hoped that they did not need to climb such a huge structure. Jenna reassured him by saying that it was just a Protoss security system and any resident could open the gate. She put her hand to the wall, and at the same moment the wall began to tremble, triggering its internal mechanisms. The girl said that the wall is 700 meters high and 20 meters thick, which makes it possible to deter any predators. The door opened and a mechanical voice echoed down the corridor greeting Jenna. Although everything looked abandoned from the outside, inside the Protoss, the inhabitants can still lead a peaceful life. The girl explained that this is thanks to the Protoss guards who guard this city. The city itself is surrounded by a huge abyss, and you can only get into it through 12 entrances guarded by guards. All guards are elite fighters who have passed multi-level selection. According to strength, they are divided into levels from strong to weak, a total of 5 levels: S, A, B, C, D. The guy was tired of this story because he was still madly hungry. Suddenly, a rude voice called the girl, telling her that she had again violated the ban on leaving the city. It was a C-rank Protoss guard named Ethan. He was indignant that Jenna did not ask him for permission to leave. The girl timidly answered him that he had misunderstood everything, and she was just looking for Mr. Kell. The residents behind the girl began to whisper among themselves that she was still looking for the master, calling her stupid. The guard just grinned at what he heard. He said that her master died 3 years ago, and his corpse has not been found for a long time. The whole crowd laughed after the leader, causing only embarrassment to the beautiful girl. She was angry at what she heard because she was already tired of enduring these bullying. She remembered that very day, how she ran to that same battlefield in the pouring rain to help her master. But it was already too late because her Lord Kell died in battle. But then a guy called out to the guard. It was our hero, who advised Ethan to keep an eye on the gate. He boldly moved towards the crowd, wanting to protect the defenseless girl. Coming closer, Ben shamed the guard with a grin, saying that it was not nice for a crowd to offend such a nice girl. From such impudence of some stranger, Ethan jumped out of his chair in rage, and our hero at that moment calmly began to stretch his muscles. The crowd began to whisper again, not understanding why some stranger dared to come out against the main guard at this gate. The guard sharply raised his fist, saying that the Protoss was not happy with strangers. But to his surprise, he missed, even though the blow was quite strong and fast, because our hero turned out to be faster than him. Ben just grinned in the face of the offender, and his legs sparkled from the rapid braking. The hero realized that his body had become so light due to his effect of absorbing energy from his enemies. Immediately, all the guards' minions rushed into battle to teach the impudent guy a lesson. But to their surprise, they all fell to the ground and could not move. It was Jenna. She decided to help Ben using her UR rank ability. She loudly told the guys that no one would touch Ben while she was here. Ethan was amused by this because it was the force pull ability, which creates earth gravity in a radius, and it was too weak for his strength. He abruptly rose from the ground, saying that he felt nothing and headed towards the hero. At that very second, he was already above Ben and thought that this battle had already been won. But Ben was able to hold back Ethan's blow with his palm. From the power of the blow, the ground under their feet began to crack, but the main character did not even move. The guard did not understand what happened because the arrogant guy was supposed to lose after this blow. And then he began to understand what was happening, because his strength began to leave his body. Ben chuckled because he understood how his absorption abilities worked. The guard was horrified and began to beg to stop, but Ben decided to teach the bully a lesson. Jenna was afraid for her owner because she did not fully understand what had happened and began to call him. The entire crowd, including the attackers who watched this fight, were shocked that some stranger was able to stop the guard of this gate. At that moment, a red aura shone around the two guys and suddenly a bang was heard. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Protoss in one of the mansions, a tall man in a red velvet robe was enjoying wine on the balcony when suddenly a girl called out to him. It was an A-rank Protoss guard. She asked if he felt what she felt. Count Dracula, S-rank guardian, looked at her with a tired look and said that he felt this power, the power of Kel. Ethan fell to the ground exhausted and whispered in fear that it was endless darkness, that same legendary force. The guard was exhausted and looked like a living corpse. In surprise, he asked the stranger who he was. Ben looked at the losing guard and said that he was his daddy. The hero called Jenna, who was happy about her master's victory, and asked if they could eat now because he was dying of hunger. They quickly walked through the surprised crowd, talking about how Ben's eating power was enormous, to which the girl replied that he could eat as much as he wanted. The shocked residents only whispered about who this guy was, how he defeated the guard so easily and was using such powerful abilities. But then two girls stood in the way of our heroes, who were dressed just as beautifully as Jenna. The girl was surprised to see them because she knew who these girls were and did not expect to see them here. The first girl was dressed in a kimono and holding a long katana in her hand. She asked if Jenna had any problems. Her name was Leia. The second girl looked more like a scientist with short green hair. Her name was Sarah. Ben was surprised that Jenna had warrior friends. The girl suddenly pressed herself close to the guy and said that there was no need to worry because her owner had already helped her, to which the guy became embarrassed and told the girl not to do that because he remembers what happened the last time she sat on him. Leia was surprised that Jenna called an unfamiliar guy master because the last time she only called her master that way. To which the girl confidently said that there could be no mistake, because Kel chose this guy and he is the heir to the throne. The girls were shocked by what they heard because they, like Jenna, were also Kel's protectors, and this means that now Ben is their new master. The hero was in a stupor because now two more girls will follow him in this world. After a long day, the newly minted team headed to Kel's residence. The girls finally fed Ben, and the bowls of noodles left one after another. Leia and Sarah were amazed at the guy's appetite. They had not seen anyone so hungry for a long time. Jenna watched Ben's meal with admiration. She still remembered how he stood up for her today. The hero put the last plate on the table and notified everyone that he was full. Ben's new defenders wondered how many years he had not eaten that he could eat so many plates of food. and Jenna asked whether the guy liked her dishes. Suddenly, Leia abruptly stood up from the table. All this time, she had been thinking about the guy's abilities and wanted to talk to him about it. She didn't understand how the hero inherited the ability of endless darkness and who he was. The girl told Ben that if he really is Kel's hope, then there will be no mercy for him, and his life and training will be harsh. Sarah supported her friend and said that being the master of these girls is not as easy as it seems at first glance. After all, the guy will have to fulfill the last wish of Mr. Kel, namely to become the king of the Protoss and destroy all the corpses. Ben was outraged by another reminder that he should become king because he did not want this. After dinner, the hero went to his room, thinking about what the girls had in mind today and what kind of destiny awaits him. In his room, he began training, because he had not felt what it was like to train for a long time due to his illness. After 100 push-ups, Ben began to think that everyone in this city was telling him that he should be the king of the Protoss. After all, why should it concern him? Suddenly he heard a familiar male voice behind him who calmly told him that this concerned him directly. The guy turned to the stranger because he was sure that he was alone in this room. The picture he saw amazed him. He did not expect to see this man here. The stranger had long white hair and a robe in golden tones, similar to how nobles dress. It was the Protoss King Kel, the same person everyone mentions when they see Ben. The king told the guy that he was not so stupid if he could recognize him. The hero was shocked by what he saw because Kel died long ago and should not be here. The stately man, grinning, answered the guy that this was true and his physical body had been dead for a long time. But at the same time, his soul is alive, and right now it is in Ben's body. The hero realized that in this case, what was sitting in front of him now was not a physical body, but only the ghost of that very king. Kel said that this is so because now he is completely powerless and can only be in the form of a ghost, and only the hero can see the king, because he is directly connected with him. Ben was indignant at what was said, because the man brazenly pulled him out of another world and also placed his soul into the guy's body without asking. The hero approached the king and was filled with anger. He assumed that the ghost wanted to use his body for its own purposes. Kel's calmness was amazing because he didn't even move. He calmed the guy down by answering that he wasn't interested. Immediately, the king abruptly disappeared and appeared behind Ben, saying that he did not call him to the Protoss for this. The guy saw that the man was calmly sitting on his bed, and just as calmly he said that he had called him only to make one deal. The king explained that he gave the guy the strongest ability in this world, namely endless darkness. He also allowed the hero to have the endless riches that Kel had, allowed him to have the highest status in this world, and all so that Ben could become the king of the Protoss. And after he becomes one, he will need to find those who staged a palace coup 3 years ago and killed Kel. After listening to the king's touching story for a long time, the hero replied that he did not care and would not do this. The man did not expect such an answer, but he reminded the guy that he was in such a position that he could not refuse. Ben decided to have a snack and took a banana from the table, suggesting that since the king called him into this world, it means he definitely has a method to subjugate the guy's will to himself. While he was peeling a banana, he asked Kel to tell him what trump card he had to subdue the hero. The king jumped out of bed and grinned and replied that the guy was smarter than he thought. After all, the man put a seal in the hero's body that can be gotten rid of only after fulfilling his condition. Ben was not happy with what was said, and he asked what kind of seal was installed in his body. Kel explained that this seal is quite cunning, and whenever the hero becomes attracted to a woman, he will feel unbearable pain. It is better to die than to live like this. And if the hero refuses, then his life will be like an unsuitable man. These words struck the guy to the core. His body seemed to be pierced with 1,000 needles. He really didn't expect the Protoss king to blackmail a pawn like this. Ben asked why Kel chose him because he is an ordinary guy, and the king could have chosen a more suitable candidate for revenge. He also suggested that apparently the man could only choose him and not anyone else. Kel was amazed at how the hero guessed everything, because due to an incurable disease, the hero's muscles had completely atrophied, and he was like a blank sheet of paper, the guy best suited for endless darkness. Ben continued his conversation. He said that he was very grateful that the man gave him a second life. But he is a living person, and not someone's toy for revenge. After listening to the guy, Kel, with a grin on his face, said that at first he greatly underestimated the hero. Meanwhile, someone's silhouette was sitting on the roof of the house directly above Ben's room. It was Leia, who was surprised that the main character was talking to himself in the room. After talking with the ghost, Ben went to bed. He assumed that it was not a fact that the seal really existed, because then he would wake up every morning in pain. Suddenly, the door to his room opened and an unfamiliar girl appeared on the threshold, dressed in fishnet tights. She was wearing a rather revealing outfit consisting of a bright jacket, unbuttoned wide open, and a daring collar around her neck. Also part of her outfit was a large minigun, which she pointed at Ben's face. Feeling something was wrong, the guy opened his eyes slightly to see what was happening. The picture that he saw shocked him. In front of him stood an angry girl who was ready to kill our hero at that very moment. Ben understood what a sad situation he was in, so he decided to try to talk before it was too late. He asked what the girl wanted to do with him right now. An unknown beauty with pink hair asked him if he had the power of endless darkness. The hero did not understand what to do. He asked the girl to calm down and remove this huge gun, but she was against it, ordering him to shut up. It was Kel's sister, Lucy, who was nicknamed the Little Demon. She said that she was not as naive as Jenny, and that the main character used some kind of sneaky trick to take over her brother's power. The guy was struck by the girl's words, and he assumed that since she was the king's sister, she should be his personal guard, like the other girls he had met before. Suddenly, shots rang out, and the hero tried to dodge them, although it was useless in such a situation. The pillow Ben was lying on now looked like a sieve. From the adrenaline in his body, the guy began to shout at the girl because she could have just killed him. But the girl did not slow down. She demanded to tell her how he got her brother's power. Otherwise, Ben would end up just like this pillow. The guy briefly told the whole story of how he arrived in this world and how he received that legendary power. What Lucy heard made her cry because she thought her brother was dead, and now she finds out that his soul is still alive in the body of this guy. Ben hissed like a snake and told the girl to be quiet, because if anyone found out that Kel's soul was in his body, the king's enemies would kill the guy. Out of overwhelming emotions, Lucy threw herself into the arms of the hero, calling him her new brother. But her sudden outburst of love was stopped by the guy's hand, which confused the girl. But the girl did not stop and tried to hug Ben, to which the guy told her that he was not her brother and there was no need to cuddle up to him. If Lucy really wants to help the hero, then tomorrow she must take him to one place. Surprised by Ben's answer, Lucy asked what this place was. The next day, the girl sat outside the establishment, which was emitting pink neon light, and told all visitors not to enter if they still wanted to live. It was clear on her face that she was very embarrassed to be here. She promised herself that if the hero dared to order such a thing again, she would turn him into a sieve. Inside the establishment, there were very beautiful girls who asked the guy if it was his first time coming here. One of the girls, slowly eating the fruit, suggested that Ben relax and give free rein to his desires. The hero was surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls who wanted the guy to pay attention to them, but judging by the expression on his face, he was very restrained. He restrained himself because he assumed that if he did not give in to the attraction of girls, then Kel's seal would disappear. He prayed to survive this test, but the girls around him did not slow down. The guy just kept repeating in his head that he had to be persistent and not give in to his emotions. Meanwhile, the girl's passion only intensified. It seems that even the most persistent guy could not resist. And Ben gave in, shouting that he couldn't stand it. A heartbreaking scream was heard from the establishment, filled with pain and despair. The door swung open and Lucy saw Ben quickly leaving. She grinned and sarcastically told the hero that he was a dirty pervert for losing heart in front of the girls. There was only despair on the guy's face. He cursed Kel for putting such a painful mark on him. On the way home, Lucy asked whether Ben would participate in the new selection of Protoss guards, to which the guy replied that he did not know what was needed for preparation, and he did not want to look after the gates. The girl explained that in order to become a guard, you need to fulfill one condition, and at that moment Ben turned to her. She thought that he was interested in this, but in fact the guy said that he wanted to go to the toilet because he drank a lot of water. The hero went into the nearest alley because he would not have had time to get home. And then a strange ball, similar to a baseball, fell in front of him, which at the same time had a mouth with teeth. Ben picked it up and thought it was some kind of strange toy that looked very unusual. Suddenly, the same ball fell next to him, but of a gigantic size, which scattered all the trash cans in the area. The hero was stunned by such a sight. He did not understand what was happening here. It was a demon devourer, a demonic-level predator, who at that moment was about to attack the guy. At the same time, Lucy, who was waiting for Ben, began to speculate about what happened to her brother, and that he decided to make this weakling his heir. Suddenly, from the alley where the guy went, loud screams and noise were heard that were hard not to hear. Lucy decided to see what this boy was doing there that was making so much noise. But what she saw there shocked her. Ben jumped out from around the corner, being chased by a huge demon and trying to eat him. The guy barely dodged him, but so far was still unharmed. The girl was amazed that a predator of a demonic level made its way inside the city so easily. The hero landed on the ground, and from behind the predator, small demon balls flew towards him. He understood that he would not have time to evade them, and apparently this would be the end. But suddenly all the balls that were flying in his direction were pierced by bullets, leaving only traces of their own blood on the guy. Ben turned around and looked in the direction where his little friends had flown in to see who had saved him. Lucy grinned, throwing her minigun over her shoulder, and asked if this pervert had wet his pants. Realizing what was happening, the guy shouted that she herself was a pervert, like her whole family. But the girl did not pay his attention because she noticed a figure standing on the roof of the house and ordered her to come down because she had noticed it a long time ago. She understood who it was, because only one person could control demonic-level predators and also bring them to the city. No one is more capable of this than her brother Kel's wife, Eliza. Ben was surprised by what was said. He asked Lucy if this girl was the king's wife. The little demon explained that this girl had a Protoss marriage contract on her body, and at the age of 20, she was supposed to become the king's wife. At first, Lucy thought that she would become her little sister, but now it seems that this girl is just a cheap cookie. Suddenly, the figure on the roof began to move and rush down towards our heroes. She landed on the demon's back with lightning speed and advised Lucy not to joke like that, because she could not marry such a loser as Kel. At this moment, Ben became very embarrassed because of the beauty he saw that had just appeared in front of him. And his heart, it seems, should jump out of his chest right now from such fast beats. The stranger straightened her charming black hair and said that she just needs to kill this guy, and then the marriage contract will be lost. At that moment, a girl flashed through his head, who was very similar to the king's wife. She told Ben to stay away from her because he was not her type. She turned around and left that day when the guy tried to confess his love to her. Ben couldn't move because he saw such a beautiful girl who was part of his memories. He timidly asked the girl who stood in front of them on a huge monster if she was his goddess. Lucy looked at the hero in surprise and thought that apparently this guy had moved his head after all. Ben still looked at the girl with loving eyes. He extended his hand to her and asked her why she came into this world. Was it really for him? At the same moment, the hero receives a strong blow to the face from Eliza, who was perplexed by the fact that he calls her a goddess. The guy made several turns before slamming into the wall because the girl's blow was quite powerful. Lucy was furious that some girl hit her brother. She began to shout at her not to be arrogant, that she was a bride and could think that she was allowed whatever she wanted. To which Eliza replied that she could not marry someone who seeks entertainment in brothels. This did not calm Lucy. She shouted that the guy's life was her brother's last will, and if Eliza wanted to kill him, she would have to deal with her. Suddenly, a huge mouth of a monster appeared in front of the little demon, which everyone had forgotten about. The girl would not have had time to react to how quickly he got to her. She only managed to notice him right in front of her, and it seems she understood how it would end. The demon instantly swallowed her, biting her minigun in half. Eliza told her that she would kill the guy before Lucy was digested in the demon's stomach. The girl was sure that after such a blow the guy must have suffered greatly, and she hurried towards him to finish him off. Suddenly, from the smoke raised from Ben's landing, a hand reached out to the king's wife. She almost grabbed her by the hair, but the girl managed to quickly dodge by jumping back. Eliza couldn't believe that after such a blow the guy still had the strength to answer her. A voice was heard from the thick smoke. It was Ben, who regretted that he could not catch her, although he was quite close to it. The girl quickly realized that he used endless darkness to repel the attack, but she was surprised that in just 2 days the guy was able to fully master this technique. The hero was surrounded by an aura of different colors, and it seems there was not a scratch on him. He told the offender that she could not be his goddess because she had not visited him for all 3 years, and therefore could not come for him into this world. Because of the blow, Ben came to his senses and realized that Eliza and the girl from the past were simply very similar, and that's all. The girl answered him that since he already has a loved one, then even more so she will not marry him, so today he must die. The guy just grinned when he heard these words, because he hasn't loved her for a long time, especially if he becomes the king of the Protoss. Then many girls will want to be with him, including Eliza. She shouldn't hold on to him, and she shouldn't be jealous of him just because he went to the hotel. Finally, Ben asked the girl if she liked him. From these words, Eliza fell into a rage. She could not believe that the guy was saying such nonsense. She only came here because she has a marriage contract on her body that she wants to break. Suddenly, the asphalt began to crumble under Ben. He realized that Eliza had used one of her abilities. Hundreds of demons flew out from underground, who instantly lifted him into the air and beat him from all sides. Flying up, they turned around and fell down in order to inflict maximum damage on the guy. From the force of the blow, there was a loud explosion, and the ground around shook. Eliza was sure that this time she managed to catch him. She said after the hero that it was all over, for her demons would not leave even a bone of him. The girl didn't want to kill him at all. The guy was just unlucky to get to this place and be her target. Suddenly the smoke cleared and our hero calmly exhaled. A multicolored aura was still visible around him, protecting him. He was sitting at the bottom of the crater that was formed after the impact. Ben agreed that he was unlucky with the place he ended up in. Eliza was horrified. She couldn't believe that this time the legendary power protected the guy. She was also horrified by the fact that her demons now looked like withered corpses. While the girl was trying to understand what had happened, the hero was already heading towards her with the words that, in fact, he was not going to become the king of the Protoss. Everyone insists that he go down a certain path, but no one asks him what he really wants. He had already died once, and it was this life that Ben decided to live for himself. The hero's words surprised Eliza, but at that moment some noise was heard next to her. Inside the demon that swallowed Lucy, a girl's voice was heard. He asked Eliza if she knew why the little demon uses a machine gun. All because the girl's power is too great, and if it is not controlled, then no one knows what can happen to the innocent. The two fighters were shocked by what they saw. Eliza thought that the compression force of this demon was 2 tons, and she could not open its mouth. Appearing, Lucy shouted that this was R-rank power. Changing her cells, her power became limitless. The girl flew out of the monster's mouth as if from a cannon and headed towards Eliza. If she hit with her blow, it would be fatal. The ground under the feet of the king's wife split into small pieces from the force of Lucy's blow, but Eliza still managed to dodge it. She quickly climbed to the roof of the building, realizing that she had greatly underestimated these two. Ben was amazed at how hot-tempered Lucy could be, although after what she did with the pillow it wasn't surprising. Eliza knew that she couldn't defeat them at close range, so she decided to use one of her abilities since the two were standing so close to each other. Her eyes became like 2 blue moons, and her face became as tense as possible. Our heroes thought that this girl was running too fast, and they needed to come up with something to catch up with her. A huge blue ball appeared behind Eliza's back, which illuminated the entire surrounding area. It was the Blue Moon ability. Ben and Lucy realized that they could no longer move, and it was as if their minds no longer belonged to them. The strength of a Blue Moon rank SSR, just by looking into Eliza's eyes, she can control weak predators. But if you use the light of the moon, then her power increases significantly, and she can control people for a short time. Suddenly behind me I heard the sound of a blade being taken out of its sheath, and someone was quickly approaching. Eliza only managed to see the shine of the blade in front of her. She understood that she would not have time to dodge. The heroes again felt themselves in their bodies. They could not understand what happened to them. It was Leia. With her sweeping blow, she hit the girl and interrupted the use of the ability. Eliza was only able to spit out the blood that formed after the blow. It seems that the battle ended at that moment. Leia calmly told the girl that if she wants to kill Ben, then she should first ask her permission. Due to the strong blow, Eliza lost consciousness and fell from the roof of the house. Ben was not taken aback and at the same moment hurried towards the falling girl. He caught her in flight, preventing her from dying from falling from the roof. The guy started screaming at Eliza to wake up. He didn't want her to die here. But the girl's mind has already become clouded, and it seems she has stopped hearing what the hero was trying to tell her. A little later, our heroes went home, namely to the house of Mr. Kell. Eliza suddenly woke up. She did not understand what was happening because she thought that she had died on the roof. The girl looked around, trying to figure out where she was. There was no wound on her ample chest. Eliza was sure that Leia had pierced her with a sword, but there was not a scratch on her body. The girl tried to remember what happened at that moment and why the battle was lost. Before her eyes, there was a picture of Leia drawing her katana with lightning speed, and it seems Eliza saw a demon behind the girl's back. The king's ex-wife got out of bed to inspect the place. She thought that if Ben's protector was nearby, she would not be able to reach him. Suddenly, approaching the terrace, she saw the same guy who was sitting peacefully and talking with someone. Ben talked to Leia, asking her how she managed to find them. The defender reminded that it was her duty to provide security for the heir, and she must always know where the guy is, because not only Eliza is hunting for his head. Kell's killers are looking for Ben right now, and his every move is under threat, and don't forget about the other two heirs. They are Count Dracula, who has great influence in the Protoss, and Kell's older sister, the Archangel Mary. These two are also not happy about the appearance of the hero. Right now, Ben is coming across as a weakling, so anyone could try to kill him, and it would be stupid to let Eliza live. Ben chuckled and replied that he couldn't just watch such a beautiful girl die. Eliza remembered how the guy heroically caught her in the air and helped the girl. She couldn't even think that he was capable of such a thing. The Blue Moon ability had no effect on Leia. She could have easily killed Eliza, but the guy saved her. This touched the girl. Ben still continued his dialogue, saying that he didn't need a wife for nothing, although he was not going to be the king of the Protoss. That's why he didn't let her die then. Suddenly the door swung open sharply and Eliza came out onto the terrace, who seemed not to be happy with the guy's words. Ben realized that she heard everything and decided to play dumb by saying that he didn't say anything. Eliza was angry, but at the same time embarrassed. She shouted to the guy that she would not become his wife just because he saved her. Ben, out of shame, did not know where to go, and the girl firmly declared that she would never marry the guy. The hero was shocked by the girl's straightforwardness, once again receiving such a cruel refusal. The two seemed to have forgotten that there was a third person on the terrace. Leia called out the girl's name loudly. The defender was already preparing for battle, drawing a long and sharp katana from her sheath. She warned Eliza that if she wanted to kill Ben, then Leia would not use the hilt of the sword this time. Now the girl understood why there was no wound on her chest. Last time she was hit not with a blade but with a handle and only lost consciousness from the force of the blow. Eliza was even more horrified by Leia's strength and understood that if the defender was next to the guy, then the girl would not be able to defeat him. Suddenly the girl flew into the air with lightning speed. Her speed was still as high as during the battle. She loudly shouted the name of some creature which surprised everyone who was on the terrace at that moment. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge bird appeared in the sky, heading towards the house. She instantly appeared above the heroes, and her size was so huge that the shadow of her wings covered the roof of the estate. Ben was afraid that Eliza could summon such creatures. This bird was completely different from the demon that she summoned. In flight, the girl did a deft somersault and landed on the creature's head. She deftly maintained her balance, and now it seemed that she had an advantage over the heroes. It was a huge mythical black bird. A blue glow flowed from its eyes, and the air around it shook due to the span of its huge wings. Leia was not afraid of the picture she saw. She knew that, judging by the ancient scriptures, this was a high-level beast. This fight became more and more interesting for her. Having prepared her katana, she decided to cut this beast together with the girl. But at that moment, Eliza turned to the guy asking if he wanted to marry her. If his answer is yes, then she is ready to discuss the engagement with him, but only in private without strangers. The guy realized that the girl wanted Leia to leave and he was a little scared. But he decided to give the girl a chance and talk to her, but the defender firmly replied that she would not leave. Ben confidently told Leia to calm down, because if the girl wants to kill him, she is unlikely to succeed since she just barely jumped on her animal. The defender looked gloomily at the guy and replied that if he wants to die, then so be it. She sheathed her katana and prepared to leave, and the guy still reassured her by saying that he could stand up for himself. After some time, they were left alone. It was a beautiful night, and somewhere nearby they could hear the chirping of cicadas. Ben understood that Eliza was afraid of Leia, so she asked to be left alone. He asked the girl what she really needed. Eliza abruptly interrupted him, saying that she admitted that the guy was not as bad as she thought. But this does not change anything, because the hero relies only on endless darkness, and for higher people he is just a pawn. Ben answered the girl that her speech was very offensive, and this was not what he expected to hear. The girl continued her dialogue by saying that in a month, the Protoss will hold an annual selection of guards before the delegation. And if the hero defeats her and becomes the guardian of the Protoss, then she will help him ascend the throne. Ben remembered that he had already been told about this selection of guards, but he still did not understand what it was. It was a competition where heroes fight against predators and often die at their hands. The qualifying round takes place in 2 stages in order to identify outstanding newcomers who will take the place of the fallen guards. So the Protoss provides itself with guards of 72 people. This allows the Protoss to provide protection and preserve the human race. The guy heard what he needed, namely that if he wins, then their marriage contract with Eliza will come into force. Eliza sighed and said that it was not enough to become a Protoss guard. One of the conditions was to ascend to the throne, and only then could she marry him. She can only marry a guard of the highest rank, a hero whom all Protoss rely on. Eliza became confused remembering Kel, saying that he was a very handsome and strong man and could Ben be the same. The guy trembled at what he heard, and quietly said that Eliza really loved him. The girl abruptly interrupted him with screams. She did not want Ben to say these words out loud. The hero was very indignant, not understanding how the girl fell in love with such a gray-haired deceiver. He has a face like a weakling. Eliza decided to abruptly change the topic, saying that the guy must remember that if he does not pass the first round, then the competition will end for him, and this means defeat. And defeat for Ben will mean that he will never be able to ascend the throne and marry Eliza. After the story, the girl was sure that the hero would refuse. But the guy was not going to give up. He said that he would willingly join her in these competitions. The days flew by and the hero trained, and now a month has passed since their conversation. An unknown guy slowly moved towards a crowd of people who were standing near a large building reminiscent of the Colosseum. It was a young fighter with a naked torso and red hair. On his hands hung bracelets around which a purple glow emanated. When he saw the venue for the competition, he was delighted. This place is perfect for the birth of guardians. At the entrance to the selection arena, the guy saw a huge number of applicants who were heading inside. This turned the fighter on more, because all these people looked very strong, and he would finally be able to test his strength. The blood of hell in his body was boiling. The guy's name was Adam, and he was from a small village that was not far from the Protoss. Walking along the corridor, Adam entered the arena, which caused him even more delight. The Colosseum was truly huge. A mountain towered over it, over which dragons flew. Adam considered this place worthy of his fist. His admiration was interrupted by a guy who landed right at the fighter's feet. He was thrown back by a handsome guy with glasses who had ashen hair, and his suit was decorated with 2 snowflakes. The handsome stranger told the fallen fighter to take his hands off his suit, to which the guy shouted that he had unintentionally touched him. The newcomers watching this were delighted by the spectacle, because the selection had not yet begun, but something interesting was already happening. The fighter, who a couple of minutes ago was lying on the ground, flew sharply towards the offender, saying that he was stronger than him and was not afraid to fight him. Ash-Hair didn't like the peasant's reaction. His fingers were covered with ice, and it seemed that he already understood that the battle had been won. In the blink of an eye, the fighter who had rushed so furiously was encased in a large block of ice and could no longer move. He could still think and regretted touching the man, but it was too late. The crowd was shocked by what they saw. They wanted to know who he was and where he came from. One of those who came recognized this ability. It was an elemental level ability of SSR rank, and if he is not mistaken, then only one person can have such abilities and love for purity. Archangel S rank Daniel, who was the son of a noble family, nicknamed the Icy Soul Eater. All the girls in the crowd immediately noticed the handsome man and began to confess their love to him. But then someone touched his shoulder again. For the second time that day, someone touched him. It was Adam, who noticed that Daniel was a very strong fighter. Everyone was shocked. Did this hillbilly really want to be encased in ice like the last guy? But one of the crowd recognized the peasant. He said that Adam had killed dozens of ghost-level predators last year, and he was a real combat madman. At that moment, the bracelet on the guy's hand began to rotate, and his hand burst into flames. He told Daniel that he also had an SSR rank elemental ability and wanted him to fight him. The ash-haired man slowly turned to the guy and calmly told him to remove his hand. Meanwhile, a girl watching this whole performance, who was slowly exhaling smoke from her pipe, decided to intervene. She shouted that apparently all the fighters were full of energy and were eager to fight, but it was too early to start the game because the selection had not yet begun. It was the school judge who guarded the place, a beautiful girl with a magnificent open bust, dressed in furs. Adam realized that it was better not to start ahead of time and said that he just decided to say hello to a friend. Daniel no longer thought about the impudent man. He was only worried about whether the same guy who inherited endless darkness would be there today. The crowd lost their spirit. Seeing 2 SSR rank abilities of the newcomers, they understood that they could not cope with this. Night fell and it was time to announce the start of the qualifiers. The director said it was time to start. She was looking forward to the start of the competition. Daniel quietly asked to wait a little longer. It seemed he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd, and someone in a sweet voice shouted to the director not to start the competition. It was Eliza. She said that there was another player who did not have time to appear in the arena. The man recognized the girl. He assumed that she also came to look at the guy with the legendary ability and perhaps because of her marriage contract. The director understood who she was talking about, because within a month, rumors about a hero with a legendary ability had spread throughout the city. She agreed that she would wait for such a valuable player, but only 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and the crowd started a hubbub. They were talking about how the hero was scared of the competition and that he definitely wouldn't come. The director agreed that the time had already run out and it was time to start the competition. Daniel's face showed disappointment. He couldn't believe that a hero with such abilities wouldn't really come. Eliza was also upset. She did not want to believe that Ben had deceived her. Suddenly, steps were heard in the distance from the crowd, slowly heading towards the center of the arena. The girl immediately became prettier when she saw the familiar figure. After all, he kept his promise. It was Ben, surrounded by his girls as guards, and he was dressed like a true king in a black robe covered with fur. He stated with confidence that all these guys did not look very friendly. The whole crowd was furious that he had appeared in the arena. Some were furious that everyone was waiting for the guy. Some were afraid of his strength, and only Adam thought that it must be hot in such furs. This was not the reaction Ben expected. He promised the crowd that he would deal with anyone who stood in his way. Eliza seemed to like how the hero had changed over this month. He looked like such a confident man. The roar of the crowd was stopped by a loud kick. It was the director who told everyone to shut up. Now that everyone was assembled, she decided to declare the Guardian Selection Conference open. Swinging her pipe, she quickly hit somewhere in the air. In this place, everything sparkled, and it seemed that space began to tear apart. A huge portal formed at the site of the impact, announcing that the competition had begun. The crowd was shocked, because before there were no space portals at the qualifiers, they did not understand what it was needed for. The director stated that the selection is divided into 2 rounds. In the first, newcomers should go through the portal, which will send them out of town. All they need to do is stay in the designated area, and the fighters must live in these places for 5 days. Only those who survived have the right to participate in the second round of selection. The crowd began to panic because it was impossible to live for 5 days outside the city, and it was unknown where this portal would send them, perhaps straight to the lair of the monsters. The director stated that it is the duty of the guards to protect the city, and if newcomers are afraid, they can refrain from participating and try next year. Hands immediately reached out from the crowd. Many did not want to take part in this and decided to try next time. Some time passed before there were anyone interested in the arena. Many left the place without trying. Now that only the brave remained, the director asked who would decide to go first. Ben, without thinking twice, said that he would go first. Apparently, he had some kind of plan. Eliza and Daniel were surprised by what was said. The girl understood that the guy was up to something. Ben really had a plan. He decided that if he went first, he would have time to explore the area. This would give him an advantage over others, and he should not miss it. Suddenly, someone grabbed his black robe, wanting to attract attention. It was Jenna. She was worried about the guy and told him that she had a bad feeling and he shouldn't go first. Ben hastened to calm the girl down and told her that he would meet with them after the first stage. After these words, the hero quickly walked towards the mystical portal. Without hesitation, he entered the portal, which will take him to who knows where. Coming out of the portal, in his eyes, there was only horror from what he saw. In front of him was a huge, three-eyed monster that resembled an octopus, and at that moment Ben realized that he was not very lucky after all. It was a ghostly predator who flew into a rage because some person had invaded his lair. His size was so huge that it seemed he could break through a building with one tentacle. The monster directed one of these tentacles at the hero in order to punish the insolent person with one blow. Ben did not have time to dodge. The ground under him scattered from the blow in different directions, and it seemed that no one could survive from such damage. But the guy was protected by endless darkness. He easily raised his tentacle and said that he was incredibly lucky that he teleported immediately to such an enemy. It's a pity he doesn't have time for this battle because he had an appointment. In rage, the predator sent 3 more of its tentacles towards the guy to finish what he started. But Ben deftly dodged the blow, even though the attack was quite fast. He landed on one of the tentacles to quickly get to the enemy's weak spot. While Ben was running along the tentacle, the monster thought that the hero had pretty good abilities for an ordinary person. But the guy had already approached the enemy's weak point. He understood that he needed to finish off the predator quickly, otherwise other fighters could discover his location. Meanwhile, in the arena, everything was peaceful and calm, and no one knew what was happening on the other side of the portal. The little demon was worried that Ben might not be able to cope because the rules had been changed, and now no one could guarantee that nothing would happen to him. But Leia decided to cheer up the girl by saying that the guy is not as simple as he seems. From the first day he entered the Star Spirit Garden, he was extremely disciplined. He went to bed at 10 p.m. and got up at 7 a.m., keeping a perfect schedule. Every day the hero did 100 push-ups, squats, pumped up his abs, and there wasn't a single day when he missed a workout. And at the end of a long run of 10 kilometers, he never stopped despite the wind and rain. There is always energy in his body, and if he cannot move, he will die because of it. That is why he is like Leia. He has a fighting instinct, and she understands that such people will not die so easily. Ben's crushing blow made the predator's eyes pop out. It was impossible to defend against such a blow. Violet sparks began to pierce the monster's entire body, causing colossal damage. Suddenly, purple energy began to be released from the monster, which the guy had already seen before when he fought against corpses. He immediately realized that this was the energy that was left from the squid, and now he would absorb it. Suddenly, the corpse's hand came out of the tentacle, which seemed impossible because the predator was defeated. Following the hand, a zombie appeared and gradually crawled out. When it came halfway out of his mouth and eyes, green smoke began to come out, which gradually scattered. This fog began to spread throughout the area. The hero was sure that he had defeated the squid, but now he did not understand what was happening. And then he thought that probably the predator was making a signal and attracting other monsters to itself. Suddenly, everything around began to sparkle and the air became cold, as if winter had come. The predator's body was instantly covered with ice from beginning to end. Now, in front of Ben, there was only an ice block that looked like a large mountain. What he saw made the guy frozen in place and did not understand what had just happened. An unfamiliar figure spoke behind him, and the hero turned to see who was there. The figure said that the predator asked for help from his kind. It was Daniel. He explained that originally it was a humanoid predator, but when people eat too much, they become like that. Ben was indignant that the stranger not only spied on him, but also stole his trophy. Adjusting his glasses, the nobleman replied that if he had not helped the guy, he would now be surrounded by predators, and the hero should be grateful to him. The guy didn't listen to Daniel and turned around and said that he didn't have time to fight him because he needed to find the person with whom he had an appointment. Suddenly, the air became cold again, and snowflakes appeared around the hero. The guy had already seen this attack a couple of minutes ago. Ben asked the stranger what he was going to do, becoming covered in his aura of endless darkness. Daniel told the guy that the rules are that everyone needs to live here for 5 days, which means that the rules allow participants to eliminate competitors. Ben turned to him, answering that it seemed that by the word competitor he meant him. Meanwhile, in the forest, one of the participants was running away from a crowd of predators. Something on his hand made a sound similar to an alert on a watch as he approached an unknown blue wall. Suddenly there was a loud explosion that tore the guy into pieces. The competition was over for him. In the ground could be seen the cooling corpse of a zombie that had been defeated by someone. It was Jenna who dealt with the predators that attacked her. She thought about where her master had teleported because she had to find him. Suddenly the watch on her hand began to make a piercing sound. This was a locator that is given to the player upon entry, and if it makes a sound, it means it has turned on a warning system for the player. After all, there was only one rule of the game in the competition: to survive in your own area for 5 days. If you step out of bounds, you will likely be eliminated from the competition. Jenna hurried to find the owner. She quickly moved along the branches like a cat. She also understood that she should not go beyond the boundaries of the field into which the portal sent her. Descending from the trees, she went on foot, all this being watched by a mysterious figure in a cloak. It was an unknown guest who was glad to have found her. Moving through the forest, Jenna suspected something was wrong. She had the feeling that she was being followed all this time. She suddenly began to brake in order to turn around and see who was hiding in the treetops. Stopping, the girl shouted loudly for the stranger to come out. Looking into the darkness, she asked why the ghost continued to haunt her all this time. The guy was only glad that she finally noticed him. He had been longing for a fight for a long time. An unknown figure descended from the tree with lightning speed and landed right in front of the girl. The stranger said that she deserves to be Ben's bodyguard and asked when the girl noticed him. Jenna replied that she noticed him at the very beginning and asked what this guy wanted from her. The stranger threw off his cloak in order to show his true appearance. It was an electric god laughing and said that someone wants Ben to die in this forest, so Jenna must take him to the hero. But the girl was determined. She had to ensure the safety of her master at any cost. At that same second, the villain sank into the ground due to the strong gravity that pressed on him. Gravity field, one of the girl's abilities, whenever she counted the numbers, the gravitational force in the radius increased. The guy's legs were already knee-deep in the ground. In this position, he would not have been able to use his abilities against the girl. But he was only amused by the defender's ability. When he began to sink into the ground, he realized that it was a matter of gravity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, another battle seemed to be brewing. Daniel told Ben that just because the guy wasn't threatening him now, he wouldn't fight him. The hero did not understand what was happening. He wanted to find out what this ash-haired man wanted. The nobleman assured the guy that there was no need to be nervous, because he came here to tell the guy one thing. Approaching Ben, he asked him to stay alive in this forest by any means possible. After that, Daniel headed forward into the thicket of the forest. The hero did not understand what he meant and asked why the stranger said that. The nobleman turned around and explained that someone simply wants the guy to die and not pass the first round. To which Ben replied that many want him dead, but so far no one has managed to kill him. Daniel grinned because the guy still didn't understand what the nobleman guessed as soon as he heard the rules of the competition. The purpose of the rules has changed because of Ben. We need to make it easier to kill him, and anyone who can change the selection rules is definitely a very influential person. As he left, he added that if a guy wants to be in the Garden of Star Spirits, he must definitely survive the first round. As Ben watched the stranger go, he wondered who it was and why he was helping him. But suddenly he felt a strange force that affected him. The hero had a feeling that he was not moving of his own free will, and he turned in the direction where he was being pulled. He was drawn into the thicket of the forest. Ben immediately realized that he needed to run there. The god of thunder struck the girl with lightning speed, which she did not expect because she slammed him into the ground. He swung and struck another blow at the girl, and flashes of lightning sparkled at the sight of the impact. From the power of her ability, Jenna flew through the trees, breaking each one in her path. The blow was of monstrous force. After flying for some distance, the girl crashed into the ground with a roar. She was covered in bruises and scratches, but still managed to survive the landing. Jenna did not know that the guy had the power of lightning. He used it to accelerate and overcome the gravity that the girl created. Swaying, she rose to her feet with difficulty. She understood that he was too dangerous and under no circumstances should he approach her master. At that same second, the guy was near the girl. She didn't even notice how he had covered such a long distance in a second. His speed was truly amazing. From behind his back, he began to take out a knife, which was also filled with lightning like its owner. Laughing, he said that if Jenna did not lead him to Ben, he would find him himself along with the girl's corpse on his shoulder. But the defender did not lose her confidence. She replied that the stranger would not dare to touch a hair on her master's head. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, someone was running forward at such a speed that you could only see the dust from his tracks. 3 guys noticed the runner and realized that this was the same guy everyone was talking about. They were teleported together, which means the 3 of them can cope against 1 warrior. But then one of the fighters was surprised that the runner did not stop, but ran at great speed straight towards them. Ben ran so fast that he didn't even notice the 3 newcomers and demolished them like bowling pins. He didn't stop because he had a feeling that Jenna was in danger. The girl was completely beaten and could barely stand on her feet. She had wounds all over her body. She only told herself that she was here to help her master and should not give up. The Thunder God only scoffed that such a beautiful girl should die because of such a short-lived master. He raised his blade above the girl's head to deal her the final blow. Suddenly, he felt something tremble behind him and move towards him. A lightning-quick elbow strike hit the guy's neck. He couldn't even figure out what happened. From the force of the blow, the offender flew forward with great speed. On his way, there was a stone into which the God of Thunder crashed with such force that the entire thicket shook at that moment. Jenna turned around in surprise because she had already prepared herself for the fact that she was about to die. Her owner stood near the stone where the offender crashed, who arrived just in time. Ben stood near the stone where his opponent crashed. The force of the blow was so great that a crater formed in the place where the God of Thunder flew. The guy was hit in the neck, so he no longer showed signs of life. The hero was glad that he was on time, because if he had been late even for a minute, then Jenna would have come to an end. After some time, the heroes were sitting in a clearing. The guy apologized to the girl for the fact that because of him, she went to these competitions. Jenna reassured the guy. She was sorry that she, as a guard, could not protect her master, and he himself had to protect her. She was also surprised how he could find her in such a large forest. Ben said that he felt that the girl was in danger and even sensed where she was. The girl was amazed that her master had such an ability. Although he did not have such an ability, it was just sensations. Meanwhile, in the place where the battle ended, strange things began to happen. The DNA in the body of the defeated warrior began to rearrange itself, and by some miracle he began to come to life. The body dead a minute ago began to move little by little, trying to come to its senses. A strong wind blew and Jenna began to cough. Her wounds were very deep. The guy, without thinking twice, took off his robe and gave it to the girl so that she would not freeze under the tree. He told the defender to put it on and rest well after the fight, while he would look after her. The hero added that the girl took care of and looked after the guy for the last month. Now it's his turn to take care of her. These words touched her very much, and despite the severe wounds, a sweet smile shone on her face. It got dark outside. The girl fell asleep recovering from the battle, and the guy, as promised, sat and guarded her. Not far from their small camp, strange tentacles began to stir. They stuck into the ground in order to attack our heroes unnoticed. Emerging behind Ben, they headed straight towards him in order to kill him before he understood anything. But with a quick movement of his hand, the hero grabbed the tentacles and tore them apart, stopping the enemy's attack. He had long realized that the God of Thunder was pretending to be dead, because if he died, Ben would begin to absorb his life energy. The guy explained that he would really be dead from such a blow to the neck, but he was injected with a drug that turns him into a predator, so it is not so easy to kill him. The attacker also thought that the hero had absorbed the power of the gate guard he had fought with earlier, and he had been training hard for the last month. Perhaps Ben could reach level B. Suddenly, the God of Thunder began to curl up, and an ominous aura mixed with lightning discharges began to emanate around him. A bunch of other tentacles that were on his arm suddenly burst out from his back, and his skin color changed to the gray of corpses. Ben didn't expect to see such a spectacle. He also didn't understand what was happening to this guy and who he was starting to turn into. It was the highest form of a thunder god, the strong body of a predator, and SSR rank lightning. He laughed hysterically, shouting that the hero was about to die because the predator was at the top of Class B. But Ben did not listen to the offender for long and immediately hit him in the face, ordering him to shut up. From the force of the blow, the god of thunder flew towards the forest, but Ben moved to where the guy was flying in order to finish him off. He slammed him into the ground with all his might, holding his face with his hand. Due to the speed of the impact, the ground under the guy broke, forming another crater. This time, energy began to be released from him, which the hero was ready to absorb in order to gain the ability of a fighter. Enraged, he stood over his opponent, saying that if the Thunder God is the best in Class B, then the hero is the top of Class B. But the enemy did not listen to the guy. He only thought that the most terrible ability in the endless darkness is that it drains the energy and abilities of the opponent. He did not understand how Ben was able to master such power in just a month. Life flashed before his eyes. He remembered a man in protective overalls who warned that the drug was experimental and whether the guy really wanted to inject it into himself. The future god of thunder was chained to the wall. His heartbeat was monitored by doctors so that the experiment was successful. Through severe pain, he grinned and told them to continue because the guy could stand it. After the experiment, the gray-haired old man explained to the guy that he had received the strong body of a predator, but the fusion of cells was insufficient, and he never received any second ability. He was disappointed in this, because despite the fact that the soldier survived, the experiment was a failure. The unknown man continued to say that in order to create an artificial predator body with double strength, they were still missing one thing. This is Ben's body, the Dark Infinity Crystal. Preparing for the blow and concentrating energy in his hand, the hero asked the enemy how he managed to take the form of a predator and remain sane. He also wanted to find out who the guy's boss was and what their goal was, but the warrior, resigned to defeat, refused to tell Ben the truth. He just said that according to his calculations, the hero cannot be his opponent, and he is very curious why he is so much stronger than expected. Ben only replied that he simply had an extraordinary talent. It seems that the conversation was over. But suddenly the clouds thickened and rain began to fall from the sky, signaling that a thunderstorm was about to begin. The guy was surprised by this phenomenon. He realized that today God is on his side. Feeling a surge of strength, the predator asked Ben if he knew why lightning strikes when it rains. But the hero did not listen to him. He was preparing to strike the final blow by asking what the guy's last words would be. A crack of lightning was heard in the sky. At that moment, the god of thunder attracted the natural elements to himself and directed his strike. Suspecting that something was about to happen, Jenna headed to her owner. She shouted to her master that it was dangerous and for him to leave. There was a roar and a huge bolt of lightning struck from the sky, directed towards where Ben stood. The lightning did not hit him because something pushed him away, and he fell to the ground without being hurt. A crater formed in the place where the lightning struck. If the hero had been there, his endless darkness would not have saved him. The dust raised by the impact began to clear, and Ben began to come to his senses. At that moment, he realized what had happened and saw a terrible picture that plunged him into horror. He saw Jenna in the place where the lightning struck. The girl defended her master by throwing him back and taking the blow on herself. Unfortunately, after that, she showed no signs of life. The god of thunder was already heading towards the hero, saying that the girl ruined his plan because she was ready to die for her master. The lightning gave him enough energy to recover. It seems that even the heavens helped him in this battle. Ben flew into a rage. An aura of endless darkness began to surround him. He could not believe that Jenna gave her life for him. The hero jumped to the offender with lightning speed, shouting that he would kill him. The god of thunder was not afraid of the guy, but only directed his electric tentacles in his direction to protect himself. The tentacles pierced Ben's body. Blood began to appear from all parts of the body, but the guy did not feel pain because he was intoxicated with rage. He was getting closer and closer to the enemy, and the tentacles were piercing more and more parts of his body. The predator thought that the guy was crazy and was still trying to hit him despite the attack of the tentacles. Ben reached his target, and his blow, in which he put all his strength, flew right into the face. With the force of the blow, the hero slammed the predator into the ground. At that moment, everything ended for him. Due to the enormous power, Ben traveled some distance along with the enemy, leaving behind only piles of stones that shattered into smithereens. The rain continued to pour, but the elements would no longer help the god of thunder, because such a blow could not be survived. The guy put all his strength and rage into it. The predator was hanging on the wall of the crater, and its head was firmly pressed into the ground so that it could not get out of there. Finally, Ben told him that it doesn't matter who he is or who is behind this guy. After all, he will find them one by one until he completely destroys them. Purple balls began to appear from the guy's body. This was all his energy. She headed towards Ben so that he would absorb the power and abilities of his opponent. But then he was struck by lightning, which ran through his entire body. The guy trembled. He did not expect such an effect from the energy of the thunder god. His whole body was permeated with wild pain. It felt like 1,000 needles were piercing his body from the inside. From such force, Ben could not stand it and lost consciousness, remaining lying with Jenna in the rain in a dangerous forest. The girl handed a bottle of water to the guy, offering him to freshen up. This was one of the hero's memories. She asked him if he really wanted to take part in competitions because they could be quite dangerous. Ben was surprised by this question, because everyone was always talking about how he needed to become king. As a guard, Jenna wanted him to be sympathetic, but as a friend, she didn't want him to get hurt. The guy was shocked by the girl's confession, because he thought that everyone considered him a tool for Kel's revenge. He did not know that Jenna cared about him with all her heart. The girl stood up from the bench and stated that since she was not a Protoss guard, she could also apply to participate in the competition. And so Jenna will go with the owner so she won't have to worry about him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Protoss, two people were discussing something among themselves. The girl in the red velvet kimono said that their operation had failed and the signal had disappeared. She thought that with the power that the Thunder God had, it was impossible to lose, if it was possible that they had the wrong information about Ben's power. The gray-haired old man slowly said that perhaps they were missing something. Most likely someone else went with the guy and is helping him in this competition. The girl was surprised because she thought that only 4 bodyguards were with him. The old man, angry at the failure, said that they shouldn't think about it now because there were 4 days left before the start of the selection, so the girl should go after the corpse of a predator who lost in battle. Suddenly, the girl's figure found 2 heroes who were lying at the bottom of the crater, exhausted. It was Eliza. She understood that while the hero was unconscious, this was an excellent chance to kill him and terminate the marriage contract. She slowly approached the wounded body of the guy. He still did not move and could not defend himself. Eliza prepared to attack to finish off the guy. But at that moment, she for some reason began to hesitate. It seemed to her that the guy was blaming her for what she was trying to do now. The girl struck and blood poured out in all directions. She pierced the abdominal cavity and grabbed the heart with her hand, which she then tore out. But not from Ben's chest, but from the chest of a zombie who snuck up on her from behind. At the smell of the blood of the heroes, a crowd of dead people came, eager to feast on fresh flesh. She turned to the guy and said that she was helping him only because he himself was not able to fight. Eliza began to fight the monsters. She killed the zombies one by one. They were not her rivals, so it was easy. After Eliza dealt with all the opponents, she said that it doesn't matter how many there are because they are too weak. But suddenly the ground shook under the girl's feet. It felt like an earthquake had started. A huge monster the size of a 5-story building emerged from the ground. On his head he had a helmet that looked like a knight's, and he was emitting steam from his mouth. Eliza was shocked by the size of the creature. She wondered who it was. It was a demon-level predator called the Arbiter, and he was furious that the girl dared to attack his minions. He quickly raised his hand above his head, condemning the girl to death. The referee's hands fell on Eliza like a meteorite falling to the ground. Everything around shook from such a colossal force of the blow. But the girl was fast, as always. She managed to dodge the attack. Jumping towards the tree, Eliza sharply pushed off from it to fly towards the referee. She was faster than the giant, so she was sure that he would not have time to evade her attack. But the referee managed to put his hand in front of him and the girl crashed into it. He threw her to the ground. It seems that the enemy was not so simple and defeating him would be more difficult than a crowd of zombies. The arbitrator shouted so that the girl did not contradict him. She landed next to the crater where the heroes lay, but was not seriously injured. There were only a couple of bruises and scratches on her. Eliza thought about the fact that the level of a predator depends on how many people it ate. After eating 100, it will receive a ghost level, but this one was many times stronger than such predators. Was he really able to eat 1,000 people and reach the demonic level? The monster did not wait and rushed to attacking. He constantly repeated that he was condemning her to death. And then the girl realized that the attack was not directed in her direction. The Arbiter attacks the unconscious Jenna and Ben. A hail of blows, called divine punishment, rained down from the sky. The force was so great that the earth literally rose into the air, and the stones crumbled like cookies. The arbitrator shouted that no one could escape his justice and was preparing for a new attack. His rage knew no bounds. He struck for the last time at the place where our heroes were. That's all. The battlefield looked like a field after a meteor shower, and the referee was confident that he had won. But as soon as the dust settled, he saw the hooves of the creature standing over Eliza, who seemed unharmed by the blows, like the heroes who lay unconscious. The creature exhaled steam, and the Arbiter was surprised that he was able to stop its attack. This was a macho rhinoceros, a ghost-level predator, and he took pleasure in receiving fierce and strong blows. The more you beat him, the more he gets excited. After all, he was useful to Eliza. The girl thought that she couldn't leave the heroes here because Ben once saved her, which means now it's her turn to help him. The rhinoceros provoked the predator to attack it more and more. The arbitrator was surprised by such an unusual creature. He immediately rushed to attack. But the rhinoceros just wanted this. He took pleasure every time the predator struck him. Eliza understood that although the macho man is persistent, everything has its limit, and over time they will lose. Therefore, it was necessary to act while there was time. She took out another creature card from her pocket. The referee continued to beat the defender. He longed for the death of the rhinoceros and hit him again. But at that moment, Eliza used the ability of visual exchange, inhabiting the body of her beast. The referee froze because his gaze was directed into the macho's eyes, and now he was under the girl's control. He understood that he was much stronger than her, and therefore it would not be possible to hold him back for more than 3 seconds. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the predator's back, shouting that 3 seconds would be enough for them to deal with him. A whirlwind flew into the arbitrator and passed through the creatures. It was Eliza's phoenix, which she summoned while the monster struck at the rhinoceros. He was not ready for this. Now there was a huge hole in his chest, because of which he lost his balance and his strength. The arbitrator fell to the ground with a roar without showing any signs of life. The girl was glad that they had won. It seemed that after such a wound, the monster would not be able to continue the fight. But the phoenix warned that it was too early to rejoice, because the predator simply fell, but did not die yet. Now he is unconscious from his injuries, but it will return to him quite soon. After all, he had a unique ability to exploit. With its help, he can enslave creatures located on his territory and appropriate their life energy. Therefore, if you continue to fight him on his territory, you will not be able to defeat him, because he will constantly supply himself with energy. In this case, it is better to move away while there is time. Eliza did not like what the phoenix said. She was not used to fleeing from the battlefield. The 4th day of the first round of selection for the Protoss Guard has arrived. Our heroes took refuge in the rock after a difficult battle. Ben woke up with a start, screaming Jenny's name, his eyes still filled with the fight she had fought to protect him. He didn't immediately understand where he was and how he got here, but fortunately for him, he saw a girl lying next to him. Jenny was still breathing, albeit with difficulty. She was covered in wounds, and a green healing aura glowed around her. Next to the girl, there was some kind of animal that was intensively waving its paws. It was a white hedgehog, a low-level predator. He was a very cute, furry animal who was casting some kind of spell right now. Ben was worried about the girl, and he was afraid that this beast was now doing something to her. Suddenly, the small predator jumped up and grabbed the girl's chest. It seemed like he was excited about something. The hero was outraged by such a picture. He asked the animal where he put his paws. But then Eliza appeared and told Ben not to scare the baby, because he had been healing their wounds all this time. The guy asked the girl why she protected them, to which she replied that she did not want to remain in debt to the hero. If she saw them being devoured by predators, she would have nightmares. Ben was concerned about Jenny's condition. He asked if she could be cured, to which Eliza replied that she very much doubted it. You don't usually live with these types of injuries, but her pulse is fine. The wounds are very serious, and even if she can come to her senses, she will not live long. Pain and resentment crept into Ben's heart because the girl suffered because she protected him. He quickly jumped to his feet, and the air around him became electric. He asked Eliza if she could help him for Jenny's sake. He was filled with rage. He wanted to find those who did this to the girl. A month earlier, Kel told the guy that Ben had little time to train, but the king would tell him everything he knew about his ability. Training will take place in this room instead of sleep. The hero realized that this was necessary so that others would not notice his progress. Kel was surprised that the guy figured out why no one should see Ben's abilities. While eating an apple, the hero said that he became the subject of discussion when he entered the city and used endless darkness. If they see him using it again, a hunt will begin for him. The guy still thought that Kel would tell him to have fun to the fullest and have fun from the heart. Moreover, because of the marriage contract, Eliza also wants him dead. He assumed that the king knew this would happen. If he just goes to sign up for the qualifiers, then the guy's plan will be immediately figured out, otherwise the hero may not live to see the start of the qualifiers. He also added that Kel most likely expected that the guy would take part for the sake of a beautiful girl. After listening to everything Ben said, the king said that for an 18-year-old guy he thinks very well. The end of the first round of selection for the Protoss Guard has come. The hero was sitting in ambush on a tree. He assumed that whoever was behind the attackers would want to remove the corpse and evidence in order to continue to remain in the shadows. His plan was to catch the person who would come for the corpse and interrogate him. And he was right. Suddenly a refined figure of a girl appeared at the crater. She was wearing a very beautiful red dress, and in her hand she was clutching a weapon that looked like a sickle. It was Vanessa, the master-at-arms, who swung her sickle and directed its chain towards the corpse. The chain wrapped around the dead thunder god and pulled him out of the crater. The corpse fell next to the girl. She laughed at the deceased, because he was turned into a predator, and he was still weak. Still, she admired Ben's strength and wanted to get to know him better. Suddenly, the air became electrified, and a bolt of lightning was moving toward the girl. Ben tried to concentrate and release energy from his finger for the first time. It turned out to be not so difficult. The guy completely mastered the power of the last defeated enemy. When the dust began to clear, he saw a strange shield from which the remnants of lightning were emanating. Behind him was a girl who said that she could change the type of her weapon at will. This is her SR rank ability. She appreciated Ben's resourcefulness in ambushing whoever came for the corpse. The guy was filled with rage. At that moment, an electric aura appeared around him, which tore his shirt to shreds. He demanded that the girl immediately tell him who was behind her. Ben's power was so high that the released lightning struck the sky and all nearby creatures could hear the thunder. Vanessa realized that she had underestimated the guy because he was able to master the ability of her former ally in just a few days and release such a powerful electrical charge. This time, she decided to more thoroughly test the hero's abilities, rushing into the attack. Her weapon turned into a dragon crescent. The girl shouted that if Ben wants to find out who she works for, he must force her. Swinging her spear, she delivered her first blow, which seemed to be intended to hit the unarmed guy. But Ben stopped the attack by creating a sword made of electricity. He shouted that since the girl uses weapons, he will use them too. Vanessa was surprised that the guy was able to create a weapon from lightning. Suddenly, the battlefield was surrounded by smoke. The girl turned her spear into a smoke bomb. The smoke cleared, and the hero stood all alone holding 2 lightning swords in his hands. He looked around in search of the enemy, but could not find him anywhere. The guy wondered where the girl who had just attacked him had disappeared. In the distance, he glimpsed the sight of a sniper rifle aimed at him. It was the Sky Seeker, the rifle Vanessa had transformed her weapon into. The girl was an assassin with incredible accuracy, and right now she was aiming for Ben's head. Vanessa acts without fear and without hesitation, and her smile hides her intentions. And as soon as her opponents relax, she will immediately shoot them in the head. A loud shot rang out, and the bullet headed towards the hero with great speed. Ben stood motionless, and suddenly he kicked the ground, lifting a small pebble into the air. The bullet bounced off the stone, and the hero was again covered in an electric field because he realized where his enemy was hiding. The girl was shocked that he changed the trajectory of the bullet with a pebble. It seemed impossible to her. The guy combined his 2 swords into one and said that he knows how to stand against a sniper, and now it's his turn to attack. He swung his electric harpoon and threw it towards Vanessa with great force. The heavenly spear immediately overtook the stunned girl, Its power was so high that it plowed the ground behind it. She was taken by surprise. She realized that Ben was much stronger than last time, and all that could protect her was the sacred shield. There was an explosion, the noise of which spread throughout the entire area along with the sound of lightning. Vanessa was sitting on the ground. She was able to take cover with her ability, but her shield was broken, and there were no more weapons left. She trembled and experienced a new feeling that she had never experienced before. It was a feeling of humiliation. The girl thought that the guy was stronger than her, and at the same time Ben was slowly approaching his opponent. Suddenly he began to unfasten his belt. Vanessa did not expect this from the guy. She asked him what he was going to do right now. With a grin on his face, the hero replied that since she did not want to tell who she was working for, and death would be an easy way out for her, then he would do something else. The girl trembled. Was Ben really going to do what she thought? He took off his belt and threw it on the ground, saying that they were alone here, and the girl was too charming. If he did something wrong, she would not be offended. Vanessa, embarrassed, began to crawl away from the guy, and he continued to say that his bodyguards say that he is the best of men, and the girls of the brothel cannot get enough of it when he comes. Various vulgar thoughts flashed through the girl's head about what was about to happen. Vanessa thought that today she would not only be offended by her defeat, but would also be defamed. She was very embarrassed. The picture she presented did not please her. The girl screamed when Ben began to unbutton his pants. Out of despair, she agreed to tell who she was working for, as long as the hero did not approach. She works for a mysterious old man, the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, Mr. Herbert. The guy was surprised by the answer, because the Protoss throne should not worry the old man. Why then does he want to kill Ben? The embarrassed girl explained that it was not the throne, but the hero's ability. It's all about the origin of the ability Endless Darkness. The abilities of the Guardians and Predators originate from a meteorite, which is stored in the Academy of Sciences. The Dean used it to turn guards into predators and create powerful warriors. But the experiment failed. They acquired the bodies of predators, but also adopted their bloodthirstiness, which means the transformation effect was unstable. Ben realized that one of these was sent to kill him. Now it is not surprising that he lost. The girl replied that the experiment was unsuccessful not because of this, but because the power of the meteorite was imperfect, and the guards could not gain abilities. The hero assumed that since the Dean was hunting him, it meant that Ben's ability could make the force perfect. Vanessa confirmed his guess. The Dean found two cores in the meteorite, a core of light and darkness. The ability of light is radiation, and the ability of darkness is absorption, and if they are combined, the meteorite will gain full power. The endless darkness that is in Ben is the core of darkness. With this core, Dean will be able to create an artificial predator with a strong ability. Ben asked why all this was needed. The girl replied that in order to strengthen the Protoss Guard and resist the many predators outside the city. The guy did not expect to hear such nonsense. He could not believe that the girl believed this lie. After listening to the story, Ben stood up and buttoned up his pants. He said that he had a friend at the academy, and he had to make sure of Vanessa's words. The girl was surprised that the hero simply leaves and is not going to kill her, despite the fact that she is a witness. The hero noticed Vanessa's look and asked why she was against his leaving. Did she really expect Ben to finish what he started? Vulgar thoughts flew through her head, and she sheepishly replied that she didn't expect anything. Suddenly, a huge fist flew towards the guy, which Vanessa noticed, shouting at Ben to turn around. The guy turned around sharply and stopped the attack with one hand, as if he had been expecting it. It was the Arbiter who regained his strength after the battle with Eliza. He was surprised that the guy repelled the attack so easily, but Ben calmed him down by answering that the point was not that the Arbiter was slow, but that the hero was too strong. A purple aura concentrated around Ben, indicating that the guy had begun to use his ability to absorb the enemy's forces. The monster felt his strength leaving him. He hoped that his ability to restore energy would save him, but nothing could help him. He began to dissolve in the air, and his helmet fell from his head, showing us the true face of the predator. Vanessa was surprised that the monster couldn't even hit the guy. Now she saw how endless darkness works. And not only the predator is weakening, all the plants around began to emit violet energy and die at the same time. After using the ability, all that was left of the demonic-level predator was his helmet, and the plants in the area withered. An entire section of the forest had been depleted. and Ben had now become many times stronger, which amazed the girl. The guy turned around and began to leave, saying goodbye that he couldn't waste time here because the last day of the qualifiers was about to end. Vanessa jumped up and stopped the guy, saying that she couldn't go back to the dean after telling about him because he would kill her. Now she has nowhere to go, and she asked Ben to take her with him. The hero did not expect to hear this from his former enemy. Now he did not know what was the right thing to do. At the same time, somewhere in Protoss, two figures were discussing the qualifiers. The girl said that in the first round, out of 33 people, only 8 remained alive. Count Dracula was disappointed by the result he heard. He expected that more participants would be able to pass the test. The director hurried to cheer up her master. She said that in addition to the bad news, there was also good news. In the area chosen for the competition, 3 demon-level predators were destroyed. The Count was interested in what was said. He asked who these 3 fighters were who achieved such success. The director replied that, judging by the data, the first person to defeat the predator was the Ice Soul Eater Daniel. The second was the owner of the Hellfire ability Adam. Well, the third was Ben, the owner of the ability Endless Darkness, and also the most interesting contender in this competition. There was barely a smile on the Count's face. He was very interested in these people. The clock on the tower made a sound, signaling that the first stage of the qualifiers was over and it was time to bring the fighters back. In the forest where Ben and Vanessa were, a portal appeared. The guy once again asked the girl if she wanted to go with him, to which she agreed. In the cave where Jenna lay unconscious, a portal also appeared. Eliza realized that time was up, and Ben never returned. A portal also appeared in the lost places in front of the Ice Lord, and he slowly walked towards it. In the swamp of the dead on the mountain of corpses sat Adam, who was disappointed that time was up, because he had not played enough yet. Suddenly, a strange figure with a tail appeared in front of him, which was covered with designs reminiscent of tattoos all over its body. Adam was delighted with the new opponent. He thought that he was very lucky to fight again before the portal closed. A voice sounded in the guy's head saying that behind Adam there was a portal leading to the city. The fiery fighter was outraged by what was said. He did not understand what the predator wanted. The voice in his head intensified and asked the guy to let him go through the portal. Suddenly, Adam's entire body was covered with wounds from which blood flowed in streams. There was an explosion and the fighter was torn into hundreds of small pieces. Adam fell to his knees from the picture he saw. It was an illusion. He began to choke from the piercing cold and fear that gripped his entire body. The fighter stood up sharply, trying to understand who was standing in front of him. At first he thought that it was a demonic-level predator, but then he realized that they become larger depending on the people they eat, and this one was similar in physique to a human. Is this really a spiritual-level predator? This level is obtained by those predators who have eaten 100 of their demonic-level relatives. This species is extremely rare. The hero was seized with fear. He destroyed the bracelets that were on his hands. The guy understood that under no circumstances should he be allowed into the portal, otherwise the consequences would be difficult to imagine. In the places where the bracelets had recently been, Adam had dragon tattoos that began to glow with red flame. His hands caught fire and formed 2 fireballs with which the guy rushed to attack. The legendary predator assessed the strength of the enemy. He thought that such power was quite great for such a boy. Adam joined his hands to carry out one powerful attack, and a wave of fire flew out in the direction of the predator. The stream of dragon flame was so powerful that all that was left of the trees in the path were burnt stumps, and the water instantly boiled. All that was left of the forest was a huge burning crater, and the guy was sure that he had defeated the enemy. This was his strongest ability, and no matter who he fought, this technique would turn everyone into ashes. But suddenly a fog began to thicken around Adam, looking like hundreds of ghosts. One of them began to fly into the unsuspecting guy's mouth. The fog dissipated, flying into Adam's body. His pupils turned white and he lost his mind. In place of the human pupils, the pupils of a predator appeared, which attacked the fighter. Now this body belonged to the legendary monster. 5 minutes later, all the heroes gathered in the sacred mountain arena. Adam was the last one to leave the portal. He left as if nothing had happened. A screen appeared in front of the fighters in the arena, on which was Count Dracula. He congratulated everyone on passing the first round, but asked the participants not to rejoice ahead of time. After all, the second test will be much more difficult. The remaining 8 people will take part in a knockout competition. And only 2 of the participants will become Protoss guards. All fighters will be given 1 month to rest. And when the time comes, the whole city will gather to watch the fight of the candidates. Ben thought that Jenny would not have time to recover in a month, and Vanessa looked enviously at the girl who was hanging on the guy's neck. Count Dracula also added that the fighters had already been assigned to pairs and wished everyone good luck. The participants were surprised that they would not draw lots, and the organizers themselves chose who they would fight against. Everyone came to the screen to watch their opponents. Eliza saw that her opponent was Jenna. She was upset because victory over a wounded opponent would not do her honor. But in the semifinals, she will be able to fight with Ben. He seemed to have become stronger, but the girl believed that he had no chance against her. She also thought that if she suddenly lost, she would have to marry him. She turned around to look at the guy who stood there with a stupid look and picked his nose. Eliza turned away sharply, saying that the hero was watching her, but Ben did not understand why she was angry with him. Daniel also looked at the board. His opponent was Adam. Looking towards the guy, he thought that he had a strong opponent, however. The fighter's energy is now not the same as before. The predator in Adam's body turned around, sensing a strange aura that came from the far corner of the building. This scent was calling to him, and the source of this aura was far beyond the arena. Adam went outside. The monster inside him thought that he had been wandering for exactly 10 years. He traveled to every corner of the continent, but this aura was nowhere to be found. The only place where the predator has not been is Protoss, the surviving city which he could not get into due to a huge wall and defenders. The predator felt that he was really here, the source of the origin of his brothers and all abilities. A gift of light, a meteorite that fell to Earth long ago and is now in the Academy of Sciences. If the monster can obtain it, then he will finally surpass the spiritual level. He will achieve perfection, and then the whole world will obey him. After several days of completing the qualifiers, a scandal was brewing at the Protoss Central Hospital. The doctor fearfully stated that they had done everything possible, but Jenny's health was not improving and the doctors could do nothing more to help. In front of him stood angry heroes who asked if the doctor had done everything because they doubted it. Suddenly, Sarah appeared behind the robbers who saved the doctor by ordering the guys to calm down. She said that there is one person who can help Jenna. The little demon immediately asked who he was. She wanted to bring him to the girl, but Sarah replied that this was impossible. Leia immediately clarified how strong this man was. They were already ready to move out. Lucy was disappointed that some doctor could be stronger than her. Sarah explained that this person is not a doctor. He is an S-rank guard, and also the strongest person in the Protoss at the moment. The power of his mind is perfect, and if he agrees to cure Jenny, she will surely be healed. It's just a pity that he retired many years ago and disappeared without a trace. They tried to find him, but to no avail. Vanessa interrupted the crowd's conversation, saying that he was a master of mind flow control. His age was 56 years old, and his height was 188 centimeters. His ability is the most common N rank, but he perfected it and became a master. After Kel's death, he could control the Protoss, but he was never interested in power. He voluntarily gave up the right to rule the city, so the right to rule passed to Count Dracula, the next most powerful guard. Now he lives on the top of a snowy mountain away from everyone. Sarah was surprised by this information. How could the girl know it? But the little demon looked at Vanessa incredulously, because recently they had been enemies. The girl replied that the dean has his own secret informants, so he knows everything about the guards, and now Vanessa is in Ben's squad, so there is no point in lying to her. She also added that the guard has a strange character, and it is unclear whether he will agree to save Jenny. Suddenly, Ben spoke up. He said that he would find him and take the girl to the mountains. The guy promised that for her sake he would seize any opportunity to keep her alive. After some time, the hero went to the top of the sacred mountain. He climbed the snowy slope for a long time. On his back was Jenna, whom he wrapped in his robe. After some time, the heroes finally found the guard's house. They were exhausted and frozen from the cold. Suddenly, Ben saw a familiar animal, peacefully building a snowman near the house. The animal also noticed the guy and was not particularly happy to meet him. At that very second, he forgot about his hobby and rushed into the house to escape from the one who once scared him in the cave. But suddenly a snowball fell in front of him, which scared the baby. It was Ben. He immediately blocked the little healer's path, saying that it seemed they had already met before. The hero asked why Eliza's pet was here, because this is the home of the master of mind flow control. The kid trembled with fear. He could not do anything with such a formidable opponent. But then the figure of a man appeared from behind the house, who said that the guy not only broke into his house without an invitation, but also hurt his pet. The figure came completely around the corner, and Ben was surprised to see the snow underneath it instantly evaporate. It was an S-rank Protoss guard master of mind flow control, Kevin. He was not happy with our hero and said that the guy did not belong here. Ben, at that moment, was amazed at the strength of the guard. He felt this aura under which the snow was melting. It was as if the man was surrounded by a protective mantle, which if you touched, you would immediately dissolve. Suddenly, a girl appeared from around the corner and asked her father who he was talking to and who had come to visit them. It was Eliza who was surprised that Ben came to her house. The hero was even more amazed that this was the girl's house, and this strongest guard was her father. Sometime later, Ben and Jenny were in the man's house. The guy persuaded the guard to help the girl because only he was capable of this. But Eliza watched this whole performance. She could not believe that Ben had come all this way for Jenny. The guy firmly stated that he would pay any price to save his girlfriend. Tired of listening to the hero's story, Kevin calmly replied that he refused to help him. Eliza chuckled. She didn't expect to hear a different answer from her father. Ben did not stop. He wanted to know the reason for the refusal. The guy suggested that perhaps it was because the guard's power would suffer if he helped the girl. Kevin replied that in fact, saving her was as easy as shelling pears, but these two were nothing to him. There was no point in helping them. Now he will help them, then everyone will start turning to him for help, but he doesn't want that. Suddenly, Eliza stood up for the heroes, asking her father if he would help Jenna if his daughter asked for it. Kevin was surprised, but the girl explained that Jenny is her rival, and she does not want others to consider her victory undeserved. But the only thing that surprised my father was why Eliza was on their side. A couple of minutes later, Kevin and the heroes stood in the room. Jenna was on the bed. The man said that during the treatment, his ability would cause cell regeneration, which would cause the girl's temperature to rise, so she needed to be undressed. Ben immediately blushed. Images of Jenny without clothes flashed through his thoughts. A couple of minutes later, the girl was completely undressed. She was charming, but still unconscious. The master concentrated the energy in his finger and directed it towards the girl. He ordered her to comply and touched her head. At that moment, the girl began to come to her senses, and a green healing aura appeared around her. The guard had a strange feeling. At that moment, he felt that the girl was gifted. After a few minutes of treatment, Jenna began to come to her senses. Ben prayed that Kevin would be able to help the girl, and Eliza kept an eye on the guy so that he would not peep. Jenna began to sweat and began to move her eyes and jaw, looking like she was in pain, but she wasn't. The girl came to her senses and began to open her eyes. She felt that she was very hot, but at the same time very light. And then she saw herself completely naked, and she didn't know who did it. She screamed with all her might to the whole house. If not for the storm, her scream would have been heard in the city. Jenna asked what they did to her and why she wasn't wearing clothes, but Kevin decided to move away from the girl just in case. Having closed his eyes, the master said that Jenna was probably feeling better. Confused, Ben, who tried his best not to look, thanked the guard for his help. The heroes went to their rooms. Eliza showed Ben where he would spend the night, and the guy could finally rest. He turned to the girl and thanked her for helping to persuade her father to cure Jenna. Eliza did not understand why the guy was so tense for the sake of some bodyguard. She asked him about it. Even she cannot climb the mountain without the help of a phoenix, and Ben made this journey on foot, carrying the girl on his back. If a storm had started, he could easily have died. For her sake, the guy risked his future place on the throne. Eliza asked if it was worth it, to which the guy replied that it was worth it. He explained that Jenna is not just a bodyguard, she is his friend. The hero once had several friends, but they all abandoned him. And then he realized that those who care about him will always be on his side, even if the whole world turns against him. Jenna risked her life for Ben, and he did the same for her. Eliza turned around and hurried out of the room, saying that she would help them go down the mountain when the girl recovered. Ben thought that perhaps Eliza was jealous. Meanwhile, the recovered girl stood on the terrace and enjoyed the view of the snowdrifts. She did not expect that her master would do so much for her. The realization of this brought her joy. Looking at the snowy landscapes, she remembered how he courageously carried her on his shoulders. Her fantasies were interrupted by a male voice. It was Kevin, who asked if the girl would catch a cold in such cold weather. Jenna turned to him and asked why he was not sleeping yet. The master replied that he could not sleep, so he decided to drink tea with milk. Suddenly he asked the girl if she knew who the gifted ones were. Anyone who is illuminated by a meteorite receives one ability, but there is a tiny chance that there will be two abilities. Such people are called gifted. Jenna is the second person in Kevin's memory who had such a gift, and the girl seemed to understand what the master was talking about. With such wounds, an ordinary person would probably have died, but Jenna was able to survive. The man suggested that one of the defender's abilities is immortality. The girl was embarrassed because she was taken by surprise. She replied that she could not die while the person connected to her was alive, but at that time she was in agony. The master became more and more interested in Jenna's ability. He wanted to find out who this person was. The blonde replied that the ability itself chooses who it will become. It is directly connected with him. The girl senses when this person is in danger and can even sense his location. And since Kevin saved her, she will answer who it is. Only this secret must remain between them. But in return, Jenna will have a request. She asked the master to become Ben's mentor. Kevin was not very happy with what he heard. He replied that he was tired of teaching people and was too busy. Jenna looked away and quietly apologized. She didn't think before asking the master about such a thing. Kevin sternly said that he did not want to teach him, but taking into account the path the guy had come here, he would do him one favor. The next day, a phoenix soared in the sky and, despite a strong storm, flew somewhere quickly. Ben sat on the bird with the master. He asked where they were flying. Kevin pretended not to hear and asked if the guy received the ability from the meteorite. In Protoss, there are many people with abilities that are often similar to each other. Based on their rarity, they are divided into ranks. There are only 5 of them, namely N, R, SR, SSR, UR. Ben has 2 abilities. UR rank Endless Darkness and SSR rank Thunderclap, but they are not the guy's innate abilities. Therefore, today the hero will gain his own ability. Ben realized that they were heading to the Academy of Sciences right now, just in time to find out more about the Dean. After some time, the hero and Kevin flew to the doors of the Academy of Sciences. But then they were met by security, who ordered them to stop and say for what purpose they wanted to visit this place. The master sighed and said that he had not been in society for a long time, since people no longer recognized him. One of the guards shouted that if the 2 men did not need anything, then they should get out of here. The academy was not a place for ordinary walks. Suddenly, he left the ground and flew into the air. The guard could not understand what had happened to him. Their body did not obey, and the entire squad began to levitate in the air as if there was no gravity under them. Their minds were with them, but their bodies were not. One of the guards was surprised that the man did nothing to lift them into the air. He just looked at them and didn't move. Ben was also amazed by this skill because Kevin did not use any skills but just stood there. But the guy understood what was going on. He felt the aura that he saw when he first came to the master's house. The power of the mind seemed to fill the space alive. It is not surprising that the snow did not touch it. Suddenly, an old man appeared on the threshold who recognized this unique aura because it can only belong to one person. It was the Dean, who was surprised to see Kevin here, because the man had not been interested in anything related to the city for a long time. The master replied to the old man that his friend had not yet awakened his ability, and he thought that the Dean could help with this. Kevin looked at Ben and ordered him to say hello to the Dean of the Academy of Sciences. The old man was surprised that the hero, a friend of the strongest Protoss guard, wondered how he could find him if the master lived far from everyone. The blind man understood that the boy killed the god of thunder and kidnapped Vanessa. He probably knew that the Dean was pursuing him because of the core of darkness. He also noted that it would not be easy to deal with Ben if Kevin supported him. The hero came closer and said that he heard that there was a meteorite in the academy that could awaken abilities. He would like to see it. The Dean coughed and firmly stated that he could not show it, because every use of the meteorite must be agreed with Count Dracula, and the gray-haired man had no personal right to dispose of it. And since Ben is a friend of Mr. Kevin, the old man could put in a good word with the Count. Endless darkness began to thicken around the guy. He decided to solve the problem in a bad way, since nothing worked out in a good way. But suddenly the wind barely blew next to him, and he saw the master, who was already standing near the dean. The old man was amazed by the man's speed and was afraid of what would happen next. Kevin looked at the dean with a gloomy look, and in a sepulchral voice ordered them to let them through, because the old man would not contradict him. The dean's mind suggested that it was better not to resist this man. The blind old man smiled sweetly and asked the guests to follow him. The trio walked along the long corridors of the academy. Ben had already begun to doubt that they were going in the right direction, but the dean reassured him by saying that, although he was blind, he knew the academy like the back of his hand. The hero thought about the fact that the security system here is impressive, because they had already passed 4 posts, and before each one the presence of the dean was required. If not for him, they would hardly have passed. In addition, the closer they are to the meteorite, the stronger the endless darkness reacts to it. The old man stopped. The meteorite was behind this door. He asked the heroes to listen to his instructions when they went inside. The metal door slowly opened, and the heroes entered the room where the legendary artifact was located. In appearance, it resembled an ordinary stone to which various cables were connected. This was the first time Kevin had seen a meteorite with his own eyes, so he asked the dean if this was really the same artifact in front of them. Ben calmly said that in appearance it was an ordinary stone that did not represent anything. The master turned to the guy and began to scold him for not listening to him when Kevin was talking about the meteorite. While the couple was quarreling, the dean thought that before, light and darkness were whole and attracted each other, and if Ben came into close contact with the core of light, it could react. If the guy loses himself, the meteorite will merge with him, and when his strength is restored over time, the old man will be able to fulfill his dream and create an army of predators with abilities. And all this thanks to Kevin, who himself brought the core of darkness into the hands of the dean. His thoughts were interrupted by a fist that slammed right into the guy's face. The master beat the clueless Ben for flying in the clouds and not listening to his elders. After moralizing, Kevin asked the dean to activate the meteorite. After some time, the cables under the meteorite became electrified, and the stone itself, due to electricity, began to emit a bright yellow light. Kevin was wondering what ability Ben would receive, and the dean hoped that this ability would be rank N. The bright divine light blinded the hero. He more and more ceased to see the source of the light. After the meteorite was turned off, Kevin asked Ben if he felt any changes in his body. The guy replied that apart from the fact that his eyes hurt from the bright light, everything was the same as before, and he didn't feel any abilities. He turned to the old man, saying that apparently the dean did not want the hero to receive a new ability, and therefore led them to a fake meteorite. The blind man was stunned by the boy's impudence. He shouted that it was not his fault, and if Ben uses the meteorite once, this does not guarantee that he will receive new abilities. The guy still pretended to be a fool and said that he still didn't feel anything, and apparently the stone was still a fake. The old man was not as stupid as it seemed at first glance. It was not for nothing that he was the dean of the Academy of Sciences. He assumed that Ben probably had a rare ability, so he did not want to show it. The guy said that they were leaving. He suggested that the mentor go to a place nearby where they make excellent tea with milk. These words pleasantly surprised the master. He replied that he only drinks tea with sugar. Ben also added that they would order coconut pudding. The old man was furious at the hero's impudence. He wanted to kill him right now, despite the fact that the guy was accompanied by the best guard. When the heroes turned their backs to the old man, he pulled a hidden blade from his cane. The dean thought that Kevin would not have time to react if he struck right now. He pulled the sword from his cane and swung it to kill the unsuspecting guy. But suddenly he froze in place and could no longer move. Kevin asked the old man if he had forgotten what it was like to cross the path of a master. Realizing that he had lost, the dean trembled with fear. He knew that the guard was very strong, but he didn't think that much. Having apologized, the old man put his sword back in its sheath and decided not to detain the guests any longer. Ben was horrified by how much rage he saw in Kevin's eyes. He understood that if the dean had not retreated, he would now be dead. Kevin looks harmless, but he hides a huge amount of power. So this is what he is, the strongest Protoss man. After the incident at the academy, our heroes were heading home on a huge phoenix. Kevin drank his favorite milk tea, which Ben promised him. The guy was surprised how the master drank a whole glass of tea in one gulp. After all, he really loves this drink. The guard turned to the hero and said that now they were alone, and Ben could show the ability that the meteorite had endowed him with. Kevin quickly saw through the guy. The hero did not want to show his new ability in front of the dean, so he fooled him. The ability had just awakened, and Ben didn't know if he would be able to show it, because he had never used it before and he didn't know what it did. Kevin waved his fingers and told the guy to stand still and not move. He decided to penetrate his mind and see for himself what kind of ability the boy had. The master concentrated to find the place where it was hidden. Inside the guy's mind, he saw hundreds of demonic eyes that were watching him. Kevin suggested that the place where Ben's ability was hidden was connected to an evil spirit. The ability to control evil spirits is extremely rare, but what rank it is depends only on the rank of the spirit. Suddenly, he noticed an ominous creature that was watching him. The master turned around and saw that the monster was huge. The man demanded that the spirit tell him his name and show himself to him. The monster was of colossal size. Its voice echoed throughout the entire space, and its name was Asur. Ben was already tired of standing in one place and not moving. He was looking forward to the master finishing his ritual. Opening his eyes, Kevin said that the boy was very lucky. Ben was delighted at these words and suggested that the meteorite had given him the ability to the gift of light. The master just grinned, because this ability is the treasure of the Protoss. But the guy's ability is also extremely rare. It is not only strong, but also associated with evil spirits. So Kevin lingered in the guy's mind and taught the demon a lesson. This ability is SSR rank and is called Asura Spirit. Ben was disappointed by the simple name of his new skill, to which the master replied that it was a cool name. He also added that this spirit is extremely strong, as are his thoughts, and if you resort to its help, he can rebel against Ben. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the master advised the guy not to use it. A month has passed since Ben awakened his new ability, and today all the Protoss residents climb the sacred mountain to get to the arena. After all, this is the most important day of the year, but not only because of the final competitions. What is more important is that in addition to the contenders themselves and the spectacular fights, they will also be here. S-rank Protoss guards will be present in the arena. 2 guards had already arrived at the performance. It was Count Dracula and the director of the competition. The audience was happy to see such people live, because before that they had only seen them on TV. The director asked why the Count arrived so early. After all, he is the most important person in the Protoss, and it is common for him to be a little late. The Lord drank blood-colored wine, the same as his robe. He answered the girl that he did not like to wait. It reminded him of waiting for the moon to appear from the clouds. Suddenly, the Count heard something move above him. He immediately realized that someone was sitting on top, because it is difficult to remain motionless while sitting on a canopy. The fabric began to boil like boiling blood, and the Count's crown appeared from it. Going upstairs, he noticed Kevin and said that he expected to see him here, despite the fact that such events were not interesting to the old master. The Count suggested that this was probably due to the fact that his daughter was taking part in competitions. Kevin was still calm and answered the bishop that this was not entirely true. There's just a tea discount today, and they also have a giant pearl milk tea. The man suggested that the Count try it, but he refrained, answering that sugar accelerates aging. Kevin was indignant and advised to live for today, because the Count and the master were the same age, but the ruler looks younger because he takes care of his appearance. Suddenly, the men heard the clicking of heels. It seemed that someone was approaching the arena. It was a woman dressed in a red dress with a large neckline and pearls sparkled around her neck. Coming closer, she asked what her old comrades were chatting about, and it seemed the head mistress was not happy about the lady's appearance. It was the leader of the Milky Way faction, Archangel Mary, and she was wondering if the warriors were discussing who, besides her son, would become the new protector of the Protoss. Smiling evilly, Director May asked if the woman was confident in her son, because it was unknown how her presence would affect him. Mary said that she was his mother, and her presence would not harm her son, to which May sarcastically replied that she had once abandoned him with his father, and he was unlikely to be happy to see her. The Count and Kevin, watching the spectacle, simultaneously wondered why these women always quarrel. Mary was seriously angry and ordered the head mistress to keep her mouth shut. After all, May is no one to her and she doesn't dare judge her. The girls exchanged gloomy glances that showed hatred for each other, after which May replied that she simply decided to remind her of what she had done. They raised a cry to the entire Coliseum. One said that the director had so much to do that he couldn't get a promotion to S rank. The second asked what was wrong with this, and was Mary really proud of her rank. The men just listened peacefully to these cries and were silent. One of the spectators asked her friend why these two were arguing, to which she replied that she only knew the rumors that were circulating about Mary. They say that she abandoned her child and seriously ill husband to become the leader of some faction. Many in the city call her corrupt. Besides, she doesn't seem to have any abilities, and she got S rank with the help of Kel. The girl felt sorry for Daniel because he is so handsome but has such a cruel mother. Suddenly, the voice of a guy was heard from behind them, who only heard the word beautiful in their conversation. It was Michael, an S-rank guard, the personification of the 7 sins. He asked the girls if they were talking about him. Suddenly, the girl was hit in the head by a heart that came from the handsome man. At the same moment, she felt her heart beat faster and she became hotter. She was overcome by passion, and unnecessary thoughts began to arise in her head, which made the girl feel awkward. The girl's friend did not understand what was happening, and it seems that the spectators sitting nearby also noticed that something strange was happening. And the guy just smiled, thinking that the girl was still very lustful. Suddenly, a woman's voice behind him told him to stop bullying the girl. He turned around, seeing his old friend, and asked if she wanted to feel real pleasure. The heart that made the previous girl beat in agony crashed into the face of an unknown woman and broke without having any effect. It was Kathleen, a guard paladin of S rank, a sweet girl with purple hair. She held a sword in her hands and was dressed in knight's armor. She told the guy that his charms wouldn't work on her. Yet again he tries, but still doesn't understand it. Disappointed, the guy turned around and snapped his fingers, canceling the effect of his love spell to free the girl. He also reasoned why his spell did not work on the paladin. The charming girl menacingly asked what the guy was whispering. He awkwardly turned around and said that he simply admired the beauty of the girl. Kathleen got a little embarrassed and told Michael to shut up. The guy also noticed the girl's slight embarrassment and smiled sweetly back at her. An hour later, May asked for a minute of attention in order to make a ceremonial speech. She announced the start of the qualifying competitions. The crowd screamed enthusiastically at the same moment, and the entire Coliseum began to roar. The headmistress asked the participants to enter the arena, and 8 contenders appeared on the battlefield. The crowd rejoiced because an unforgettable sight awaited them ahead. All participants slowly entered the arena. Many were waiting for this fight, and some wanted to finish the competition as soon as possible. Ben was supported from the stands by the girls who were on his team. The guy wanted to wave at him, but then the little demon shouted that if he loses, he might not return home. This phrase confused the hero. He was not expecting such support. Ben asked Jenna where Sarah was now because she was not in the stands next to everyone. The girl replied that she could not come because she was on duty at the academy. The guy thought that most likely the dean deliberately detained her at work because he knew that the girl was his friend. Not only did they come to cheer for Ben, Daniel's mother saw her son and thought about how much she missed him. They locked gazes, the cold gaze of the son and the enthusiastic gaze of the mother. The woman was glad that her son looked at her. They had not seen each other for a very long time, and perhaps he had already forgiven her. But Daniel turned away as if he didn't see anything, and his mother chanted from the stands that he would succeed because she loved him. May began to explain the rules to the participants. Firstly, the opponent must either lose consciousness or be immobilized for 10 seconds, and secondly, he must admit defeat. If there is a threat to the life of a participant, the headmistress will interrupt the fight. Ben began to yawn while listening to the rules. He asked if he could start the fight already. He had had enough of showing his abilities. Jenna was worried because the guy looked tired. Maybe he didn't get enough sleep. Kevin was also worried, but for a different reason. He assumed that the hero was tired because he did not listen to the master's advice. The headmistress announced the first battle between the owner of the Endless Darkness technique and the Protoss warrior James. The contenders entered the arena and prepared for battle. A gong sounded, announcing the start of the fight. A little boy on the podium asked his mother if the uncle in the raincoat was strong, to which the woman replied that he was a frequent guest at the qualifiers, and among ordinary people he was the strongest. The warrior in armor, warming up, said that he had been taking part for exactly 5 years, and every time he encountered a very strong newcomer as an opponent. He thought that this time he would be defeated by the new prodigy Daniel, but oddly enough, the gods sent Ben as his opponent. The hero fell asleep as he walked, and the warrior speaking to him declared that his ability would overcome endless darkness. At that moment, Ben's eyes glowed purple, and he replied that he would not use infinite darkness this time. James was indignant at the guy's impudence and replied that he was not afraid of being absorbed, and besides, Ben's hero ability was quite recent. Therefore, he was the first to decide to launch an attack, shouting to the hero that he could not cope with him because the warrior was already battle-hardened. And suddenly James disappeared. He moved so fast that he was invisible. Some spectators were amazed, while others had already seen this ability. It was called Flying Dragon. The guy ran around Ben at such a speed that it was impossible for a normal eye to follow him. There are 2 ways to absorb energy into endless darkness, either when the enemy is dead or unconscious, or he needs to be caught. But James was so fast that it seemed impossible to catch him, so he was sure that victory would be his. Ben didn't even watch his opponent. He just stood and yawned in the middle of the arena. James stopped behind the guy and realized that this was the best moment to attack. Suddenly, the hero turned around and 1,000 eyes appeared around him, looking straight into the warrior's soul. The guy jumped away without striking. From the outside, it seemed that he simply retreated. His whole body was covered with sweat. It was an animal fear of the abyss that he saw with his own eyes. The spectators were shocked. They did not understand why the battle-hardened warrior retreated and succumbed to the newcomer. There was only fear in James's eyes. He saw something that filled him with only horror. For just a moment, he was surrounded by 1,000 eyes that pierced right through him. The guy thought that he was imagining it. The hero looked weak, and therefore the warrior did not understand why he had such fear of his strength. Ben grinned and asked why he gave up. The crowd started howling. They began to shout that the warrior should not be afraid, and most of them came here to see how he would become a guard. James knew that if he gave up, his image as a brave man would be destroyed and all his fans would turn against him. So he decided to take a chance and use his trump card. He wanted to leave it for Daniel, but first he had to win this fight. Ben was tired of waiting. He realized that he was much stronger than his opponent. All this time, the guy was provoking the enemy to attack. James got angry and only replied that the hero would not even have time to blink an eye before the warrior would defeat him. He moved from his place with such speed that only jumps were visible in the arena. This ability was called supersonic bounces. The downside of this skill was that the stones began to crumble if you overdid it, but the technique was excellent. He aimed his blow towards the hero and was sure that now he would not be able to dodge. Ben turned around and stopped the enemy's attack with one blow, telling him that he was tired of waiting for the warrior to jump. Broken to dust, James only thought that this was the 6th time he had lost to a newcomer. Stunned spectators looked at the spectacle and did not understand what had happened. Ben defeated the warrior with one blow and did not even use endless darkness. This battle seemed to be won without a chance. Flashing his smile, the hero said that it was all because he reached B rank last month. The director declared Ben the winner, and he, yawning, headed towards the exit of the arena. Kevin watched the guy and realized that although the hero doesn't show it, he is very depressed. This is an indicator that Asura will soon rebel. Still, the guy could not resist the temptation to show off his new ability. A few minutes later, the arena was empty. The little demon was reading the schedule of future fights. The next fight was between Jenna and the owner's fiancée, Eliza. 2 of the contenders watched the beautiful girls from the stands and chatted with each other. The warrior with the sword asked his opponent who he thought had the best chance of winning, to which the guy with the mohawk replied that it's hard to say, but both girls have equal chances. Eliza told her opponent not to cut her any slack just because her father helped Jenna. The girl agreed and replied that now she would fight at full strength. After all, she is the guard of the future king, but often she did not give it her all. She looked at the stands where Ben was supporting the girl with a smile on his face and wishing her luck in the fight. Jenna reminded herself that the hero always bravely rushed into battle when they were in danger, helped her when she was in trouble, defended her when the girl could not fend for herself, and was the one who carried her to the top of the mountain when she needed there was help. Therefore, Jenna wants to prove to her master that she is worthy of being his bodyguard. Eliza smiled and asked the girl to show all her strength in order to find out which of them is stronger. The fight began, and the king's guard, without waiting for his opponent, raised his hand up. Suddenly, a huge piece of earth began to rise from the ground, which scared Eliza. The spectators also did not expect to see such a spectacle. They looked in surprise at the slowly rising stone from the ground. The king's bride was dumbfounded that Jenna could do such a thing. The girl lifted almost all the earth from the arena into the sky. Ben was worried about his guard because lifting such a huge piece of earth was beyond her capabilities, and most likely she would not be able to cope with it. Kevin calmly sipped his tea and thought about Jenna's strength. He understood that this was her maximum, and apparently she decided to finish the fight with one blow so that Ben could see her victory. But he was confident that Eliza could withstand such a blow. The bride also understood that the girl had put all her strength into this technique, and even though the area of land was huge, she would have time to dodge. Jenna levitated in the air while controlling the earth, and at that moment she increased gravity 100 times. Eliza felt as if the whole building was pressing on her. This did not allow her to move anymore. She fell to the ground and understood that the girl had figured out her plan and increased gravity so that she could not move, and admitted defeat until the block fell. Suddenly, the block began to move. It was a meteorite strike, and under the force of gravity, the stone began to move towards the ground. With great speed, he flew straight at Eliza's head, who was chained to the arena and could not move. The meteor crashed to the ground with such a roar that it seemed that the entire Colosseum would now shatter into small fragments. The block broke into small pieces, and they flew towards the spectators who were trying to protect themselves from this colossal blow. No one believed that the girl survived after this. Ben looked at the sky and worried about Jenna, and Kevin at that moment worried about his daughter. The dust from the impact began to clear, and all the spectators could not believe their eyes when they saw the silhouette of the king's bride. Eliza stood up and began to caress herself. She was charming and moaning and insisted that strong and ferocious blows were her favorite, and how pleasant it was for her now. Kevin realized that the girl had teamed up with the macho rhinoceros. During the union, she adopted both his strength characteristics and his manner of communication. Eliza continued to get turned on and begged Jenna to hit her again. All the guys in the stands liked this spectacle from the warrior. She not only survived, but also provoked her rival. Eliza regained her consciousness and noticed that she was unharmed. The girl did not expect to see such a stunning blow. She also did not expect that gravity would return to normal right before the impact, otherwise the rhinoceros would not have saved her. The girl thought that Jenna saw that the bride was not going to give up and allowed her to dodge. However, the king's guard froze in the air unconscious. After such a blow, she had no more strength left, and so she can no longer hold herself in the air. The exhausted girl began to fall headfirst into the arena. At that moment, she could not help herself. The spectators were stunned. Her friends understood that if they didn't help her now, she might crash. Suddenly, Ben jumped from the stands to try to catch Jenna. Confident in his abilities, he promised that he would not hurt the girl. He barely managed to catch her, telling her not to risk her life for the sake of some kind of competition. Together, they landed near the crater left by the meteorite, and the audience breathed a sigh of relief. The director stated that since Jenna could no longer fight, the result of the round was obvious. The girl's friends were upset because she had been training for so long and was very close to winning, but still lost. May began to announce the winner, but at that moment Eliza interrupted her. To the surprise of everyone, she raised her hand and said that she was giving up and Jenna won this round. She added that if the defender had not weakened gravity, the bride would not have been able to cope and would have lost. Kevin smiled. He was proud of his daughter and what she did. Ben looked at Eliza and thought that she preferred loss to an easy victory. Apparently, she was very proud. But suddenly at that moment, the hero felt that someone was pulling him by the collar. It was Jenna, who was completely exhausted, wondering if she had won. The hero smiled sweetly at the girl and replied that she won, and he was very proud of her. To celebrate, Jenna grabbed the guy and hugged him tightly. She thanked him for his support, and Ben was very embarrassed by what was happening. Eliza, watching the cute couple, trembled with envy overwhelming her. It seems that this hurt her feelings. She got angry and screamed for these two to come and control themselves. Jenna's friends grinned and realized that the girl was jealous of him, and Vanessa was jealous of such a warm hug because it was probably very nice. The director declared Jenna the winner and announced a break for an hour in order to carry out work to restore the arena after the fight. After some time, Ben sat with the girls and discussed their fight. They bought a cool soda to catch their breath. The guy told the warriors that they shouldn't quarrel over some kind of competition. Eliza was upset by her defeat. She apologized to the hero for dropping out so early and not being able to fight him. The girl realized long ago that she was no match for him and would not defeat him. Therefore, she was not against Ben taking the throne, and Eliza also began to talk about the engagement. But at that moment, an old man appeared behind the heroes. It was the dean, who noticed that the guy was very successful with women. Ben was not happy to see his enemy. He told the old man that he would not believe him if he came to congratulate him on his victory. The blind man told him that the hero shouldn't talk nonsense. He still remembers how the guy humiliated him several times, and he just won't leave it like that. This time Kevin is not around, because the dean checked that he went to buy tea, so no one else can interfere with their fight. The old man took his sword out of his cane and pointed it towards Ben. He was sure that this time no one would protect the guy. The warriors got angry because of Dean Lee's impudence. Eliza began to say that the old man allowed himself too much. According to the contract, she was Ben's fiancée and would not let him be offended. Jenna supported her. Our hero noticed that the dean had chosen a bad place for the battle, because if he were killed in front of the audience, Lee would disgrace the Protoss guards. He asked if the blind man was confident in his decision, because Count Dracula would bring him to justice. To which the old man replied that the Count is not the king of Protoss. He is just a deputy, and it is not for him to judge him. Suddenly, Lee's energy changed. At that moment, the guy realized that the old man had decided to go on the attack. Pointing his sword at the enemy, the dean shouted that the guy was too young to teach him. Lee tried to attack, but at that second the heroes heard the sound of crossed swords. Something prevented him from doing so. The vile old man was surprised that someone put a block. At first he thought it was Kathleen's paladin, but then he remembered that he was not inferior to her in fencing, and she also had no reason to stop him. Of all the Protoss swordsmen besides Kathleen, Dean couldn't think of anyone who could stop his attack. It was Leia. She made it just in time, drawing her katana halfway out of its sheath and blocking the old man's attack. Lee knew this girl because he studied information about her, but he did not think that she was so strong. Following Leia, the footsteps of other defenders were heard. The little demon was delighted with the guest, because they had been looking for him for a long time. The pink-haired girl told the old man that they would not let Ben be offended. At that moment, someone called the dean. He recognized this voice, the voice of his subordinate. Vanessa turned to him, saying that this time she would not be on his side, because for the sake of his selfish plans, he had destroyed many innocent lives. 3 defenders stood up as a wall in front of the guy and promised that the old man would not kill him until they died. Eliza and Jenna also did not want to stand aside and also promised to protect Ben. The hero was surprised by the resilience of the girls. At that moment, he realized that after a long time, he had real friends. Flowing into a rage, Lee shouted that all these girls would die in vain because they were no match for him and he was not afraid of anyone. Suddenly, someone's heavy hand fell on the blind man's shoulder and a trembling ran through his body. In his head, he analyzed that such a silent step and a touch that made his heart stop could belong to only one person. The dean was trembling, but was able to turn to the stranger. He knew that it could only be him. Someone who loves tea with milk and never leaves his drink for a second. Kevin, the strongest man in the Protoss, who asked the old man if he really wasn't afraid of anyone. He looked at Lee with a menacing look and advised him to watch his words. Meanwhile, in a small forest outside the arena, a little boy was calling out to his brother. It was Liam, Adam's brother. He was wondering where the guy had been for a whole month because the kid couldn't find him. Adam was resting by the tree, and the little boy continued to pester him with questions. The predator inside the guy was trying to figure out how he should behave with this child in order not to give himself away. Suddenly, Liam's face changed. Something really surprised him about Adam. He asked where the seal of Hellfire was because it disappears only when the guy is in mortal danger. Because Adam's ability is too strong, his mentor was worried about the guy's lack of control, which is why he found the best blacksmith who can seal the warrior's skills. The predator was distracted from his rest because he was already tired of listening to the child, but the boy continued to talk without stopping. Suddenly he froze, and the monster's mind became clouded, losing control of his body. For a second, the eye of the real Adam appeared from behind the monster's eye. The guy screamed as loud as he could for Liam to run, because the predator in his body was dangerous. Adam immediately took hold of his eye, and it seemed that he was coming to his senses. The predator locked the guy in his own body again. Now control belonged to him. The child was scared. He realized that this was not his brother, whom he knew. Liam asked who was now in Adam's body. There was a scream, and the clearing was filled with blood. These were the last words that he uttered in his life. Meanwhile, renovation work was completed at the arena, which meant that the competition could continue. Kevin suggested that the dean watch the fights together and not disturb the youth, to which he replied that he was blind and would not see them. The master looked gloomily at the old man again and ordered him to watch the fights. Lee immediately agreed. The director announced that the fight would take place between the head of the Iroquois, Mason, and the owner of Hellfire, Adam. Mason said that he was not afraid of the guy. He heard that many wanted to see Adam fight, but the head of the Iroquois also considered himself a strong contender. After all, everyone would like to have his ability. It is one of the most amazing R-rank abilities. He promised that Adam would be shocked when he saw it. Having finished his monologue, Mason grabbed his hair and began to pull it up with all his might. Suddenly, the mohawk was completely torn from his head, but the guy didn't seem to feel any pain. In place of the old mohawk, a new one grew, and Mason added that in addition to the rapid growth of hair, the mohawks were razor sharp, and that is why he uses them as a weapon. Kevin was surprised and said that this was a pretty good ability, and asked the dean what he thought about it. The old man was not happy. Mason shouted, announcing that the fight had begun, as he would now use his deadly ability. A dry squall at that same second hundreds of Iroquois, which looked like boomerangs, flew towards Adam. Suddenly the arena became hotter. The predator directed a barrage of fire towards the enemy. The leader of the Iroquois was covered in burns, and his unique ability burned away along with his victory. Adam looked at his enemy and calmly answered him that he was talking too much. Mason raised his hand and declared that he was giving up, his mohawk now resembling a scraggly bush. The spectators were shocked. This year the fights were very spectacular. Almost all of them ended with one blow. The director declared the owner of Hellfire, Adam, the winner of this competition. The next battle will take place between the Soul Eater Daniel and the owner of the Wind Sword, William. After the announcement of the next fighters, May glanced at the stands. She was surprised that Mary was nowhere to be found, and her son was about to fight. With the sweetest smile, the woman suggested that her son go out to dinner after the competition, because they had not spent time together for so long. And besides, she had already booked a table in one good establishment. Mary exhaled. She was rehearsing her speech, which she did not like. The woman knew that Daniel was entering the arena right now, and this was a good opportunity to talk to him. She was still worried that he was angry with her, but Mary did not know that the guy was standing nearby behind the wall. He silently clutched a piece of paper in his hand, which he stared at intently, and the woman was still worried because her son was about to appear. All this time, Daniel was looking at the photograph where he was depicted as a child sitting on his father's neck, and next to him was his smiling mother. Looking into the corridor, the guy decided to come up and just say hello, because it's not very difficult. Suddenly, someone slapped Mary on the butt, and she jumped up in surprise. The woman blushed with excitement and embarrassment. She thought that her son had done it. An unfamiliar man began to lecture Mary that she only thinks about the ungrateful child because he does not want to pay attention to her, and she does not need to spend so much time on him. It was the eldest son of the head of the Milky Way faction, Benjamin. The woman was furious at the guy's impudence and replied that he was still too young and had no right to talk to her like that. Mary turned to the impudent man and whispered like a snake that even though Benjamin's father was her boss, this did not make her a guy's toy. The boss's son was not even afraid, but only slowly puffed on his cigar. Exhaling smoke, he said that in just a couple of years his old man would die, and the woman should be more polite to him if she did not want to lose her job. Mary understood that this was so. She turned around and told him that he was a vile scoundrel. Suddenly the corridor began to get colder, and small snowflakes appeared in the air. The son of the head of the campaign was surprised that there was snow here, but Mary knew what was happening. Daniel appeared in the corridor, pointed his hand towards the impudent guy, and used the freezing hurricane ability. Benjamin recognized the fighter and began to threaten him to stop the attack. But before he could finish speaking, an icy stream of wind lifted him into the air and carried him towards the arena. There was an explosion, and the impudent man flew out of the entrance to the arena, landing right in the center of the Colosseum. He fell in front of the feet of Daniel's opponent, who had already waited for his opponent. William did not recognize the man at first, but then realized that he was the son of the faction that controls all energy sources in the Protoss. Benjamin no longer looked so impudent. Now he looked like a pathetic coward who had been beaten a little. Daniel slowly walked towards the entrance to the arena, and at that moment Mary called him. Embarrassed, she told her son that she didn't expect him to stand up for her, which means he still loves his mother. The guy was silent for a while and replied that this was not true. Benjamin just stopped him from passing. After these words, the guy continued on his way. He entered the arena, where the audience was already waiting for him. The audience shouted his name. The handsome man was the son of an S-rank guard and the nephew of the former king. Everyone was already waiting for his fight. The girls in the stands wanted to see him most of all, because they thought the guy was very handsome and many were in love with him. William thought that Daniel was popular with the ladies. He was strong and handsome, but still infuriated the swordsman, who had already figured out how to defeat his opponent. William raised his hand and told the judge that he had a complaint. The guy pointed at Benjamin and accused Daniel of beating an innocent spectator. Such behavior is a violation of the principles of the guards who protect their people. Therefore, he demanded that the judges disqualify Daniel due to a violation of the rules. The girls in the stands were furious. They considered the swordsman unscrupulous because he decided to cheat instead of fighting honestly. William grinned. It didn't matter to him what the public was shouting, because half of the costs of maintaining the internship were covered by Benjamin's campaign, and Count Dracula would not dare turn a blind eye to this for the sake of some fighter. The viceroy bowed his head and said that he did not see Daniel beating the guy. He also asked the director if she saw anything. May confirmed that nothing had happened, so it was decided to take Benjamin to the hospital and continue the competition. William was deeply disappointed. He did not believe that the Count was ready to ruin relations with his sponsor for the sake of some warrior. After hearing the words of the judges, Daniel realized that everything had been settled and began to prepare for the fight. The guy decided to act honestly. Since the swordsman uses weapons, he will also use his weapons made of ice. Having created a huge ice scythe, Daniel decided to start a fight and ran towards his opponent. William was still stunned by the judge's decision and did not have time to react to the attack. He could only ask the guy to stop. But Daniel did not listen to him. He struck his blow at the swordsman, which he called ice execution. The guy looked pretentious and ended the fight with one attack, saying that the fight was over. Ice spikes protruded from William's chest, and the guy himself was shaking from the cold he felt. The girls in the stands chanted the handsome man's name, and his mother became embarrassed when she noticed that her son had grown up. The director announced the semi-final. Ben and Jenna were supposed to fight in it. The guy looked at the girl and asked if she was ready for battle. The defender smiled sweetly and told the owner not to worry about her. Suddenly, she raised her hand. The girl told the judge that she was refusing the fight. Jenna explained to the guy that they were not rivals, and besides, she spent all her strength in the first fight and would not be able to fight. Ben decided that the girl was blatantly lying, and most likely she was planning to retreat a month ago when the opponents were announced. Jenna was embarrassed and replied that apparently nothing could be hidden from her master. She straightened her hair and added that only two can become guards, so the girl wanted to provide an easy exit to the finals for the hero so that he could definitely become a guard. The director announced Ben as a finalist, which meant he would be promoted to guard. James was touched by this act. The guy was jealous that the hero was very lucky because such a beautiful girl lost his victory. May announced the next battle. The Soul Eater Daniel and the owner of Hellfire Adam will fight in it. The one who wins will become the Protoss guard. The firefighter stood in the arena and warmed up, then he raised his hands in the air. This surprised Daniel. He expected the guy to immediately attack and not prepare for battle. Suddenly, a huge pillar of fire flew into the sky from Adam's hands, which was so powerful that the ground under the guy's feet began to crack. A pillar of flame rose high above the arena and began to take on the shape of a dragon. Our heroes were amazed by such a sight, and by the fact that the guy's ability had taken shape. Count Dracula didn't show it, but he was also interested in Adam's skills. He noticed that he released too much energy for a beginner. Only there was no surprise on Daniel's face. He was focused and confident that the fiery fighter started right away with his trump card. The hellfire took on the form of a dragon, which was aimed at the ice devourer. A huge power was concentrated in Adam's body. The predator began to wonder why the guy sealed it. The battle began and a huge fire dragon opened its mouth and a red-hot ball of fire began to form in it. The spectators were intrigued. They did not expect to see such power and were afraid that the fire would spread to them. May was also amazed by the guy's strength. She asked her master if she should stop the fight because the audience could get hurt, to which the count refused. From the mouth of the fire dragon, a column of flame burst out, which was supposed to burn Daniel. The guy was not afraid of Adam's power because he knew that he himself was quite strong. The Ice Eater raised his hand, and at that same second, a high ice barrier rose in front of him. Two opposing elements collided. The dragon's flame crashed into the ice wall. From such a powerful, hellish flame, the barrier began to melt until it completely disappeared. The predator in Adam's body grinned. He knew that such a wall would not stop his attack. There was a monstrous explosion. The Colosseum shook, and flames covered the entire field. Frightened spectators tried to protect themselves from the flames that flew towards them. After the attack, the smoke cleared. Daniel coughed, but was still alive, which surprised the predator. All the clothes on the guy's body were burned. The nobleman said that such a blow could not cope with his barrier. But besides this, Adam did not take into account two more things. Firstly, because of the barrier, the firefighter could not see everything that was happening on the field. Adam was surprised. It seems that he began to guess that this was not the real Daniel in front of him. And secondly, thanks to the barrier, the nobleman was able to reach the enemy. Daniel launched a sweeping blow with his scythe, but the predator dodged, saying that he had underestimated his opponent. His fist was hot and he was ready to attack. This time the handsome man would not leave. Adam shouted that this would all end and dealt a fiery blow to Daniel. The guy managed to dodge and land on the arena without much harm. Daniel spat out blood. A burn was visible on his face, yet the fiery fighter was able to slightly wound the enemy. Seeing this picture, Mary realized that things were bad because her son was very proud, and the fact that he was hit was unthinkable for him. Now Daniel was furious, his vision clouded, and he was preparing for a new attack. Steam was coming out of the guy's mouth. He only quietly whispered that Adam wouldn't just leave here now. The noble swung his weapon and struck a chilling blow from a distance. A huge blade-like block was moving across the entire earth in the direction of Adam. But for the predator, it was nothing. He caught the blade with his own hands right when it was supposed to hit him. From the fire that was concentrated in the guy's hands, the blade cracked and burst. Daniel was in shock. He did not believe that someone could stop his scythe with their bare hands. The noble knew that only an S-rank guard could do this. But the predator was worried about something completely different. He understood that right now, he was using his own powers to stop the attack. He needed to be more careful because there were guards everywhere, and they might notice something was wrong. Kevin watched the fight with interest. He wanted to find out more about Adam. The monster was preparing to attack, thinking that he had not entered the Protoss in order to win the competition. He specifically chose Adam's body because he considered him the strongest participant. Daniel, blinded by rage, began to unwind his scythe in preparation for his ice attack. But the predator was seriously angry because his plans did not include losing to some newcomer. The attacks of opposing elements again collided with each other, deciding which of them was stronger. Lucy at that moment was more afraid for Ben. She saw how strong both of his opponents were and was no longer sure whether the guy would win. Kathleen was also impressed by both participants in the semifinals. She believed that the two of them deserved to win. After the attack, both fighters were already exhausted. The predator did not expect such an outcome, but thought that it would be even better. After all, he will no longer be able to squeeze anything out of Adam's body, and if he gives up, then no one will suspect anything, and the monster can calmly go about his business. After all, his relatives could not attack the Protoss before because of his guards, which include the strongest S-rank guards, of which there are only 10. 6 of them are here now, besides Kel, who died. 3 more are missing, and since they are not present at such an important event, something must have happened. The gift of light is now barely guarded. The predator can only give up and hide unnoticed in order to get it. Such a chance must not be missed. Adam turned to the judges and began to raise his hand. Daniel couldn't believe his eyes. The guy said that he had no more strength left and he was giving up. The words he heard shocked Daniel. He did not believe that after all the powerful attacks, Adam had just given up so easily. The nobleman began to shout at the guy. He asked to show his trump card and did not believe that he could do nothing more. In response to this, the predator only grinned and said that since Daniel survived the last attack, victory would not shine for Adam. Something was wrong here, and the Ice Devourer realized this because a battle-mad fighter cannot just give up. The monster inside Adam thought about the fact that people do not understand that there is no point in trying if it is obvious that there is no chance. He turned around and walked towards the exit of the arena, telling Daniel that he got off easy, so he was lucky and should be happy about it. The nobleman was not satisfied with this situation. He thought about how suspicious the guy was behaving now, because in the first round he thought completely differently. His thoughts were interrupted by May announcing the end of the battle. Daniel won, which meant that he was now a guardian. The next battle will be the final, in which two new guards, Ben and Daniel, will fight. At this moment, the hero was interested in why the nobleman helped him in the first round. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Kel. After the fight, the predator in the body of Adam descended from the mountain. He was no longer interested in the fight because he had a different goal. At that second, he noticed that someone was following him from the arena itself. The guy turned around and asked what the unknown pursuer wanted from him. In front of him stood a tall man with a bag on his shoulder. He had overgrown hair and torn clothes. The unknown firmly said that it was not Adam in front of him now, and asked who was now in his body. There was no longer any point in hiding. The predator asked how the stranger realized that he was not Adam. Everything was quite simple. It was the guy's mentor, S-rank guard Joseph. The predator was surprised why the man did not expose him in the arena, because there were more guards there and he would have been in danger. But Joseph is only here alone. Apparently he came to die. Suddenly the monster received a powerful blow to the face. He did not expect such an answer from the man. Due to the force of the blow, Adam flew away and began to fall from the cliff. Joseph, after his blow, ordered him to shut up. Falling down, the predator was surprised that the mentor was hitting his student with all his might. Joseph jumped with great speed towards the guy, forgetting about his bag, which he was carrying on his shoulder. With a rush, he kicked his opponent in the stomach, saying that he and Adam had been through a lot. The force of the blow was so strong that the monster flew down the cliff like a bullet. He powerfully crashed into the ground, crushing all the stones that were under him. A mentor landed nearby, and it seemed like he didn't care about height. Joseph was so fast that he landed faster than his bag, which was falling from the cliff. In flight, he grabbed it, as if it was all intended. The man ordered the predator to leave the body of his student. He took the guy by the leg and added that if the monster continued to hide in Adam's body, he would kill him. The predator was shocked by the words spoken. He replied that Joseph had gone crazy. The man barely chuckled, saying that it was not the first time he had heard these words. Apparently, Adam often said this during training. The monster began to concentrate power in its fist, around which a green aura appeared. He directed the attack at his mentor, ordering him to let him go. Suddenly, the man disappeared and Adam fell to the ground, the danger to the predator having passed. All beaten up, the guy began to get up. He didn't understand who attacked him, but that didn't matter anymore. After all, he will remain forever in his prison, where the souls of the people he once devoured will gradually suck all his strength out of him. Having risen to his feet, the monster thought that it was time to hurry for the gift of light before the final of the competition came to an end. Meanwhile, the main fight began in the arena. Daniel told Ben that he was already a guard, which means he was one step closer to the throne, but it was too early to rejoice, because Kel was a teacher and close person to the Ice Eater. Therefore, he wants to help him, but first the hero must show what he is capable of himself. Ben understood why Daniel helped him in the first round. The nobleman just wanted to make sure that the guy was suitable for Kel's place. Therefore, he decided to show all his power. A dark aura began to concentrate around Ben. Black lightning began to appear in the air and hit the sky with a roar. Daniel was shocked by what he saw. He didn't understand how the guy managed to make the lightning black. Ben released all his fury in the form of lightning. His power was felt even in the air. The spectators were surprised by what they saw. They felt some kind of terrifying atmosphere that was accumulating in the arena. James felt this energy again, exactly the same as in their fight, as if someone was watching him. Dean Lee realized that this energy was similar to Asura, which means that Ben received for the ability. The old man asked Kevin if they had already summoned him. The master himself was surprised. He replied that they did not summon a demon, but he had no idea how the hero managed to use this power. Only one thing was clear: Ben was able to combine the energy of Asura and the ability of the god of thunder. The guy's eyes turned a frightening purple color. He asked Daniel if he was disappointed now. To which the guy replied that the hero is indeed special, because in addition to endless darkness, he himself has the ability. Ben was angry. A month ago, the nobleman considered him an unworthy opponent, but now everything is different, because in this competition he will not use the ability given to him. The battle began, and the hero attacked first, jumping off the ground with such force that it cracked. Having approached the enemy, Ben shouted that this time he would use his ability. Terrified, Daniel used one of his abilities, ice patterns, which created a wall of ice around him. But she could not protect him. The ice around the guy began to crack because it could not withstand such a strong blow. Ben struck a blow called spiritual lightning. The force was so great that Daniel's barrier could not withstand it and burst. The guy flew away from his opponent and thought that Ben was not so strong in the first round, and besides, it was still unclear what the effect of his technique was, other than a feeling of severe anxiety. He drew attention to his cheek, from which blood was coming, yet the hero was able to touch him. Suddenly, at the sight of his wound, Daniel felt a strange sensation as if he was being pulled inside. 1,000 eyes appeared around him. He did not understand what was happening because he was consumed by fear. Vanessa asked why Ben stopped, because now was a great moment to attack, and Leia noticed that he was not the only one who stopped. Both opponents froze on the battlefield. Suddenly, Daniel heard a voice saying that his feelings were under control, and there was no point in continuing the fight. Opposite him appeared Ben, who was of colossal size. He advised the nobleman to surrender because he could not win. May suggested that causing fear and controlling the enemy's senses is the ability of Asura. The Count confirmed her words. But she didn't understand why Ben didn't summon a demon because spirits are usually used for summoning. The Count stood up so that he could see better and said that Asur is an unusual spirit. The hero does not have enough strength to tame him. Moreover, if he summons him, then Asur can rebel against his master. Instilling fear is a passive ability of the demon, therefore the risk is minimal. Combining it with lightning, he strengthened the attack. One small wound is enough to ensure victory. The Count was impressed that with minimal effort the guy got such a result. He also realized that Ben was far from stupid, even though he seemed so. The hero was already tired of waiting. He did not understand what was the point of continuing to fight if the enemy could not budge. Daniel asked why, having taken control of his body, Ben would not take advantage and surrender for him. He also added that if the hero loses right now, it will be only because of his softness. Ben was surprised. He didn't understand how he could lose in such a situation. It seemed like the enemy was up to something. Suddenly his legs were covered in ice and immobilized him. But not only his legs, but also the entire arena was covered in ice. This was an icing technique. Ben looked around and saw that he was surrounded by walls of ice. He exhaled and called Daniel stubborn, because the hero gave him a chance to just give up, and he is making everything difficult. The guy didn't expect it to come to a fight, but Daniel froze the entire arena just to immobilize him. The nobleman did not react in any way to his words, but simply stood in place motionless. The hero remembered that Daniel could not hear anything, because he took control of his senses. Suddenly the Ice Eater said that Ben was the first, not counting Kel, who could resist him. He recognizes his talent. But the hero missed something. Ice, Daniel's sixth sense. The guy froze the arena to know Ben's location, not to immobilize him. Therefore, the hero needs to prepare because the nobleman begins to attack again even without his senses. His hand shot into the sky and the ice began to accumulate into one object. This was Daniel's deadliest attack. The ice gathered together to form a sword. It was the ice sword Excalibur. Mary was worried because her son had already received the position of guard. Why then take the risk and use this ability? Jenna was also worried, but for her owner, she was afraid that the guy would get hurt. The spectators were delighted to see the legendary sword. It was enormous in size, and its cold chilled to the bones, lowering the temperature throughout the Colosseum. Ben was happy with what he saw. He underestimated Daniel, and it seems everything was only getting more interesting. The ice around the hero's feet burst. Such an attack could not hold him back for long because he was still covered in black lightning. Ben stated that since the nobleman fights at full strength, he will not give in and began to form a black ball in his hand. After some time, the ball increased in size and looked like a huge black clot of energy that was ready to explode. Without thinking twice, Ben launched the ball at his opponent to check which of them was stronger. Daniel also did not stand aside and aimed Excalibur at the hero. The spiritual realm and the legendary sword collided with each other. Both guys wanted to find out which of them was the strongest with this particular attack. But their strengths were equal, which meant that both could suffer. Even Count Dracula and Kevin were surprised by what they saw. The sphere and the sword began to crack. None of them wanted to give in, and it was not clear which of the guys was stronger. There was an explosion, and it was unclear who won. The spectators were amazed at such the power of the skills, but suddenly something appeared in the sky. Violet energy began to gather into small balls, signaling that Ben would now absorb the energy with the help of endless darkness. Meanwhile, outside the Protoss arena, a girl with green hair was watching the fight on a screen. It was Sarah, locked in the academy. She greedily ate popcorn and reasoned that if the guy wins, his rating will be very high. Suddenly, the girl felt a strong push that almost threw her out of her chair. Because of the push, Sarah spilled popcorn all over herself and was very unhappy about it. But what happened? The girl thought it was like an earthquake. Suddenly, behind the glass, she saw the killed guards and a guy with red hair who looked like one of the participants in the competition. Adam walked forward, not noticing the enemies. He felt that his goal was very close. Suddenly, he stopped. The guy realized that the fragment was behind this door. Moving closer to the door, he swung his fist to knock it down. His strength was so high that the metal door with one blow shrank like a sheet of paper. The barrier was destroyed, and the Predator was in the room with the meteorite. Adam was happy that he had finally achieved his most cherished dream. His goal is the gift of light. With its help, the Predator will finally be able to surpass the spiritual level and become the crown of evolution. Suddenly, the footsteps of some stranger were heard behind the guy's back. It was one of the B-rank Protoss guards who attacked Adam, saying that he was denied access to this room. The Predator saw the blade of the sword that appeared in front of his face. He was surprised by the man's impudence. Adam instantly grabbed the man by the face and slammed him into the wall. He was infuriated that this weakling was distracting him at such an exciting moment. The power of the blow was such that the mark of the guy's hand remained forever on the face of the dead defender. Sarah watched all this through the cameras. She was horrified that the fighter killed the B-rank defender with one blow. She understood that the unknown person came for the meteorite. Even the commander-in-chief could not stop him, which means the girl should not try. Sarah only got a job here to get Ben to the dean, and she didn't want to risk her life for the old man's business. She was scared, so she decided to hide and pretend she didn't see anything. Meanwhile, in the arena, the warriors began to recover from the explosion of the sphere and sword. Daniel felt his senses return, but he didn't know why, because the fight time had run out, or because Ben had let go of control. But then he saw a familiar aura in the sky, which he had seen before. He got angry and accused Ben of using endless darkness, even though he promised to fight without it. The hero was ashamed. He explained that this ability is passive and he himself can barely restrain it. So as compensation, he returned Daniel's feelings to keep things fair. Mary decided to leave the arena. She was angry at Ben's invincible power. The woman understood that after the destruction of the sword, her son no longer had a chance to win. She knew that endless darkness does not obey the will of the owner and absorbs energy on its own. So the hero not only won the fight, but also became stronger, and Daniel weakened. At this point, she considered the fight over and left, because she did not want to see her son lose. Suddenly, the heroes heard a strange sound that was like a roar. It could be heard throughout the city. Count Dracula and Director May were shocked. They seemed to understand what had happened. The dean asked Kevin in a trembling voice where the sound came from. Kevin replied that it sounded like the sound was coming from the old man's academy. A huge pillar of light was coming out of the roof of the academy, and it seemed like right now everything was going according to the Predator's plan. He understood that S-rank guards were about to arrive, but unfortunately it would be too late. After all, what he was looking for was in his hands, the gift of light, the greatest treasure of the Protoss. which the monster had been looking for 10 years. Without thinking twice, he began to absorb what looked like a small fragment, but which contained enormous energy. Suddenly, someone's hands formed a strange sign aimed directly at the fragment. It was Sarah who used the grapple on the gift of light and sealed it. At that same second, the small fragment dissolved in the air as if it had not been there. Adam did not understand where his gift had gone. At the very last moment, it disappeared. He became very angry and looked at the silhouette that stood at the entrance to the room. The guy was outraged that at such a moment the girl simply teleported the gift of light, and besides, he did not understand how she could survive, because he killed everyone in his path. She replied that she did not want to interfere in something that was not her own business, but as a resident of Protoss, she could not stand by indifferently to the murder and theft of the greatest treasure. So Sarah decided to fight and not let the predator get him. The girl's words angered him more and more. He once again asked where she teleported the fragment. But Sarah brazenly told Adam that it was none of his business. Suddenly, tentacles flew out of the guy's hands. This was no longer the ability of Adam, but of the predator himself, which was called hellish chains. The girl was surprised by the attack because the guy did not use such a technique at the competition. The tentacles grabbed the girl by all parts of her body. She realized that there was something wrong with Adam's energy. It was not like human energy. In a second, she was completely at the mercy of the monster, which completely enveloped her body with its vile tentacles. The predator said that he would give the girl exactly 5 seconds, and if she did not tell where the core was, she would die of suffocation. Sarah replied that his threats would not change anything, because she understood what she was getting into, and besides, if the monster kills her, she will never know where the fragment is. The girl placed a seal on the gift of light before teleporting it, a barrier blocking its connection with the outside world. And if the predator kills her, he may forget about searching for the treasure. Adam himself noticed that he no longer felt the presence of the core, so he decided to torture the girl, since he couldn't kill her. The grip of the tentacles intensified, twisting the girl's arms, legs, and neck. She screamed in pain but had no intention of giving up. Adam once again asked the girl where she was hiding the fragment while continuing to torture her. The girl just laughed in the monster's face, answering that he was where he would never be able to find him. Leia was already running towards the academy, because she knew that her friend was there now. She accelerated her pace because she was worried about the girl, but at the same time she understood that everything would be all right since Sarah was on duty. Dean Lee also joined the chase, but he was not worried about the girl, but about his priceless treasure. Suddenly, Leia heard a strange squeak behind her. She turned her head to see what was there. Behind her flew hundreds of bats, the faithful companions of Count Dracula. Leia saw that the Viceroy himself and 2 S-rank guards had also arrived to help. Apparently, something serious happened. After these words, all the heroes rushed to the academy. A few minutes later, Leia landed at the entrance to the Academy of Sciences. The torn corpses of the guards lay around her. She looked around the place in preparation for battle, but Sarah's corpse was not there. Suddenly, she heard the dean's cry. It seemed that he had found the battle site. He trembled and constantly repeated the same words about the gift of light, that he was his. Leia thought that the old man had gone crazy. But when she looked away from the old man, the girl saw someone else in the room besides the meteorite. It was Adam, who lay unconscious, covered in his own blood. The old man continued to rave, and Leia quickly went down to the guy to interrogate him. She thought that the fighter would have problems, because he quietly left after the fight to get here. But then the girl noticed a strange wound on the guy's body. It looked as if he had made it himself, but why, Leia did not understand. She picked Adam up and sat him down and asked him to do her one favor. If the guy is still alive, then let him let Leia know about it. After these words, she slapped Adam's face with all her might. The fighter coughed, which meant that he was still breathing. The defender asked him where Sarah was now. An angry old man appeared behind the girl, took out his sword and only asked where his core was. He didn't know what he was doing out of his madness, but Leia managed to block his blow with her katana. The girl said that everything has its time and let the old man wait until she finishes interrogating the guy, and then they will talk. Lee was angry that this was the second time Leia had blocked his blow, and he didn't understand how he could equate the discussion of the secretary's life with his gift of light. More figures appeared at the entrance of the room. It was the Count, who said that there was no need to fight because the surveillance cameras were broken. Adam is the only eyewitness, and if he dies, they will not be able to find out anything about what happened here. Looking at the heavily early fighter, Dracula said that he knew who could cure the guy. After some time, the heroes arrived at the top of a snow-capped mountain. Adam began to open his eyes with difficulty. Through a cloudy veil, he saw Kevin. His face seemed familiar to the guy, but due to the injury, he had difficulty thinking and understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the fighter jumped up and asked why he was here. The master replied that Adam was a worthy student of his teacher. With such wounds, an ordinary person would probably have died, but the guy survived. Apparently, life-threatening fights were not new to him. Moving with difficulty, the warrior turned to get out of bed. He knew that he had no time to lie down because the predator had sealed his teacher. But suddenly a wild pain ran through his body, reminiscent of lightning that passed from head to toe. Adam fell out of bed and blamed himself that it was his fault that he could not defeat this creature. Kevin noticed that the guy was an exact copy of his teacher. Suddenly, someone extended his hand to Adam and asked him not to worry about his mentor, because Joseph was strong and would not die just like that. The guy was surprised because in front of him he saw one of the strongest Protoss people. It was Count Dracula, who asked to tell everything that the guy knew, and he would take care of everything himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest outside the city, a meeting took place. Sarah stood in the clearing and told someone that it was time to leave, because if they hesitate, the guards will grab them. A sweet, sexy voice answered her and said that apparently the plan had failed since the guy was annoyed. The girl turned around and was surprised that he changed his body. It was a predator of a spiritual level, the sorceress Jessica. She was interested in why the guy possessed the girl, because he could choose her body. Spiritual level predator Dark King Steve replied that this body is the only one who knows the location of the gift of light, so she could not be left there. Steve turned around and ordered the sorceress to leave, because they had very little time left. Suddenly, some rustling was heard in the bushes. Someone called the monsters and asked him to wait. The hairy hand of a creature appeared from behind the tree, hurrying to meet him. It was a Wei ghost-level predator. The monster was worried that his allies decided to abandon him, and then he would get lost and not find them. Meanwhile, in Kevin's hut, the heroes discussed the incident at the Academy of Sciences. Adam told Count Dracula all about a ghost-level predator that can inhabit other bodies. The governor had not met one for a long time, but unfortunately, he could not leave the city because power was now in his hands. Therefore, he entrusted the task of rescuing Sarah to the paladin Kathleen and the S-rank guard Michael. The Count ordered the girl to be returned safe and sound, and the predator to be killed. The paladin jumped up and swore with her life that she would complete this task. Michael finished reading his book and with a grin on his face said that he understood the assignment. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and Ben appeared in the doorway. He responsibly stated that he was also joining the task. Leia supported him and also wanted to help. Sarah was the hero's bodyguard, so the guy considered saving the girl his duty. Leia straightened her hair and stated that Sarah was her friend, so she would not leave her in trouble. Kevin was not happy with Ben's statement. Eliza was the guy's fiancée, and the master was afraid that his entire family would be guards and would always have to be watched. The old man was not happy either. He told the hero that his opponent was a predator on a spiritual level, and the guy would not be able to defeat him. Ben answered the old man that all the dean's thoughts are only about the core, and apparently he is not at all interested in the girl's life. Kathleen told the guy that this task was not so difficult, and she could handle it herself. There was no need to risk her life again. Kevin stood up for Ben and said that there was no need to suppress the guy's enthusiasm once again. Besides, the hero had become a guard, and such an outing would be training for him. He turned to the Count and asked if he was against it. The Viceroy was embarrassed and replied that no, which means it was decided that Ben and Leia would go with the guards. Dracula was frightened by Kevin's gaze. He thought that the master was angry with him, and in order to make amends he would need to send the man a discount coupon to the tea house. Then the Viceroy turned to Ben. He proclaimed that because of the rush, they would do without the Guardian initiation ceremonies. So now the Count names the guy the Guardian and Protector of the Protoss. It also assigns the hero A rank. He will be in the 7th Squad. Adam thought about the fact that he did not expect Ben to be able to defeat Daniel. The hero was happy about his dedication and the fact that he could go on a mission. The city door opened and 4 guards set out on a mission. The fighters had to work as a team and save Sarah and the gift of light. During the investigation, it was revealed that the enemy was heading this way, and the team rushed in pursuit. The road was familiar to Ben. After the first round, he studied the map of the area. In addition to the territory marked Not Explored, there was another one marked Entry Prohibited. Anyone who entered this territory alive did not return. This place was called the Cemetery of the Guards. Kathleen was surprised that the hero was able to remember this unremarkable road because the map shows thousands of paths. Michael told the hero that he was a very interesting person since he went to study the map in his free time. Ben replied that this was a habit from a past life, but now they need to catch up with the enemy because he is trying to hide from them. Meanwhile, the trio of predators walked through the forest. Wei became bored because he was promised that there would be fights, and that is why he went with them. Jessica notified her allies that, judging by the signal traps, there were 4 enemies, and they would soon catch up with them. But after a couple of seconds, she realized that there were 5 opponents. Wei was pleased with this news. He asked permission to detain them, because the monkey was already tired of the fight. Steve turned around and replied that Jessica would take care of the enemies. That's all, because the predator will have another more important task for Wei. After some time, the monkey listened to his master and he did not like the plan. Wei got angry when he heard the suggestion and said that Steve was just using him. The Dark King replied that he needed to quickly find out information about the location of the Gift of Light, so the monkey would have to carry it so that he could concentrate his energy on the search. They walked forward. Steve told Wei that when they get to the guard's cemetery, they will be safe. Meanwhile, the pursuing heroes stopped because Ben noticed something. It was an ambush, and right now a huge boulder was flying towards the hero. Leia was already running to help the guy, saying that she would deal with the obstacle. The girl delivered 30 blows with her blade in a few seconds. The stone shattered into fragments and did not cause any damage to the heroes. Leia ordered the offender not to hide and come out. Someone jumped from the tree and landed right in front of the girl. It was the charming Jessica, who just wanted to say hello to the guards. She raised her green eyes and declared that in order to pass, the guards must pay with their lives. The girls did not like Jessica's impudence, and they said that she would pay with her life for interfering. Ben stepped forward so that the girls would not fuss, because the predator just wants to detain them and she probably has more traps hidden. Therefore, the hero had a new plan. He had to detain the enemy alone and let the rest of the squad move on and catch up with the remaining enemies. Ben understood that he needed to catch up with the predators before they reached the guard's cemetery and save Sarah. Kathleen was surprised that the newcomer analyzed the situation so quickly and came up with a plan. The strategy was good. Suddenly, Leia jumped in front of the guy. She said that she would delay the enemy and let the rest of the squad look for a way to move on. The girl added that if this is all to detain them, then it is better that heroes stronger than her continue on their way. Leia also noticed that the predator was 1 against 4, but was completely calm. Apparently, she was very dangerous. The girl waved her sword over the demoness's head, preparing to strike. She did not want Ben to risk his life in this battle. Leia launched a series of consecutive strikes with her katana, attempting to distract Jessica. The predator was not the least bit afraid. She calmly sent her hair to attack the girl. The 2 heroines collided with each other. No one wanted to give in, but it was unclear whether Leia would be able to hold off such a strong opponent for a long time. The rest of the squad did not stand and watch the battle for long. They decided to pass by the succubus while they had the opportunity. But Jessica was not going to give up. She decided to detain the entire squad and not let anyone leave. Her hair instantly rushed down into the ground. She could fight several opponents at once. Ben immediately realized that the predator was using an attack from a distance, and they needed to be careful. The ground in front of the heroes began to rise, and the succubus's hair flew like blades, blocking the path. Kathleen's sword began to glow yellow, rushing forward and shouting that she would deal with the obstacle. A huge divine ray of light hit the hair from the sword, tearing the hair into shreds. Jessica did not expect such strength. She could not believe that the girl was able to cope with her bonds. At that moment, the heroes jumped over the demon and found themselves behind her. Ben landed and realized that they had managed to break through. The squad headed forward, leaving Jessica and Leia behind to fight. The hero promised that he would under no circumstances die and would return Sarah and Leia home. The succubus was upset that the heroes tore her hair, but she was more infuriated that the 3 of them were able to escape. She pointed at Leia and shouted that if she lost Steve's love because of this, it would be the Protector's fault. Suddenly the ground shook and green footsteps could barely be seen on the surface. Someone very quickly rushed past the girls, leaving them behind. The speed was so high that Leia didn't even understand who it could be. She assumed it was Dean Lee and was surprised that the old man had been following them all this time. Jessica forgot that there was a fifth pursuer. She was afraid that if the plan failed due to her fault, then Steve would no longer have fun with her. Leia was serious and threw her katana sheath to the ground. Holding her sword tightly in her hands, she said that although Jessica is a spiritual-level predator, her thoughts are still just as mundane. The girl became sad. She replied that she couldn't understand because all this time while Steve was in the Protoss, he was thinking only about the gift of light. He wasn't with her for a whole month, and it really upset her. Jessica began to cry with all her might. Leia could not know how bad she felt without him. Due to the loud crying, waves of sound emanated from the succubus, which scared away all the birds in the area. Leia was not at all moved, but only noticed that Jessica was screaming like a cat at night. But suddenly she felt that something strange was happening to her body. It was not just a scream. The sound waves affected the brain, and now the girl could not control her body. Jessica was surprised. She didn't even realize that she was capable of this. The sound waves of her scream can affect a person, causing him to lose his fighting ability. Taking advantage of the moment, the succubus went on the attack. She pointed her hair at Leia, telling her to feel how love stabs her heart. Hundreds of hairs flew towards the girl, which at the base looked like sharpened swords. Leia couldn't believe that she would die here on her knees. There was a scream and the clearing was filled with blood. Meanwhile, the hero and team were close to catching up with the enemy. The silhouette of Wei appeared in front of them, who knew that Jessica could not be relied upon. She had missed the three. He was sitting on a tree stump. In his hands was a huge club. The monkey was sure that he could deal with everyone with one blow. Michael grinned and said that his favorite animal was the monkey, so he would fight with it. Suddenly, another primate appeared behind him, preparing to attack. The guy realized that there were several monkeys. The predator's club crashed into the ground. It was unclear whether the guard had time to evade. Wei rejoiced at his victory. He could clone himself many times, and his copies had the same strength as the original. Suddenly, his joyful look changed to surprise because he did not expect what he saw. Michael held his staff with one hand. He ordered the remaining members of the squad to leave because he could hurt them. His eyes turned red inside the guy. One of the 7 deadly sins woke up. Michael's face changed. From a smiling guy, he turned into an angry man. It was a sin of anger. Michael's body released such powerful energy that the trees around him rose into the air. The monkeys were shocked by what they saw. Their anger was awakened and they were ready to fight. The guy said that he would deal with the predators himself and then catch up with the team. Ben was shocked because Michael seemed to have become a different person. Kathleen explained that 7 personalities live in the guy's body, so this is not surprising. Wei was even a little scared. The guard had extraordinary strength despite the fact that he was human. The second monkey told Michael that his breath stank and that he should not open it. At the same moment, the guy began to float in the air as if gravity was not affecting him. Michael stopped in front of the monkey's face, who told him that he didn't scare her at all. In response, the guard slapped the predator in the face, saying that Wei was talking too much. The monkey was indignant because even Steve had never hit him in the face, but some man dared to do it. But Michael continued to strike, saying that the predator would not do anything to him even if he struck 1,000 more blows. Wei received blows from all sides that he could not dodge. Suddenly, a second monkey appeared behind the guy's back, which reminded the guard that he had not one opponent, but several. He tried to hit the guy with his club, but to his surprise, it didn't work. Michael disappeared, and it seemed that he simply disappeared into thin air, but in fact the predators simply could not keep up with the guy's speed. The guard stood on the very club with which they tried to hit him. It seemed that the opponents were not equal in strength. Wei was surprised that the guard had such great speed, but the guy replied that in addition to him, the Protoss had at least 6 more equally strong people. He jumped and kicked the enemy, noticing that the 6 guards would even be faster than him. From the force of the blow, Wei landed on the ground and let go of his weapon. The strongest Sin told the vanquished that he, like a domestic animal, would become docile with one blow. Meanwhile, the sun began to rise over the forest. The night was ending and a new day began. The original Way ran as fast as he could to the guard's cemetery. He asked Steve if he had found the gift of light, because their pursuers were very strong. He felt the pain of his clones and added that if the guards caught up with them, he could not cope with them alone. The monkey wanted the master to quickly finish his ritual and find out where the core was, after which they could finish off Sarah. Steve didn't listen to him. Right now he was focused on finding his artifact. In Sarah's mind, the girl was beaten and exhausted. She sat on the ground completely exhausted. Sarah prayed for someone to save her. She didn't want to die in this place just like that. Suddenly, one of the zombies appeared from behind the wall and was already walking towards her soul. But just as quickly as he appeared, he was pierced through with a sword. It was Leia who arrived in time and saved Sarah from certain death. The swordswoman looked at the exhausted girl and said that if she wanted to live, she should go with her. Steve noticed that the girl with the sword seemed familiar to him because he had seen her in the audience at the competition, and she often appears in the depths of Sarah's memories. He seemed to begin to understand something, and by concentrating even more, he found the answer. In the depths of his memories, he saw the very artifact he had been hunting for all this time. The gift of light was in the chest of a lovely girl, Sarah's savior and loved one. Meanwhile, the sun had already risen high, and its rays began to break through the crowns of the trees. Leia was hanging bloody from Jessica's hair. She was unable to dodge the previous blow, and all this time the demon was beating her. The guard tightly clutched her sword in her hand, along which her blood flowed, and did not want to give up just like that. The succubus blade pierced her chest. The girl no longer had the strength to hold on. She asked the enemy if she wanted to end her life. Jessica was amazed at how stubborn the girl was, because even despite such critical wounds, she still continued to hold her sword in her hand. She answered the girl that the point is not that you can't resist her scream, it's just that it's difficult to deal with her because she's very strong. But she was tired of playing with her victim, so it was time to strike the final blow. Jessica aimed her hair for the final blow, saying she wanted to hear Leia scream in pain. At this moment, the guard accepted her fate and mentally apologized to Sarah. She closed her eyes, preparing to accept her death. This time she was unable to save her friend. Suddenly, a bright yellow light illuminated the entire clearing. There was a powerful explosion that scattered all of Jessica's hair like small, torn threads. The epicenter of the impact began to narrow, forming a small yellow ball. In the center of this ball stood Leia. She was completely protected by this unknown force. Jessica was surprised by the power of the skill. She was sure that the enemy was without strength. The succubus did not understand where the girl had such a strong ability. The predator looked at Leia, who was surrounded by divine light. It instantly healed all her wounds from which blood came out. All the power was concentrated in the guard's chest. It came from a small yellow fragment. Hidden inside Leia was the gift of light, which now gave her new abilities and strength to defeat her rival. Jessica couldn't believe her eyes. She was frozen in surprise at the picture she saw. The succubus realized that all this time the gift of light was in Leia. The predator trembled as if she was afraid of what fate awaited her. Leia noticed this and asked the succubus not to be afraid, because her blade was fast. Apparently, the heavens favored her today. But it seems that Jessica was not afraid. She was filled with joy and she was trembling with delight, not fear. After all, the path to the happiness of her entire life is now right in front of her. If she can get the gift of light, she will receive Steve's love, so it was in the girl's imagination. At the same moment, Leia's blade began to glow with divine colors. Her power increased significantly, and now she had a much greater chance of victory. She told the demon that she would not allow this to happen, preparing to attack. With a quick blow of her sword, she attacked Jessica, who, in her excitement, forgot about the fight. There was an explosion. The force of the sword's impact was so high that all the trees behind the succubus were destroyed at the moment of impact. The fight was over with one blow, and the loser, Jessica, fell to the hard ground. She couldn't believe that she had lost, because the gift of light was so close. What a pity. Now the girl won't earn Steve's favor. Leia looked at this picture of unrequited love, and at the last moment she even sympathized with her rival. As she died, Jessica said that she still longed for Steve and wanted to get back to him. A few years earlier, in someone's abandoned house, Jessica held her t-shirt, which barely covered her chest. She was in tears. At that time, she was 18 years old. The unknown man put on his pants and told the girl not to cry and to keep everything that happened a secret. He adjusted his glasses and added that if anyone found out about this, he would turn Jessica's life into a living nightmare. The girl began to scream hysterically that there was not a drop of humanity in the guy. In response to this, the man hit her in the face with such force that she began to bleed. There was rage on his face. The guy said that Jessica needed to understand something. If he had not sheltered her, then she and her mother would have become food for predators by morning. The man spent a lot of money to support Jessica, and she should remember his kindness. Therefore, the girl must pay off her debt with her body. It was raining outside. Loud rumbles of thunder were visible from the sky. At this time, it is good to stay at home and not go out anywhere. But in this weather, Jessica stood on the roof of a multi-story building. All her feelings and emotions disappeared, and even the cold rain was not a hindrance for her. She wanted to end her torment. In her head, the voice of an exhausted girl told her to take a step into the abyss. Just one step and it will all be over. She will no longer have to endure bullying. The beauty stood up on her tiptoes and had no doubt about her choice. She spread her arms to the sides and began to say goodbye to this unhappy world. Jessica thought that if there was an afterlife, then she hoped that at least she would be treated well there. Suddenly, just before the jump, someone spoke behind the girl. An unknown person said that death is not a solution. It was Steve who said that only power can change something. The girl was scared when she saw the predator, but she had nothing to lose. Steve asked the girl to come up and become his subordinate. If she decides to be with him, then the Dark King will grant her a power that is unknown to ordinary mortals. At that moment, he bit the young girl's innocent neck, giving her some of his powers. Sometime later, in the same house where the girl felt only pain and suffering, a man sat on the floor and trembled with fear. Jessica looked at him with contempt and said that didn't the guy want the girl to pay him back? Now is a great chance to repay the debt. The man was scared as a kitten and begged not to take his words seriously. He grabbed Jessica's leg and insisted that he knew that he was wrong. He begged her not to kill him because the guy could find other younger people for the girl to eat. But unfortunately for him, the newly made predator did not like human flesh. For the first time, she used her hair in the form of blades, pointing them at the offender. There was a piercing scream filled with pain, and the man's blood splashed onto the wall. He died without immediately even feeling the pain that Jessica felt all this time. She didn't feel sorry for him, but only that for the sake of someone like him, the girl gave up her human essence. As Jessica staggered towards the exit, she wondered if it was worth it. Having finished the fight, Leia turned around and decided to catch up with her friends. But suddenly the hair of the defeated rival began to envelop her legs, trying to stop her. Leia turned around and was surprised that Jessica did not die after such a powerful blow, but simply sat there in thought. The succubus turned to the swordsman. She said that she felt bad, as if all her memories had been erased. Therefore, the girl asked Leia to help her. The guard did not expect to hear such words from a former enemy. It was unclear whether it was true or the demon lied to take revenge. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, two predators continued their path to shelter. Wei wondered what kind of power the gift of light had since Steve was persistently trying to get it. Exhaling, the predator replied that the monkey would not understand him until he himself reached the limit of his strength. Steve went through a lot to reach the peak of his spiritual level, and now he feels so lonely from the realization that there is nothing left to strive for. It seemed to him that there was no one stronger than him in the world. But he was wrong once he managed to lose to one opponent, a young guy from the human race. Wei was shocked by the story. He did not believe that his master could lose to someone. Steve replied that it was true. This man was a real genius in battles. And then a few days later he founded Protoss, which was Kel. If it weren't for the endless darkness that the guy possessed, the predator would never have lost to him. When Kel died, Steve found his remains, but there was no endless darkness with him. This became a big problem for the predator. And therefore, if he can obtain the gift of light, he will change beyond recognition. With its help, Steve will be able to resist the power of endless darkness, go beyond his limits, and finally overcome the spiritual level. Wei listened to this story and began to understand a little of his master's desire. If Steve can get the gift of light, he will become the strongest in the whole world. After some time, the team of predators came to the border of the guards' cemetery. It was right in front of them, yet they managed to make it before the guards appeared. Wei said that they need to leave a note for Jessica so that she knows where to look for them. Steve jumped off his comrade's shoulder and replied that there was no need to do this. Because Jessica will not come, when Steve asked her to detain the guards, he understood that the girl would not be able to resist them. Wei was shocked by what he heard. He didn't expect that his master was planning to leave her from the very beginning, because Jessica said that the three of them were family. Steve only coldly replied that if in exchange for her he received the gift of light, then her sacrifice was not in vain. In addition, family is a word from the human world and predators do not need families. Having finished the dialogue, he turned and ordered to follow him. After they entered this part of the forest, the pursuers would not be able to find them. Suddenly, a huge arc shot came from the sky towards the predators. The team noticed the attack. At that moment, they realized that they would not be able to leave without a fight. Wei managed to dodge the attack by crouching, and only slightly the arc was able to touch his head. A line of light fell right in front of them, cutting down all the trees in the way. The monkey thought that he was lucky to evade, because a little more and he would have been left without a head. The sudden attack left behind a huge ditch that went deep into the ground. Steve was impressed by such strength. Not everyone could cut such a chasm in the ground with just one blow of a sword. Now he understood why Jessica could not detain her pursuers. In the sky they saw Kathleen, who told the predators that whoever crossed the border would die without the right to pardon. Steve replied that it was quite arrogant to threaten him, since he was much stronger than an S-rank guard. He simply turned around and jumped over the gap, ordering his companion to follow him. Kathleen, seeing the impudence of the enemy, only said that he asked for it. She flew at lightning speed towards the predator to hit him. Wei was scared. The girl was so fast that it was impossible to follow her with her eyes. Kathleen attacked Steve with her sword, but he successfully blocked the attack by creating an impenetrable shield around himself. He turned to the girl and said that she did not lie, despite the fact that the predator was in their friend's body, but as he had already said, she could not defeat him. Steve had already fought with one of the guards, and after that he created a shield based on the strength of his blow, so the girl is unlikely to be able to break through it. Kathleen replied that she has no equal in Protoss when it comes to dealing the maximum possible damage. The shield began to crack, and the sword began to penetrate deeper and deeper into the barrier. Steve realized that the shield would not be able to withstand her attack, because the cracks were becoming more and more, and the sword was going deeper. The predator did not count on such power at all. He realized that it was time to dodge. He turned around and tried to jump away from the sword after his shield burst. Steve didn't have time to escape the attack, and Kathleen was able to touch Sarah's cheek, leaving a cut on it. All the power of her strength went into the ground. The predator successfully dodged and lost only points in flight. He understood that he was lucky. The girl was good with a sword, but there was one caveat. Kathleen did not take advantage of the moment and changed the trajectory. Apparently, they also need information about the location of the gift of light. The paladin stood opposite and took her sword out of the ground. She said that she couldn't hit it the first time because she hadn't practiced with the sword for a long time. Steve understood that this was a lie. She pulled the sword out of the ground, and a small crack appeared in the place where it stuck. Everything around began to shake, as if an earthquake had started. This surprised the Dark King. The paladin's attack was so powerful that the small crack from the blow split into a huge abyss. Kathleen noticed that Steve could not fight at full strength while he was in this body, so he needed to return to his own because her next blow would hit the target. The girl provoked her rival to leave his body. She said that she wanted to see the real power of a spiritual-level predator. She began to taunt her opponent, saying that apparently his only ability was to possess others. Steve grinned at the girl's words and did not succumb to provocation. He replied that while he was in this body, Kathleen would not kill him because this person was important to people. The predator added that the paladin was using childish tricks to try to deceive him. Wei stood up for his master and shouted that there would be no mercy for the girl because she had ruined the monkey's hair with her blow. Steve was ashamed of his ally because he was stupid and did not understand that he was much weaker than the paladin. Wei waved his fist, preparing to launch his attack. He shouted that there were two of them, and she was alone. There was no way she could win. Kathleen turned to the predator and replied that she did not come here alone. Suddenly, a strong kick landed on the monkey's head, causing him to forget all the words he wanted to say. It was Ben who jumped away from the weak opponent and was focused on attacking the main enemy. The guy shouted at Kathleen not to forget that they must act according to the plan. The girl replied that she remembered and prepared for the next attack. Steve heard his words and realized that the guards were up to something. Above him was Ben, who began to summon hundreds of purple balls filled with energy. The guy shouted that all this energy was collected by endless darkness. Using instant destruction, he directed all the explosive energy at Steve. The ghostly spheres hit their target, and it seemed that no one could survive such multiple explosions. But the spiritual-level predator was not so simple. He closed himself with the same shield, saying that Ben lacked experience, spent so much energy, and only raised dust. And then Steve remembered that the guy shouted something about a plan, and perhaps he was only distracting attention. The predator completely forgot about the hero's partner while he was watching the spheres. Kathleen was already running to meet her goal. Steve understood that the girl was a greater danger to him. She struck with her sword, but the Dark King managed to dodge it by standing on his hands and jumping away. Dodging the blow, Steve grinned at the fact that he figured out the guard's plan. A weak attack distracts, and a strong guard deals damage to the distracted enemy. Kathleen replied that in fact the predator was wrong and that was not the plan. Upon landing, Steve saw a dark figure behind him from which he could not get away. It was Ben, who smiled and said that their plan was a success. The hero grabbed the predator in a human body and began to use a chokehold. Steve didn't understand what was happening because right now he felt his strength leaving him. Purple spheres began to appear around Sarah, meaning that Ben was absorbing energy from an enemy weakened by strangulation. The predator remembered this aura that he once fought with and realized that Ben was the owner of endless darkness. The hero replied that the predator guessed right, and when the guy absorbs all of Steve's power, he will leave Sarah's body. The air around the opponents began to swirl into a whirlwind, and the aura became more and more frightening. There was so much energy coming from Sarah that she began to turn into a large purple sphere. Wei watched what was happening and also realized that the endless darkness that Steve is so afraid of is in this guy. Kathleen was worried about the hero. She didn't know whether Ben could handle such power. The sphere began to narrow, and a silhouette became visible in the cloud of dust. Ben emerged from the smoke unharmed, holding an exhausted Sarah in his arms. The paladin rejoiced at the victory. The girl was saved and there was not a scratch on her. The hero cleverly thought of everything and his plan was a success. Ben sat Sarah by a tree stump and created a shield around her, which he stole from Steve so nothing would threaten her. He knew that the girl could not hear, but he told her to rest well while the battle was going on. The guy added that he would wait until Sarah came to her senses, and then they would all figure it out together. Suddenly, laughter was heard from the cloud of smoke. The enemy was still not defeated, but now at least you can fight him with full strength. Steve laughed because he was very lucky because he not only found out the location of the gift of light, but now he would be able to take away the endless darkness. The predator appeared in his true form. He said that the heavens were favoring him today, so he was having fun. The Dark King raised his hands into the sky as if calling on God and shouted that he was the chosen one. Ben replied that he was rejoicing early because at least half of the predator's power had been absorbed. Therefore, it is not a fact that the second half will be enough for Steve to take away the endless darkness. The predator replied that he does not lose the same ability twice, and it does not matter how much power the hero managed to absorb. He turned to his ally and asked Wei to tell him what his master's real appearance was. The monkey smiled and replied that Steve is the lord of the underworld, and therefore he can control the souls of the kingdom of shadows. In fact, they did not come here to escape persecution. The Guardian Cemetery is Steve's underworld prison. Many souls are enslaved here, and they are the source of his replenished strength. That is why in this place the predator becomes invincible. Kathleen noted that they had underestimated their enemy, but Ben was not frightened by these words. He said that since this happened, they had only one thing left to do: deal with the predator and complete their mission. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the guard's cemetery, Joseph walked leisurely through the forest holding his bag on his shoulder. Passing by a tree, he touched it a little. The tree instantly came off like a small branch due to the mentor's terrifying aura. But Joseph didn't seem to notice this. He walked forward, and in front of him lay a huge stone. But the power of his aura was so high that it cut through the stone while it slowly walked forward. The man had made a huge hole in the stone and was approaching the exit. When he came out, the obstacle shattered into pieces, but Joseph did not react to this either. Apparently, this was a common thing for him. He was only worried about the place where he ended up. The man walked forward all night but never came out anywhere. Suddenly he saw hundreds of souls flying in some direction. Joseph was surprised by this because he had already dealt with them before. He thought and said that apparently the educational process was not in vain for them, and now they decided to help him get out. Thousands of spirits responded to Steve's call and headed to him to feed him with energy. Ben was shocked by how many spirits he saw. Apparently the predator had killed a huge number of people. Kathleen understood that they could not allow the Dark King to devour them, because then they would not win. But it was too late. Steve began to absorb all his souls in order to continue living with them. The number of people he killed was so great that he began to increase in size from absorption. The heroes could not stand and just watch, so they decided to launch an attack on their enemy. Wei stood in their way. He wanted to delay the team so that his master could make a rebirth. The paladin was not frightened by the monkey's menacing attitude. She only replied that he asked for it. Wei didn't expect her speed to be so fast. Kathleen delivered a blow that killed the demon-level predator in an instant. The monkey was too slow compared to the girl, so this fight was over for him. The heroes headed towards Steve, and the once former ally of the predator fell to the ground, swaying. But our heroes saw that it was already too late. After all, the monkey managed to detain them, albeit not for long. The Dark King absorbed every soul, and from the amount of energy he became very fat. All these souls filled him, and Steve now looked like a huge ball hanging in the air. The ball grew larger and began to crack. The predator felt the boundless power that filled it. Suddenly it burst from the number of souls it had absorbed, and a blue cloud of smoke filled the clearing. Ben was shocked by the picture he saw. He did not expect that the predator would simply blow itself up. Kathleen told the guy not to relax because the explosion was not fatal. Steve appeared before them, a spiritual-level predator in the guise of a soul absorber. He did not hesitate and immediately directed his attack towards our heroes. Ben managed to react and use the shield that he had recently stolen. He ordered Kathleen to hide behind it. An explosion occurred. The force of the released energy was crushing and formed a blue sphere in the place where the team stood. The explosion left a huge crater in the center of which was a shield sphere, one of Ben's abilities. The guy realized that if it weren't for the shield, then there would be no trace of them. With one wave of his hand, Steve released a huge amount of energy. Was this really his full power? The shield began to crack, and the hero noticed that his ability was at its limit, just a little more, and he would not have been able to stand it. The guy told the paladin that he would have to dodge the next attack, but Kathleen thought that Ben had recently become a guard, but had already rushed to protect her. You can't say that he is reliable, but at decisive moments you could rely on him. Steve was floating in the air and was disappointed that his attack did not hit the heroes. The Dark King felt that this was not the limit of his capabilities, but only 70% of them. But he did not understand why this happened. Suddenly the predator remembered Joseph, whom he had sealed in his prison. He assumed that most likely it was his doing. There was a noise behind Steve. It was the sound of trees breaking like thin branches because someone was approaching. Joseph came out of the thicket of the forest and declared that he was tired of walking in the dark and finally got out. Steve was surprised that the guard was able to survive. He asked the man if he was the same ignoramus who attacked him recently. There were no emotions on Joseph's face. As always, he simply asked the predator who he was. Steve grinned and said that apparently the guard forgot him too quickly, to which Joseph replied that he did not understand what he was talking about because they had never met. The Dark King realized that the man was rather stupid and asked directly what he had done with his spirit slaves. The guard replied that if he was asking about those spirits in the forest, then he taught them a lesson and prayed for their peace. Steve was angry. He did not expect that by locking the guard in prison, he would lose so many souls that he had been collecting for years. Out of rage, he jumped into the air in order to attack the one who ruined all his plans. The speed of the Dark King was great, and Joseph did not have time to dodge his attack. Steve struck his opponent in the face with his hand, causing him to fly to the side. The man fell to the ground, but he never let go of his mysterious bag. Apparently there was something valuable to him there. Steve said that even though he now has 70% of his strength, this will be more than enough for the guards. Joseph rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. This was not the first time he had been hit by an enemy. The man told the predator that he had a rather weak blow, and if he took his time, He would show him what strength is. But alas, maybe another time they will fight, because now Joseph was in a hurry to the Protoss to reveal the identity of the one who harmed his student. A team of heroes immediately arrived and said that for this there is no need to go to the Protoss because the one the man needs is here. Ben pointed his finger at Steve and said that he not only used Adam's body, but also inflicted a fatal wound on him. Fortunately, Kevin managed to save the guy. Joseph pondered the words spoken to him and decided what to do next. He turned to Steve and asked if they had met outside the arena. The Predator replied that it was so, although the man did not immediately understand who he was. The Dark King grinned, noting that it was not surprising that Joseph did not understand anything because his head was empty. After these words, a bag instantly flew at Steve, which Joseph had not let go of his hands all this time. The Predator stopped him with his hand, and immediately his nose was struck by the disgusting smell that came from the bag. He asked the man what was lying there. Joseph delivered a powerful blow to Steve's stomach and replied that the bag contained his change of underwear. Then he hit the Predator again, but this time with his foot in the face. The force of the blow sent the Dark King flying into the air. While flying, he thought about how a person could have such a crushing force of blows. Joseph began to become covered in a crimson fog. He stood and concentrated in order to awaken his power. The Guardian screamed as he released his energy. This was the path of a despot, a fighting spirit stance. The strength was so high that his rage could be seen in the pulsating muscles. He shouted that only he could beat his student. After these words, he headed towards Steve, deciding to finish the battle without allowing the enemy to land. His aura, which was flying around, began to turn into the form of a dragon and flew straight towards the Predator at great speed. Steve realized that the power of such a blow should not be underestimated since she took the form of a dragon. He put his hand in front of him and shouted that he would hold all this power. Ben was shocked by the strength of the S-rank guard. The guy thought for a second that Joseph was a monster if he had such impressive abilities. After the attack, the dust began to clear and traces of torn flesh appeared on the monster's body. Steve said that this idiot was able to break through his living armor. It will be difficult to restore it because it is armor made of human souls that can block up to 3 fatal blows. The Predator became seriously angry and began to gather his energy, shouting that the guard was greatly infuriating him. The man grinned and answered the enemy that it was mutual. Meanwhile, calm reigned at the top of the sacred mountain and morning began. The alarm clock rang for the umpteenth time. Eliza's voice was recorded on it, shouting that it was time for her father to wake up. The man, with one blow of his hand, destroyed the annoying device that was preventing him from sleeping. Kevin was lying in his bed, half asleep, wearing funny spotted pajamas and not understanding what kind of idiot came up with alarm clocks. The master rose with difficulty, and his face showed disappointment that morning had come because he still wanted to sleep. Still, it was time to get up, and Kevin went to do his morning ritual, and he started by brushing his teeth. After briefly rinsing his mouth, the man perked up a little. His next morning activity was drinking a glass of his favorite tea with milk. Sitting on the toilet and drinking tea, he shouted to his daughter that he was very hungry and asked if she had already prepared breakfast. He called Eliza all this time, but no one answered him. Having finished his business, the man went out and thought about where his daughter had disappeared. Kevin walked into the kitchen and saw that breakfast was ready and there was a note on the table. It was a note from Eliza, which said that his father should have breakfast alone. Adam would be with her, so he didn't have to worry. The master took one bun that he had for breakfast and thought that his daughter was very obstinate and cleverly pulled off everything. Meanwhile, Elisa's phoenix raced across the sky towards the forest where the guards had gone. Ben's entire crew and Adam were on board the blue ship, rushing to his aid. Everyone thought about their own. Jenna was worried that the owner and Leia went to save Sarah, risking their lives, so she could not stay away. Eliza did not expect herself to take this step. She was worried that the guy had died, in which case the girl did not know what to do next. Lucy was angry that Ben went on a mission with Leia and didn't invite her. It wasn't fair. Vanessa thought that Dean Lee probably followed them, so the hero should be careful. Adam was embarrassed at the sight of Beauties. He envied Ben because he was successful with the girls. After some time, the newly formed support team arrived at the first battle site. Adam was amazed that all the trees were cut down. He asked his allies if Leia's power could do this. Jenna replied that it was most likely not her, because it was not in the guard's style. At that moment, they saw Leia, who was happy to see the bird of the king's daughter-in-law. Jenna landed in front of her friend and asked to tell her where the owner was and why they were not together. Leia replied that it was all because she was detained here. Jessica appeared behind the girls, who had been following Ben's guard all this time. Leia asked why the girl was pursuing her because she spared her life, showing leniency. Jessica replied that she was no longer interested in fighting, and it was because of her that she became like this, so now Leia is responsible for the succubus. Jenna was wary, because in appearance the girl looked like a predator, but a completely different aura emanated from her. Leia replied that Jessica was actually a predator, but after she defeated her, she did not die and is now following on her heels. Apparently, it's all about the stone that is in the swordswoman's chest. Because of it, the succubus lost her memory. Eliza descended from the phoenix, interrupting the girls' conversation. She explained that this was a purification effect. The bride heard her father talk about it. Such is the ability of the gift of light. Leia was surprised that the artifact was in her, and Eliza replied that apparently out of despair, Sarah decided to hide it in her friend. Purification removes negative effects, but can also erase memory, so now Jessica has gotten rid of the bloodthirstiness characteristic of predators. It turns out that now the girl is not a purebred predator since she was previously a human. Since now she has gotten rid of the main disadvantage, it would be wrong to call her a predator. Eliza turned to the unfortunate girl and suddenly invited her to go with them. Meanwhile, a snowstorm began at the top of the sacred mountain. Kevin was able to overcome his morning sleep deprivation and slowly walked out of his house. He thought that he would like to retire a long time ago, but there was no peace in his life yet. Meanwhile, the battle continued at the border of the guard's cemetery. Joseph continued to attack his enemy. Due to the high speed of the strike, only crimson sparks were visible in the sky. Sparks appeared at the moment when the man delivered his blow, and the monster blocked it. Kathleen also did not stand aside and tried to hit the predator with her divine attack, but everything was unsuccessful. Ben stood in the clearing and watched. The guy thought that something didn't add up because at the beginning the predator could barely resist Joseph. But now Steve can calmly fend off the attacks of two guards at the same time. This could become a problem. The hero turned towards the monkey, which Kathleen killed with one blow. Ben realized that he had to come up with something and find a solution, otherwise they would lose the fight. Steve crossed his arms and pressed him to himself, gathering his soul energy for attack. He used a cursed explosion and knocked back two fighters at once that he had previously been unable to dodge. Joseph landed on his feet, barely able to maintain his balance. The man noticed that the monster was getting stronger. The girl deftly landed on her hand and replied that she thought so too. This was the first time she had encountered something like this. Steve provoked his enemies by saying that the guards must be wondering why his strength was increasing. The whole point is that there is a difference between genders. He is a predator, and it is inherent in nature that people are no match for him. Suddenly, someone shouted that the monster was lying, and in fact it was not so. Ben realized what was happening. Steve had absorbed a huge number of souls, but it took time before their energy was absorbed. If the part has been learned so far, the more the battle goes on, the more the monster will change. Steve answered the guy that he was not stupid, and he was interested in how he could guess about the predator's ability. Ben replied that he guessed because he himself had a demonic ability. Suddenly, two copies of the guy appeared behind Steve, preparing to strike. The monster released its energy with one wave of its hand and destroyed the two Bens. He asked the guy if Wei's cloning technique was that same demonic ability. After these words, the monster directed its beam of souls at the hero standing in the clearing. The beam pierced through Ben's stomach, burning all his organs from the inside. The two S-rank guards were shocked by what they saw. They did not expect the hero to die such a death. Steve pulled the guy towards him and said that he had to absorb Wei's soul, and since the hero was in such a hurry to die, he could help him with this. But the seemingly half-dead Ben raised his head and told the monster that where did he get the idea that this was the original? A copy of the hero disappeared into the air, stunning his enemy. Steve turned around, but it was too late. He realized that the guy had fooled him. Ben was already behind the monster, and at that moment he used his grab ability. Everything around him dissolved, and Steve found himself in an impenetrable abyss filled with thousands of eyes. He was furious because he did not understand why he could not move, and why eyes were looking at him everywhere, from which fear arose. The guards also saw this abyss of fear. Joseph thought it was a mirage, but Kathleen replied that it was not so. She explained that these are the eyes of Asura. They say he is able to immobilize the enemy with fear. The girl did not even imagine that Ben had such power. The guy told the monster that he had never used this power, but Steve forced him to resort to it, because if he was not killed, others would suffer. He gathered all the demonic energy and ordered his power to appear. Suddenly, his clothes began to be torn to shreds, and a purple aura appeared from behind his back, taking shape. These were Asura's 6 arms, which were much larger in size than Ben himself. Steve couldn't believe his instincts. Suddenly, the thirst for killing the hero became stronger than that of predators. This was impossible for a person. An imperceptible fatigue appeared in Ben's eyes, and he ordered the predator to get out of the dungeon. At that moment, one of Asura's hands struck the monster's face, which could not move. Ben slammed his opponent into the ground, pushing him out of the abyss of fear. Steve felt hellish pain, but at the same time he realized that he was no longer under control and could move. The blow was so strong that it removed another layer of spiritual armor. Now the monster could only die once. He was furious that a pathetic man could do this to him. Steve shouted that he would kill Ben. But in response to this, he received a fist blow that finished off the enemy. Ben shouted that this is not the end and Steve better take care of himself. A flurry of blows fell on the monster, which continued to beat him to the point of exhaustion. The predator tried to block the attack, but Asura's strength was much greater than his. Under a flurry of blows, souls began to fly out of Steve's body, fleeing. Kathleen was surprised that the souls of the dead fighters were leaving the monster. They feared Asura much more than the Dark King. After the attack, the monster rose to its feet. It had a huge number of wounds and abrasions, but they all immediately disappeared, because the hero also destroyed the last of the layers of the spiritual shield. Ben shouted that he needed to attack immediately because now the monster could be defeated. Joseph, without thinking twice, gathered his strength into the last attack. Even without words, it was clear to him that he needed to help the hero. The man used a tiger volley. A huge, saber-toothed tiger made of energy rushed towards Steve. Kathleen also did not stand aside. She said that right now the Dark King Steve will pay for what he did. The girl instantly rushed towards the enemy and cut through his body, leaving behind only the blood of the monster. 2 guards attacked simultaneously, leaving no chance for the monster to win. Kathleen exhaled and announced that the verdict had been reached and the fight was over. Joseph took revenge for his student and said that Steve crossed the wrong person's path. The dust from the blows cleared, and the blood of the monster could be seen dripping onto the ground. His leg and arm were severed, his body was cut in half, but he struggled to stay on his feet. All because he did not want to give up, because the gifts of light and darkness were right in front of him, but the predator understood that he had lost in this battle. He fell into the crater, saying that he would not retreat so easily, after which he no longer showed signs of life. Ben was covered in sweat due to using too much energy. The guy couldn't believe that they won. Kathleen looked at the hero, whose power was gradually beginning to dissipate. She noticed that Ben's fortitude is so great that it seems difficult for him to maintain it. Suddenly, the hands behind the guy's back began to disappear, and he closed his eyes from fatigue. After Asura's hands completely dissolved, Ben lost consciousness and began to fall down because nothing else held him in the air. Kathleen, without thinking twice, jumped towards the hero in order to grab the guy before he landed. She managed to grab Ben, and this made the girl blush a little. Now the guy was very close to her face, and she could take a closer look at him. Embarrassed, the girl turned away and noticed that if you looked closely, Ben was very handsome. Joseph interrupted the awkward pause and asked Kathleen why she was blushing, if she really hurt herself when she caught the guy. The girl, as if nothing had happened, abandoned Ben and replied that Joseph was talking nonsense because she had the most ordinary complexion. The man was stupid, but not that stupid. He noticed that Kathleen couldn't lie at all. Ben woke up from hitting the ground. He realized that he had apparently lost consciousness, since controlling Asura's power requires a lot of energy. It seemed that the battle was over, but the hero had a strange feeling. The guy did not understand what could be the matter. And then he finally realized a terrible thing that no one noticed. The endless darkness was not activated, which means Steve is still alive. Ben shouted to the guards to finish him off quickly. The monster opened its eyes, which were directed to the place where Ben was sitting. The guardians were too late, and Steve delivered his final blow. the beam of which emanated from his mouth at the enemy, because of whom he lost. Ben did not have time to react and only noticed how the beam of power was directed directly at him. The energy went straight into Ben's mouth and went deep into his body. Horrified, Kathleen realized that things were bad, and she needed to be more careful with such a difficult opponent. Steve exhaled for the last time to take over Ben's body and gain endless darkness. He laughed. His delight knew no bounds, because in the guy's body there was endless darkness and Asura, as well as other abilities that the hero absorbed. Ben's eyes changed to Steve's yellow pupils, and the worst happened. The predator took possession of the hero's body. Kathleen raised her sword and began to gather divine power. She advised Steve to get out of the guy's body, otherwise he would taste the power of her blow again. Steve just grinned. It was the best body he had ever had, and now he was not afraid of Kathleen's sword. The girl was disappointed because she also understood that she could not cope with the power of endless darkness and Asura. But suddenly Joseph came out to fight. He told Kathleen to control herself. The man had more experience in such matters, and he would sort everything out. The paladin looked at Adam's mentor in disbelief and asked what he planned to do. Joseph rushed to the attack and was already preparing his fist, answering that he planned to simply smash his enemy. But his fist was easily stopped by one of Asura's hands, despite all the power of the guard. Joseph shouted that since Steve blocked his left fist, then he would get his right one. But this attack was easily blocked. The monster replied that now the guard's fists were of no use, because Joseph cannot defeat Asura relying only on physical strength. But suddenly the man attacked Ben's head using his despot way. Smoke came out of the guy's forehead at the place where the blow was struck. Asura's hands began to disappear, and he himself fell to the ground. Joseph said that he most likely would not defeat Steve with his fists now. But the monster did not take into account that the mentor's head is much stronger than his hands. Ben lay unconscious, and now the heroes had no idea what to do next. Kathleen was shocked by Joseph's methods. She did not expect that the mentor would simply hit the guy. The girl asked the man that since he knows a lot about these matters, he should know how to get the predator out of Ben's body. Joseph replied that he had not yet thought about how to do this. The mentor suggested that they could hit the hero again, and maybe then Steve would come out of his body. Kathleen was against this. Suddenly a man appeared in the clearing and slowly approached the guards. The guy advised Joseph not to do that because there was no point in it. Michael returned to his comrades, who explained that Steve was in a hopeless situation, so it was unlikely that he would give up his tiny hope because of some blows. Joseph asked the guy what he was proposing, to which Michael replied that there was only one way out in this situation. To destroy Steve once and for all, they need to rely on the strength of Ben himself. The hero and the predator were inside Ben's mind. Steve was surprised that he, the great Dark King, was defeated by a bunch of guards. However, if the monster can defeat the guy in this place, he will have his body forever. Ben grinned. He was not at all afraid of his opponent, and replied that Steve only knew how to talk. The guy struck the predator in the face. There were no abilities here, just the usual solution to a dispute with fists. Attacking his enemy, the hero shouted that he would fight off his body and drive Steve out. Having received the blow, the monster fell on his hands but was immediately able to push off to counterattack. He swung his leg attacking the guy and shouted that the hero still had milk on his lips. Ben should have been a couple thousand years older before showing off to a predator. The guards stood in the clearing and looked at the guy's motionless body. Kathleen said that Ben had already shown his trump cards and proved that he was quite extraordinary. Without him, the team would not have completed this task so easily. But the girl was worried because now the hero had to deal with a spiritual-level predator, and the guards could not help him. Michael smiled in his usual manner and replied that they had to find out who was spiritually stronger, and the team could only wait for him to wake up. Joseph asked the question that was flying in the air. What if Steve wins? What should they do then? Michael replied that then it would be clear that Ben's soul was completely enslaved, and they will have to fulfill their duty as guards, namely to kill the monster. There was a struggle inside Ben. Steve said that the guy was still inexperienced because there was a spiritual world here. Therefore, no abilities are important here, but only the strength of your own spirit is important. The monster pointed at the guy and asked what he could do on his own without Asura's abilities and endless darkness. Ben thought about the monster's words. He thanked him for reminding him of this. The guy remembered how his body was paralyzed, and all he could do was think and reflect, and most importantly, fight for his life. Steve was surprised at how the hero's energy began to change dramatically and increase in size. The guy's big spiritual eyes appeared from the impenetrable abyss. Ben told the monster that since spiritual strength is important here, he sympathizes with Steve, because the monster ran into the wrong person. The predator was amazed. He had never seen someone's spiritual power be so great. The monster assumed that this was a trick, but this could not be true because in the spiritual world it is impossible to use abilities. For the first time, he succumbed to fear. Steve didn't understand why the guy was so strong. Ben replied that the monster just didn't know what the hero had to go through. Previously, he could not even dream of moving his arms, and this body was difficult for him to achieve. Therefore, Ben will never allow a stranger to take him away. Steve shouted that he was not afraid of the guy because the monster had done this millions of times and would do it again. The Dark King had never lost in the spiritual world, and therefore he believed that he would win this time too. The huge hand of spiritual Ben fell on Steve. The monster tried to hold back its onslaught. The predator held on with all his might and said that his good name would not be ruined by any person. But Ben was serious. He told the Dark King not to be arrogant. Suddenly, Steve felt a strong pressure on his body that he was having a hard time holding back. His spirit began to collapse, and the monster realized that he could not cope with such power. Ben in the real world rose into the air, and a purple aura began to appear around him. Joseph was surprised that the guy was floating in the air, but Michael seemed to know what was going on. The guard explained that the hero's levitation is a confrontation between a guy and a predator, and now the battle is in full swing, which means that the team will soon find out who will wake up. Suddenly, another person appeared in the clearing, moving at high speed towards Ben. It was Dean Lee, who pointed his sword at the guy and replied that he doesn't care who wakes up, because Steve killed his subordinates, and Ben is always getting in the way. The old man considered that now he had an excellent chance to finish them both off with one blow. The guards were surprised by Lee's appearance in this place. They did not understand what he was going to do. The dean struck his blow and blood was shed. At that moment, at the other end of the forest, Jenna felt her pulse quicken. The girl became worried and suggested that something was probably happening to her owner. Scarlet blood from the old man's blow flowed onto the dead ground. But it was not Ben's blood, but Kathleen's, who caught the dean's sword with her own hand. The girl saved the guy and said that after they left the Protoss, she had the feeling that someone was following them. The paladin did not expect that the old man would decide to appear right now. Her face was stern, and she asked Lee why he needed to kill the guy. The old man thought that Kathleen risked herself to save the hero. Apparently, not only Kevin is able to fight back the dean, Lee had the feeling that Ben, for some enchanted time, everyone was helping him. He shouted that the guards call themselves S-Rank, but still believe that the boy is capable of defeating Steve. Instead of letting the predator get endless darkness, it would be better to finish him off while there is an opportunity. The old man continued to insist that the team kill the guy and complete their task, and Kathleen's hand clenched the sword more and more from these words. The dean's blade could not stand it and broke from the paladin's strong grip. Her hand was bleeding very much, but she was furious after hearing the old man's words. The girl replied that Lee was wrong and Ben would not lose. After the guy wakes up, the dean shouldn't lay a finger on him, otherwise he'll have problems. Meanwhile, the battle in the spirit world was coming to an end, and the clothes on Ben's body began to dissolve into thin air. The guy thanked the girl for her words, and Kathleen heard this and blushed. The girl realized that it was Ben's voice and began to turn to look at him. Still, he was able to defeat Steve, but then she saw a charming picture in front of her. Standing in front of her was Ben, who had a completely naked torso. He looked like a strong man from fairy tales. The guy turned and asked what condition the girl's hand was in. At that moment, in her eyes, he was the most handsome young man. Kathleen became very embarrassed and replied that it hurt a little, but in her head she did not understand what was happening and why she involuntarily said what she thought. Ben bandaged the girl's hand with the remnants of his clothes, showing concern. The hero said that it was a small bandage, but it would do for the first time. The girl replied that he shouldn't worry so much because she was a paladin and could take care of herself. Joseph and Michael watched the cute couple. Hero told Kathleen that if she didn't like it, then let her take it off, She refused. Michael was amazed that his ability did not affect the paladin, but Ben did it. It was the first time the man had seen a girl so embarrassed. Joseph said that he was already preparing to bury the hero, but it's cool that he managed to win because his mentor didn't believe in it. The dean thought that the guy had no chance of winning and it was just luck. Ben turned to the old man and asked why he wouldn't leave him alone, because Lee kept saying that he needed to kill Steve, but in fact it turned out that he wasn't worried about him. The hero invited the guard to settle old scores once and for all since he came. Suddenly, the dean stepped back. He didn't understand why he wanted to give up his will and was afraid of the guy's aura. The old man assumed that it was all because Ben managed to absorb Steve's energy. The hero continued to provoke the dean, asking why he was hesitating, because he so wanted to kill the guy. Lee found a weighty excuse. He said that an S-rank guard cannot fight people just like that, because this is already a duel, and at least 10 witnesses are needed so that Count Dracula does not bring him to justice. At that moment, Jenna landed on the battlefield and said that the old man killed people for the sake of his experiments, and now he wants to kill Ben. Does the dean really think that he can avoid responsibility? The hero's entire team was assembled. They decided to act as witnesses, because together with the 3 guards there were 10 of them. Ben was surprised that all his friends came to his aid. The old man was disappointed that the hero's assistants appeared at that moment. This thwarted his plan to avoid the battle. Adam noticed his mentor among the guards. He thought that he was dead, to which Joseph replied that no one could kill him. He threw his bag to the student and replied that he could carry his laundry since he came here. The smell from the bag was still just as disgusting. Michael was interested in watching all this, because Ben challenged the S-rank guard and was curious what the dean would answer. The old man realized that he had nowhere to go, and therefore he accepted the guy's challenge. Their enmity would be resolved after this fight. Lee called Vanessa. He was blind, but he knew that she was here. The girl was surprised that her former boss decided to turn to her for help. The old man asked her to give him her sword because Kathleen had broken his own. Lee didn't want to stir up the past, but simply get a weapon for a fair fight. Ben asked the paladin to also borrow a sword, but the girl was surprised by this because the guy had never fought with him, and the dean was no worse a swordsman than Kathleen. The hero replied that he wanted to defeat the enemy on his own field, because he had already performed the old man's techniques many times, and besides, the energy of Steve's souls was still being absorbed. He turned to the girl and told her not to worry because the guy was confident in his victory. After some time, the 2 sworn enemies prepared for their decisive battle. The old man said that he knew that someday this day would come, but he didn't think it would be so soon. It wouldn't be easy to win because the dean considered the guy no equal to himself. In addition, Ben does not know about Lee's real ability because he has not shown it yet. The dean gripped his sword tightly and prepared to fight the hero. A green aura began to form around him. He said that he earned his position thanks to his skills, and it was stupid to challenge him. Having gathered enough energy, Lee summoned his strongest form. The old man's body was covered with a green sphere, which completed his transformation. Ben noticed that the dean's aura was worthy of S-rank because anyone would feel uneasy if such a person used his full power. In the sphere, long black hair became visible, which was blowing in the wind, and the lake blue eyes of a man who had awakened. It was an SR rank ability, a memory. Lee made his body take on the appearance of his youth. Now his body was 27 years old. The dean looked like a very handsome young man. He told Ben that only Kevin had seen him in this appearance. Joseph noted that Lee had good hair in her youth, and Adam added that this was a great example of how you can go bald in old age. Kathleen thought that she had been a guard for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen the dean's ability. Most likely the old man was serious, since he decided to use it. Ben couldn't even imagine that there was an ability that could restore youth. He wondered if his vision had returned too. But one way or another, most likely this was all the dean could do, so the guy prepared to attack. Lee was angered by the guy's words because at 27 years old was the peak of his youth, in which he was at the peak of his strength. The old man started first and suddenly disappeared instantly. This surprised the hero. But it wasn't just Ben who was amazed. Jenna was also surprised that the dean had simply disappeared. Eliza had not seen anyone move so quickly. It was impossible to follow his movements with her eyes. Lee used maximum speed, and now he was circling around the guy. No one could see his movements. Ben waited, and at that moment the dean appeared behind him and said that this was the end for the hero. But the guy seemed to be waiting for this. He deftly repelled the attack despite all the speed that the old man showed. Lee was surprised that the guy was able to parry the blow. He couldn't believe that Ben was as fast as him. The hero turned to the enemy and replied that he had absorbed the energy of 1,000 souls of Steve. Now his capabilities have increased several times, and he sees Lee's every move. Kathleen blushed again. She seemed to like Ben. She thought that the guy had calculated his strength from the very beginning, and there was no reason to worry. You could still rely on the hero. In the split seconds that lasted for the fighters, Ben began to collect purple spheres for attack. The old man apparently hoped that the guy would use only the sword, but no one forbade using all his abilities. Spheres of energy hit Lee, but he managed to dodge because his speed was maximum. He jumped away from the guy and realized that he had set energy traps to catch his opponent. The old man understood that if his vision was not completely restored, he would lose this battle. The dean hit the ground, which cracked and small stones rose into the air. Swinging his sword, Lee said that Ben was too cruel for a young man. After that, he struck with his sword the stones that had previously risen into the air. Seeing the attack, Ben began to collect air around him, concentrating the energy in his mouth. He then released a strong sound wave that flew towards the stones, saying that kindness was inappropriate in fights. The hero's sound wave completely crushed the Lee stones, turning them into dust. Jenna was amazed by the guy's abilities. She was even a little embarrassed seeing the hero's strength. Leia also watched the battle and realized that Ben had become stronger while completing this task. The hero held the sword tightly in his hand and told the old man to face the truth. The truth was that Lee, even young, was no match for Ben. These words outraged the man. He replied that he was a guard of a rank S Protoss, and a trifle of rank A would not defeat him. The old man waved his blade and shouted that in order to deal with Ben, he would only need one hand. The guy also ran to meet his opponent. It was time to check who was stronger. The two fighters collided, and from the outside, it seemed that the hero had struck his opponent with one blow. Eliza was surprised at Ben's speed because he moved in an instant, and Lucy still could not understand who won. The hero's pupils turned white. He was kneeling with a blade clutched in his hand. Suddenly, a cut left by Lee's blade appeared on his chest, and blood poured out of the guy's chest. The man also froze in this position, and there was not a scratch on him. But suddenly he had a cut, but a larger one, which touched his entire hand holding the sword. His arm began to fall away from his body, and his pupils were as white as Ben's. It was Asura's evil eye. Using this technique, Ben made it impossible for his opponent to move. He instantly stopped Lee's sword. The old man fell to his knees because he could no longer fight without his hand. The dean could not believe that he had lost. Ben's comrades began to rejoice at the victory, because now it was clear that the battle was over. Joseph asked Adam why these people were so young, but already so strong, unlike his student. The guy replied that Ben's teacher was simply much stronger than Joseph. Kathleen ran up to the hero, seeing a huge cut that ran across his entire chest. The girl became embarrassed and said that she was a paladin so she could heal the guy. But Ben shouted at the guard not to come because this was not the end. Rising heavily, the guy said that he saw with his own eyes how the dean turned his subordinates into predators, secretly trying to create an artificial one, and did not even disdain himself. The hero's assumption turned out to be correct. Agony was a reagent for turning into a predator. Ben turned to his opponent, telling him not to pretend to be dead because the guy had recently seen such a trick. The old man laughed. He recognized the strength of the hero because he did not expect to lose here. The blind man added that for the sake of his goal, to unite people and predators, Lee must kill Ben. The old man shouted that everything he had done and would do was for the sake of the Protoss. There was a powerful explosion that was similar to the sphere in which Lee transformed when he became young. Ben was shocked by such power, and he also smelled a very strong smell of blood. Jenna knew this feeling. It was the same as when she fought with the god of thunder, but the dean's energy was much stronger. Vanessa folded her hands and prayed that the old man would give in and not be so stubborn. When the sphere dissipated, something huge appeared in front of the heroes, not resembling the former guard. Kathleen noticed that this ability is not from the human world. The old man comes out and in fact secretly conducted experiments on himself. An artificial predator appeared before them, a huge creature that was covered with eyes, and its hair was like threads and went deep into the ground. Eliza was horrified by what she saw. She could not believe that this creature was Dean Lee. Adam was also shocked by what he saw. This creature looked even more terrifying than a spiritual-level predator. Jessica, although she was a former predator, found the creature disgusting. The monster opened its mouth and slowly began to repeat Ben's name. Then it said that it wanted the guy to die, and the eyes on its body looked at the hero. Seeing the monster in front of them, the guards stated that they had originally assumed that this fight would be between the two. But when they saw Lee in such a form, they could no longer remain indifferent. Joseph said that the dean of the Protoss Guard, but himself, fell to the very bottom. The mentor added that if the old man did not stop, then he would not babysit him. The monster was like a silent statue that did not seem to hear the heroes, but only continued to repeat Ben's name. Joseph was infuriated by the monster's offensive behavior because he did not pay attention to the guard. Ben approached the men and explained that if you look closely, you can understand that Lee has lost his mind. Apparently, this was a side effect of the transformation. But even after losing consciousness, he did not forget the guy's name. Apparently, he really wants to get endless darkness and will not stop until he kills the hero. Vanessa confirmed Ben's words. The dean's experiment failed. He needs endless darkness to make a breakthrough in research. But the girl herself sees this appearance for the first time and doesn't know what to do with it. Most likely, you shouldn't count on the old man's human essence. Therefore, having summed up all the data, the girl said with tears in her eyes that there was only one way out. Joseph pointed to himself and said that if you need to kill a monster, then Vanessa is an expert in such matters. Suddenly, the monster went on the attack. He began to concentrate energy in his largest eye on his chest. He still repeated Ben's name and fired a beam straight at Joseph. The man managed to react and jumped away from the deadly beam. Joseph used the path of the despot and went straight to the old man's face, shouting that now he was his opponent, not Ben. He was still annoyed that no one was paying attention to him, so before striking, he asked if the old man dared to answer him. The answer was quite simple. The monster raised its hand to the man and folded it into one finger strike. The old man hit the man like a small, annoying insect, but the force was so high that Joseph instantly flew to the other end of the forest. Seeing such a sight, Adam began to worry about his mentor because he was his closest person. Landing firmly, the man began to stand up and noticed that after the transformation, Lee became much stronger than before. Joseph escaped with minor bruises. He was lucky that his skull was solid, otherwise it would have been very bad. The monster did not stop at one target, so now the same energy began to concentrate in all the eyes that were on its body. Ben immediately realized what was happening and shouted that the dean was going to attack everyone indiscriminately. The monster shouted that he would kill the guy and launched a volley from all his eyes at the creatures around him. Impact after impact, the rays hit the ground, reminiscent of the fall of hundreds of bombs. Eliza tried to dodge one such laser, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain. Her leg was pierced by a piece of wood, and because of this, the girl could no longer move. Suddenly, she noticed another deadly ray flying at her. Eliza prepared for death. She understood that she could not dodge because of her broken leg. But death did not come for her, and the girl did not understand why the beam stopped at the moment when it was supposed to overtake her. Opening her eyes, she saw something she did not expect at all. Kevin stood in front of her, holding all the energy from the beam with one hand, thereby protecting his daughter. The man waved his hand to the side and changed the trajectory of the deadly projectile, which flew into a tree. The girl's hysteria brought tears to her eyes, and she asked Kevin why he was here now. The savior turned and replied that his daughter need not be afraid of anything as long as her father was nearby. Dean Lee, in the form of a monster, continued his volley from his eyes and shouted that he would kill everyone now. The shells flew at all team members and everyone dodged as best they could, but each time it became more and more difficult. Someone called Dean Lee in a loud voice, causing him to stop attacking and tremble. His eyes turned to the little man who came to the aid of our heroes. Kevin asked the old man why he needed all this. Did the dean really want to be sighted and with a chic hairstyle down to the ground? Because when one thing disappears, another always appears. The mentor's face was stern, and he added that it was very difficult for him to see his old friend through this appearance. Lee slowly turned his head and continued to tremble as if he was afraid of Kevin's words. Kathleen also noticed this fear. Lee was so scared as if he was about to lose consciousness. The girl wondered what was so scary about this Kevin. Ben suggested that it was a simple instinct of self-preservation and that this reaction was unconscious. Kevin continued to lecture. He said that he was already a pensioner and did not expect that it was Lee who would disturb his peace. The man grabbed the tree with one hand, and the trunk began to crack from the strength of his grip. At that same second, the tree completely tore into pieces, leaving behind only a stump. Kevin held a whole tree with one hand and said that the old man had injured his daughter, and this was unforgivable. Therefore, he asked not to judge him because the dean asked for it himself. Michael had heard that Kevin was the strongest of all the guards, and for the first time saw him in action. The guy considered it a great success. The master pushed off the ground and instantly found himself in the face of a huge monster. In one hand, he held a tree, and the other hand was, as always, in his pocket. At that moment, he was preparing to attack. Kevin said that Lee gets this blow for injuring Eliza and hitting the monster's head with a tree. Unexpectedly, but from such a force of impact, the monster's head instantly crashed into the ground. Because of such power, the ground began to crack around the landing of the head, and huge vibrations began to emanate throughout the forest. Joseph was amazed by the master's strength, because with just one blow he slammed the old man into the ground. Michael could not believe his eyes. The guy considered the powers of these two guards to be incommensurable. Eliza looked at her father and smiled. The girl was proud that Kevin stood up for her. Suddenly a blue shield formed around the girl, which scared her at first. There was no need to be afraid. It was Ben's protective barrier. The guy decided to protect the entire team. He also asked Kathleen to heal Eliza's wounds. The paladin looked at the large cut on Ben's body, because of which the guy could hardly stand on his feet, and thought that he needed help more than the others. Suddenly, the monster rose from its knees after the blow and began to concentrate energy in its eyes. It furiously wanted to kill everyone who was here. At the same moment, the tree that Kevin was holding flew into his main and largest eye on his chest. The man was floating in the air after the throw. He asked his friend if the old man had regained his sanity. But apparently this was not the case. Kevin looked sternly at the monster and said that now he will help Lee learn from his mistakes. The master went on the attack. His blows and movements were so fast that outwardly it seemed as if a huge whirlwind was spinning around the monster. Michael was an S-rank guard and had high speed himself, but even he couldn't keep up with Kevin's attacks. Within a couple of seconds, the monster felt terrible pain and screamed, each eye on its body bleeding from the blows. Leia was amazed. The master was able to destroy every eye of the monster at the same time. It was truly amazing. Ben had not seen Kevin's strength before. He was amazed that the man managed it in an instant, which is why he was nicknamed the strongest guard. The master carefully landed on the ground and said that he and the dean were colleagues, so the man did not want to kill him. The monster was on his knees bleeding, and Kevin turned around and told the old man not to do that again. But the exhausted monster did not want to give up. He said that everyone who was here would die. A green ball of energy began to form above his head, increasing in size. When the power has reached its maximum, Lee shot all that energy at Kevin. The sphere was approaching Kevin, who was peacefully walking forward, and it seemed that a couple more seconds and the strongest guard would die. Eliza shouted to her father to dodge the attack. The girl seriously panicked. Suddenly, at the very last moment, the master turned around and spat his straw, which he had been holding in his mouth all this time, towards the ball. The massive attack stopped and looked like a ball that had been stuck with a needle and was about to burst. The guards were shocked that Kevin was able to stop the dean's dying blow with just one straw. Ben noticed more. He saw that Kevin not only stopped the attack. The master also struck back. The energy-filled straw cut the enemy charge and headed towards the monster. At that moment, the creature that once was the dean realized that there was no way for him to evade. The straw pierced Lee's head. The blow was so powerful that only the lower part of the huge skull remained. Kevin exhaled with disappointment and said that if the old man had not taken the wrong path, he would have made a good guard. But alas, the master had to stop an old friend who craved forbidden power. Kevin thought that if he had not done this, the dean would have become like those 5 guards. Having finished thinking about the battle, the master saw in front of him a team that he could protect. Stunned, Joseph, Michael, and Adam stood in front of him. The master asked what these 3 were doing here. The hero saw the guard's strength and after that did not want to contradict him, so Joseph timidly replied that they were not doing anything. Kevin calmly turned around and replied that since there were no more problems here, he needed to leave because he had another important matter. Eliza was indignant that her father would just leave the girl here. She asked what kind of important matter was waiting for the master. Kevin turned around and replied that Ethan had milk tea at half price today, so he didn't want to make a difficult choice between his favorite drink and his daughter. Flying to get his tea, he shouted for Ben to take care of Eliza. The guy was frightened by the strength of the great guard, so he agreed with fear in his eyes. After some time, Kathleen began to treat Eliza's leg, at which point the bride noticed something strange in the sky. Energy began to be released from the body of the dead Dean, so much of it that it seemed as if purple snow was falling. Kathleen said that Lee lived a long life, and this energy contains all his knowledge. If Ben absorbs it, he will certainly become much stronger. One of the spheres landed on the hero's hand, but he blew it away, not wanting to accept this gift. Kathleen jumped up and was surprised that the guy just took it and scattered it. The girl asked why he did it. Ben replied that he had already absorbed the power of tens of thousands of Steve's souls, and it was still difficult for him to assimilate them. His body could not withstand more energy. Besides, all this power is Kevin's trophy, and the guy felt that he had no right to take it. A little more than a month has passed since our hero's first task. He was in his estate. The sun was already rising outside the window. It was 6 in the morning. Someone woke Ben up. The guy rubbed his eyes and asked who dared to interrupt his light sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw a gorgeous picture. In front of him was Jessica's magnificent breasts. The girl was sitting on the guy and wild passion was visible in her eyes. It was she who woke up the hero. Ben was embarrassed and asked the succubus not to overstep his boundaries. The girl moved closer and said that everything was fine. She just couldn't stand it anymore. Jessica had been watching the guy all night and finally had the opportunity to sneak into his bed unnoticed. The hero thought that although the girl had regained her human nature, she had not stopped being lustful. In this regard, she had become even worse. If everything is left as it is, then Ben cannot avoid a reaction. He did not want such difficult tests in the morning. The guy didn't know what to do, and suddenly the girl took the initiative. She put her hands on Ben's chest and said that the hero has a very pumped-up body, and this scar gives him masculinity. She blushed all over. The succubus began to fantasize about all sorts of things because the bodies of human men were more beautiful than those of predators. From the unexpected gestures of attention, Ben jumped up and told the girl that she was too carried away and to be a little more restrained. Suddenly, the bedroom window opened and a strong wind blew, blowing sakura leaves into the room. Someone landed neatly on the windowsill. It was a samurai protecting Ben. The girl said that as soon as she left for a second, Jessica had already made her way into the guy's room. Leia stood gracefully by the window and held a katana in her hands. She added that with such behavior, the succubus was asking for her blade. Jessica was frightened by her former enemy and said that she had understood everything wrong. The girl had not come to seduce the guy, but simply to wake him up. Leia hid the blade and advised him not to do this again, and besides, the hero should not let his guard down either. The guard looked at Ben and asked if he forgot what day it was. The guy replied that he remembers, because today there will be a ceremony at which Dracula will assign the hero S rank. Jessica was not aware of such news, so she shouted throughout the house with joy. She suggested that it was because Ben helped stop the Dean. The guy nodded and said that not everything was so simple. He and Leia did everything possible to deal with the Count's problem. The hero slowly got dressed and added that it was he who managed to show Lee's true appearance, and that in fact the old man was defeated by Kevin. Therefore, the guy did not think that he was worthy of S rank. Simply moving up the rankings would be enough for him. After getting dressed, Ben decided to go to Count Dracula himself and ask what he thought about this. After some time, the guy approached the Count's estate, which looked like a luxurious castle with a security guard at the entrance. Before the hero appeared, another stranger approached the estate. This worried the guards. It was a strange monk, dressed in monastic robes. He had a straw hat on his head, and the old man was holding a small bell in his hand. He asked if Count Dracula lived here. One of the guards shouted for the monk to leave because an important meeting would be held here, and tramps were forbidden to even be close. But at that moment, Ben approached the estate and stood up for the old man, saying that he did not look like an ordinary tramp. The guy turned to the monk and asked if he would mind if they went together. The old man thanked the hero. Ben didn't know how to address the stranger, so the old man pulled the rope to take off his hat. The monk showed his face and said that his Buddhist name is Kunai, and he is an S-rank Protoss guard. The hero made the same welcoming gesture as the old man and also introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet the monk. The guards recognized the master. There were rumors that the monk left the society for several years to seal the sword and never attended such events. The doors opened and the heroes were allowed into the estate. The monk was surprised at how impressive Dracula's house was and didn't understand why such luxury was needed, because a house is just a place to relax. The old man also asked Ben if Leia was his friend and how the girl was doing now. The guy was surprised that the monk knew her. Kunai replied that he and Leia were old friends, but had not seen each other for many years and had lost touch. The hero was wondering if the old man had really changed his custom and came to the meeting only to ask him about Leia. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a mysterious figure who called out to Ben. The stranger asked if this was the guy who returned the gift of light and defeated Steve. And also, isn't this the same hero who is not inferior to Dean Lee in fencing skills and became the youngest S-rank guard in history? A graceful girl sat on a blade that was floating in the air. She wondered if all these rumors were about this guy. The warrior said that she was very interested in Ben after all these stories. That is why the girl wanted to check for herself what the hero was capable of. She made a gesture with her fingers and ordered her swords to appear. Suddenly, bright stars appeared in the sky and quickly approached the earth. Ben was amazed by such a greeting. He did not expect that he would have to fight in the Count's estate. Hundreds of blades began to fall from the sky, ready to strike the hero. At that moment, a bell rang in the air. It was a monk who told the guy not to worry. Because of the sound that the bell made, all the blades evaporated into thin air. The old man did not want to offend Ben because he was Leia's friend. The hero was amazed that the monk stopped such a strong attack so calmly. The stranger was disappointed. She told Kunai not to poke his nose into other people's affairs, because the girl did not come to test his abilities. The monk replied that today was the day Ben would be promoted, not the time for fighting. The stranger said that the old man was very boring, and at that moment a barely noticeable beam appeared on her face. To the girl's surprise, a huge arc of light was heading towards her. The blow immediately threw the offender off her blade, but did not cause any damage to her. The arc of divine light was so powerful that flying further and crashing into the dome of the building, it immediately cut off half of it. At the entrance to the estate stood Kathleen, who loudly called the stranger by name. Paladin was serious and said that she did not allow Ben to be attacked. The guy was surprised that Kathleen came here, and the old man thought that the guy had a lot of options. The stranger, whose name was Lillian, gracefully stood on her sword, from which she had recently fallen. She was outraged by Kathleen's appearance and replied that she was just playing with the guy and it didn't concern her. Lillian rushed to attack the paladin, saying that she reacted too strangely. Did she really like the hero? Kathleen became embarrassed and replied that this was nonsense, and Lillian had misunderstood everything and also attacked her rival. At that moment, a flash appeared. It seemed as if two girls were clashing swords. The monk noticed that Ben is very young, but has already mastered this ability. It is not surprising that the Count values the guy very much. Lillian was clenched into a purple fist and screamed to be let go because she wanted to teach her rival a lesson. Kathleen was also blocked. She replied that the girl's words did not affect her at all, and that Lillian would have no mercy for attacking Ben. This flash was the call of the hands of Asura. The guy was holding two warriors who were arguing among themselves which of them was better. Ben realized that the girls were old enemies, and he was wondering why this happened. The monk explained that the fact is that Protoss is not their home. These two were from two warring countries. The guy turned to the old man and was surprised that there were other countries. He believed that Protoss was the only place where people lived. The monk began his story. Once upon a time, there were many states on their continent, but due to attacks by predators, many of them fell into decay and ceased to exist. Several small states remain. Protoss supports them financially and also protects them, for which their best warriors become Protoss guards. Paladin Kathleen was the strongest warrior in the country of knights. This country looked like a city from the Middle Ages with castles and paladins in armor. Fencer Lillian arrived from a mysterious eastern country where female fencers live. She is also the head of the sword school there. A figure in a red robe emerged from the estate and watched as the girls argued among themselves. It was Count Dracula along with Michael and Joseph. He stated that he had not gathered everyone here to watch them fight. But the warriors continued to swear. This began to irritate the Count. He shouted for everyone to calm down quickly, which scared all 4 participants in the brawl. Suddenly, the Asura's hands split, and Ben was surprised by this because the Count said only a couple of words. Not only the guy felt the pressure on himself, but other warriors too. The hero noted that apparently Count Dracula is on a completely different level of power. Perhaps he is as strong as Kevin. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the sky and was approaching the estate. The helicopter landed in front of everyone gathered, and Ben thought that most likely it was Daniel's mother. Mary exited the transport impressively. She noticed that everyone had already gathered but did not understand why, because only Ben would be promoted. The woman cast a cold glance at the guy. Clearly, she was not happy to see him. Ben was a little scared and assumed that the woman was staring so intently because the hero had defeated her son in a duel. The meeting began, and Count Dracula announced that since everyone was assembled, we could begin the discussion. Ben whispered to Kathleen not to be angry, because he only grabbed her because things were getting tense and the guy didn't want the fight to get out of control. The girl became embarrassed. She thought that Ben was already gossiping with her, which means their relationship had reached a new level. It was too fast for the beauty. The Count continued his speech. He noted that Ben distinguished himself in the task of returning the gift of light and also helped stop Dean Lee. Therefore, the governor decided to promote the guy to S rank and make him a guard of the 10th Squad. Mary was struck by this information because her son was in this detachment. The woman hoped that the hero would be enlisted in another detachment. The Count looked at those present and asked if anyone had any objections to his decision. Mary smiled sweetly and replied that there were no objections because she did not want to be at enmity with such a strong guard. Kathleen knew what the hero was capable of, and she believed that S rank was his level, especially since the guy is the youngest S rank guard in history. Lillian saw what Ben was capable of. The hero was indeed strong, but she didn't want to see him with Kathleen at all. Therefore, the girl decided to take the initiative and raised her hand, declaring that she was against it. Protoss guards protect not only Protoss, but also small states. S rank is awarded for military merits, and the Count wants to promote a newcomer. The citizens of Lillian's country would be excited about this. Dracula explained that the guy's abilities were confirmed by Kathleen and Joseph, so there is no need to worry, but Lillian was against it because the residents of her country did not see what he was capable of. The Count thought about it and asked what needs to be done then to convince Lillian to recognize his rank. The warrior replied that in order to see his abilities, the governor must allow Ben to go with her to her country. If the hero defeats the students of her fencing school, then Lillian will certainly recognize his strength. Ben was struck by these words. The guy was not ready to see so many girls in one place. Kathleen was also not happy about this statement. She said that Lillian came up with this on purpose because the students are the main strength of the country of women, and even a paladin cannot oppose anything to them. The excited hero turned to the Count, asking him to reject this offer because it would be somehow dishonorable for one guy to be in such a country. Dracula declared that since Lillian had doubts, Ben would have to go with her to the Kingdom of Women and defeat the warriors there in order to demonstrate the strength of the Protoss Guard. Kathleen was shocked by the governor's decision. The girl considered the situation terrible. Lillian was glad that her plan was a success. She said that when the guy arrived at the place, she would understand that he had a high opinion of himself. The Count said that the issue of promoting the heroes was a settled matter, but there was still something that needed to be discussed. The second question was more serious, and that is why the governor invited all the guards to come. He asked to follow him. Ben was surprised that his promotion was not the main reason for the meeting. The guy was wondering why everyone was gathered. After some time, all the guards entered the palace and saw a bloodied man lying on the floor. Ben asked who this corpse was. Lillian replied that it was an A-rank guard from the 2nd Squad. He was far from a weak opponent, but he was killed just like that. The girl was wondering how it happened. Judging by the wounds, the killer is fluent with weapons, but who it could be was unclear. The Count replied that Lillian would immediately understand everything if she touched his wound. The girl didn't immediately understand what the catch was. but she decided to believe the governor's words and touch the wound of the corpse. She was suddenly overcome with fear from the bloodlust she felt. Lillian quickly crawled away from the corpse and realized that it was the bloodthirsty king who did it. The count said that without any doubt it was him. The governor thought that he had been dead for a long time and did not expect to meet him again. Ben asked Dracula who this bloodthirsty king was. It was probably because of him that everyone was gathered here. Even Lillian turned pale with fear. Apparently, this was not an ordinary person. The swordswoman rose to her feet and said that the bloodthirsty king was not one person, but 5. But individually, they are extremely dangerous. Even from the corpse, one could see how skillfully they killed him. In addition, he was once a guard, but he was wanted for killing a comrade. Kunai, who stood aside, added that moreover, the Bloody King was once his student. He was one of the S-rank guards in the 5th Division, and one of the 5 bloodthirsty kings. The king was sitting on the border of the Kingdom of Women. One of the figures in a cloak turned to him and asked if he had killed that guard. The masked man replied that he was interfering with him and therefore deserved death. The figure replied that the king had overdone it because killing the guard would attract unnecessary attention. The mysterious man said that he did not return to follow the stranger's plan. He returned only to reclaim what once belonged to him. The king returned for the demonic sword, which was now in the room hung with seals. After the meeting, the heroes began to disperse, and Kunai asked Ben to stay behind because he wanted to ask him something. The heroes stopped, and the guy asked the monk how he could help him. The old man clasped his hands together as if he was beginning to pray and asked Ben to tell Leah that the monk had opened a small temple in his hometown. If the girl is not busy, the old man invites her to come there and talk. Ben bowed before the monk and said that he would definitely convey his words to Leah. Their conversation was interrupted by Lillian, who called Ben. She reminded the guy that after he had talked, he must return to her and not forget what he had to do. Lillian will wait at this place and hope that the hero will not try to escape. Kathleen tensed from the warrior's excessive interest in Ben. The guy replied that he would win and would not run away from her students. The hero conveyed the monk's words to Leia, and an hour later he was already heading with Lillian towards the country of women. The couple flew on the sword of a warrior. Lillian began to talk about her country. She said that their country owes its origin to the ability of SSR rank. This ability is very unique and can be taught to others. But for some reason, only women belong to these others. So after a long time, only they remained in their country. The girl also added that, of course, she had met men in the Protoss, but this was the first time she was returning with one of them, so she asked Ben to be more gentle with her. But the guy sat and didn't seem to hear what Lillian was saying and didn't pay attention to her words. The girl was amazed that the hero did not react at all because she was the first beauty of her country, and the guy could not help but pay attention to her. Ben was thinking about the monk at that moment. He noticed how the master spoke respectfully about Leia, and the guy was wondering what he wanted to talk about with the girl. Most likely this was connected with the past, and did this mean that the old man wanted to talk about his student? But suddenly the hero's thoughts were interrupted by something soft that touched his back. Lillian's lush breasts pressed against the back of the guy, who could not understand what kind of pleasant sensation he was experiencing. Ben was embarrassed and couldn't believe that the girl was clinging to him. Lillian hugged the guy and said that he was very brave once to ignore her words, thinking about his own things. She wondered if he was thinking about Kathleen at that time. The girl asked what Ben found in the Paladin, because the head of the fencing school considered herself much more beautiful. The hero was very excited. He couldn't believe that Lillian was flirting with him, which means most likely her students are the same. Ben tried to free himself from the hug, but the girl continued to ask who was more beautiful than Kathleen or her. Because of this commotion, Lillian lost control of where she was flying, and the couple headed straight into the river. The girl lost control, and the couple fell into the water with a crash. Ben emerged from the water and was glad that he learned to swim in elementary school. But then he saw a picture that made him forget about the fall and the cold water. In front of him were mountains and houses of different sizes. The hero realized that he had found himself in the country of women. The girls on the shore began to whisper. They did not understand who it was, a predator or a person. One of them suggested that it was a girl, but for some reason she did not have breasts. Ben saw a very pleasant landscape. In front of him was a crowd of beautiful girls with long legs and magnificent breasts. So this is what the country of women looks like. The guy was glad of his arrival. Suddenly a sword flew out of the water, followed by a bright figure. Ben watched the show as Lillian did a graceful somersault and landed on her weapon. The girls on the shore instantly recognized their leader, who had returned from a long journey. Two students bowed to greet Lillian. These were her closest subordinates. The head of the fencing school said that so many honors were not needed. Ben noticed that Lillian was behaving completely differently. There was no trace of the previous flirtatious behavior. Perhaps this was due to the presence of the students. The woman pointed to the hero and told her subordinates to bring the guy who fell into the water to her. Tonight he would be interrogated. The girls standing on the shore unquestioningly obeyed the mistress's order. They turned towards the hero, assuming that he was the guy who fell into the water. Suddenly they were stunned that the man in the water was a guy. They had never seen a man before. All the students were shocked that the head brought a guy to their country. The girls began to look at Ben like he was an animal in a zoo. One of them was surprised that the guys were people without breasts. Some girls liked the hero. They didn't understand why. When they saw him, a pleasant shiver ran through their bodies. It turns out guys are very wonderful creatures. The girl with blue hair said that men are rare in their area. It's a pity that they have to grab him, but before that they need to take him to the city square so that everyone can see. The women's excitement was interrupted by the head, who ordered her subordinates not to be fooled by Ben's beauty. Although they flew here on the same sword, once in a foreign country the guy began to pester Lillian. The hero was outraged by what was said. He shouted that everything was the other way around, and the girl was lying. But the crowd believed their mentor more. The girls wanted to grab the guy and make him a eunuch, because all men are debauchees. Ben was outraged at how easy it was to deceive these people. Soon night came and our hero was already being led to the mistress. Ben was tightly tied, and he had a blindfold over his eyes, because of which the guy did not know where they were going, so the hero decided to ask the women about it. The girl in pink said that the head forbade talking to him. Her friend confirmed that all men are dangerous, and they are not yet strong enough to contact them. After a couple of minutes, they stopped and told Ben to wait here and Lillian would pick him up. After the guards left, the hero immediately freed himself from the rope. The guy suspected that Lillian knew that this could not stop him. Apparently, in fact, she was not planning anything bad. Ben took off the bandage and thought about the fact that the head had made a lot of effort to bring the guy here, but he didn't understand why. Suddenly, the hero heard some sounds next to him. This sound was like the splashing of water. The guy decided to sneak up unnoticed and check what was happening nearby. Having approached a small lake, Ben hid behind a stone so that no one would notice him. The hero began to turn around a little to see what was the source of the noise. Lillian, who was completely naked, washed herself in the water. The girl reached out and asked if Ben had seen enough of her body yet. The guy quickly hid and didn't understand how the head of the school was able to notice him. The girl just grinned sweetly. Ben became very worried. He said that he was unintentionally peeping, and because of this, he felt awkward. The guy apologized, who knew that Lillian would wash here. The girl began to swim up to the stone where Ben was hiding. She said that she might not be as innocent as Kathleen, but much more feminine. Therefore, since Ben saw her naked body, he will now bear responsibility. The guy stood behind the stone and was silent. The girl wondered why he said nothing to her proposal. She was a little upset and asked why the hero didn't want to be responsible for her. Was he really one of those who enjoy themselves and immediately leave? Ben thought for a long time and replied that he did not understand what responsibility Lillian was talking about. The girl suddenly jumped out of the water and said that she would not force the guy to marry her. The hero was surprised, and he asked what she wanted from him then. Lillian became embarrassed and replied that she wanted the guy to spend the night with her, and in the future she would not reproach him for this. The hero got excited and replied that he seemed to guess that the girl's words were a trick. Lillian tried very hard to bring Ben here and also didn't want him to talk to her students, but in fact, she was just thinking about herself. The girl thought through everything well, but it's unlikely that spending the night together is her true desire. Ben started to come out from behind the rock to talk to Lillian and started talking about geckos. But he was immediately dumbfounded when he saw a completely naked girl in front of him and forgot what he wanted to say. He looked away and asked her to get dressed first, and then finish. Suddenly, the beauty took the stupid guy by the collar and pulled him towards her. Lillian took the initiative and kissed Ben to show the seriousness of her intentions. The hero froze for a second in pleasure. This was his first kiss, and he could not believe that this was happening to him. After some time, Lillian asked the guy what he wanted to say about geckos, to which he replied that he had already forgotten. The girl grinned and asked why the guy had a strange expression on his face. She assumed that the hero was very worried. Ben could hardly restrain himself and replied that he was fine. Lillian noticed that the guy was too nervous over a trifle. Apparently, he and Kathleen were making slow progress. Suddenly, a yellow disc flew into the sky at great speed, distracting the cute couple. The disc exploded, and a large, fiery sign appeared in the sky. The hero asked what this meant. Lillian shouted that this was a signal for help. Probably the predators had attacked, so she urgently needed to go help. Suddenly, Ben's hand appeared in front of her, blocking her path. This was unexpected, so Lillian asked the guy why he blocked her path. Ben replied that the girl could not go to fight in this form. First, she needed to get dressed, but for now, the hero would help the others. Panic reigned in the city. The girls ran away as fast as they could because predators attacked the country and broke the gates. One of the girls got very tired while she was running and asked her friends to wait for her. While running, she did not notice a stone that was lying on the road and tripped over it. The dark figure of a predator appeared behind her, and the girl understood that she could not get away from him. It was a boar, a demonic-level predator. He said that his information was correct, and there were really only women in this country. The girl trembled and crawled a little away from the monster. She begged the predator to spare her. The boar bent over the beauty. The frightened girl asked what he needed from her. The boar was a little embarrassed and replied that she had a very beautiful figure and he liked them like that. From pleasure, saliva appeared from his mouth, and the predator asked the lady to become his wife. The girl was dumbfounded by such a proposal. How could she marry a monster? The boar slowly licked his lips and said that silence was a sign of consent, so it was time for them to go to the newlyweds' room. Suddenly, a purple beam of light pierced his long tongue. The boar did not follow what happened. He did not understand what exactly flew at him from above. The demon-level predator looked at his tongue and saw a huge hole in it that the beam had made. At that moment, he instantly felt all the pain and screamed throughout the entire area. Ben landed in front of him. The guy wondered if today, boars are getting married too. The hero raised his head and looked at the predator with a stern look. The guy said that such a beautiful girl could not agree to marry such a monster. The boar was outraged by such impudence, and Ben told the girl not to be afraid because he would deal with the offender. The beauty was surprised that the libertine whom their head of the school brought saved her. The boar raised his club and asked why the hero was sticking his nose into other people's affairs. He raised his weapon and added that whoever goes against the predator must die. There was a sound of impact. The monster fell into a ferocious rage and began to destroy the place where the hero stood. The monster shouted that such a pathetic person could not stop him, so this is where he will die. Having finished the series of attacks, the predator thought that not even the slightest piece was left of the guy. The boar was sure that the offender was finished, so it was time to return to his victim. The predator said that he needs more than just one beauty, but also all the local girls. But suddenly, his fantasies were interrupted by someone's voice, who said that the boar apparently flies in dreams. It was Ben, who stood on his club and was already preparing his blow. The hero said that he would help the boar wake up and face reality. The monster was surprised that the guy survived his series of attacks, but it was too late to dodge. Ben shot his energy from his fist at the monster. Due to the power of the ability, the predator's head instantly came off. The girl whom Ben protected was amazed that the hero was able to defeat him because this predator killed several guards, which means he was very strong. The failed husband fell to the ground with a roar and could no longer disturb anyone. Ben asked the girl if she was okay, to which she replied that she was a little hurt, but nothing serious. The beauty smiled sweetly and noticed that the hero did not look like how Lillian described him. She was wondering who he was. The guy turned to the girl and replied that his name was Ben, and he was the new Protoss guard. The shocked girl was very happy to see the hero because he was the same Ben who defeated Dean Lee. She didn't think that she would be able to meet this guy, much less that he would save her. The girl considered herself very lucky. Ben did not expect such a reaction. He was surprised that someone here knew him. After some time, the hero asked the girl if she knew how many predators had attacked the country, The beauty replied that at least 100, and they also had their own leader. Skeletons appeared in front of the couple in torn rags that resembled people's former clothes. It was a horde of skeletal predators who were already standing on the threshold of the country, and behind them stood a huge figure of a skeleton wearing a crown. The skeleton in the crown had 3 faces. It was a spiritual-level predator who asked Ben if he had killed the head of the boars. The guy grinned. He was clearly not afraid of his opponent, so he replied that it was his doing. The Skeleton King shouted to his minions. He gave the order to gnaw the hero to death. At that moment, hordes of skeletons went on the attack. There were so many of them that from above, it seemed as if a horde of ants was crawling towards Ben. But this did not scare the guy. He began to concentrate the lightning around himself and advised the girl to move a little further away so that she would not be hit. The hero knew that he could deal with so many small fish in one blow. Ben put his hands forward and a huge charged ball formed in front of him. The king continued to order. He told his servants to go ahead and not be afraid of anything, even if they died. But at that moment, even he realized that the growing danger was too high, so he gave the order to evade. An explosion thundered. Ben released Asura's anger from the sphere. A huge electrical wave destroyed the entire enemy army. The force of the attack was too great. It hit many buildings, but still dealt with the opponents. The hero realized that he had overdone it a little and hoped that the head of the fencing school would not force him to pay for the losses. The girl who stood nearby was shocked by what she saw. She replied that she very much doubted that Ben would get away with it. Meanwhile, not far from the city, a mysterious cloaked figure stood on a hill. An unfamiliar man noticed the energy that came from the skeletons and said that apparently the information was correct and endless darkness was here. Behind him stood a beautiful girl who looked like an Amazon. She asked her boss what she should do. A charming girl asked if her boss wanted her to grab the guy and bring him. The mysterious man refused. He believed that it was too early to intervene. The girl with violet eyes wondered why her master was so calm. Because the endless darkness was so close, she assumed that it was because Lillian was nearby. The man replied that she should not be underestimated. Even though she is only 18 years old, she is the head of the fencing school and the entire country of women. Not everyone can achieve such heights. In fencing, the girl is not inferior to the level of the 2 strongest Protoss guards, and maybe in some places even surpasses them. Moreover, the stranger had never met anyone braver and more assertive than Lillian in his entire life. Meanwhile, a horde of goblins was approaching the other entrance to the country of women. They did not want to give up all the prey to the boars and skeletons. One of the main monsters told his comrades to be more gentle with girls because no one needs mutilated bodies. But as soon as he stood on the entrance step, one of Lillian's swords fell in front of him. The girl landed right next to her blade and began to examine the surroundings. Next to her, she saw only bloodied and mutilated students who had fallen victim to the attack of predators. The picture she saw seriously angered Lillian, who was already ready to show her enemies what she was capable of. The enraged girl shouted that if the monsters want to enter her country, then let them try to defeat her first. She stood in front of a huge horde of monsters and vowed that she would personally slaughter each of them. These words made the crowd of monsters laugh. They could not believe that such a fragile girl would interrupt them. One of the ghost-level predators said that this time there are several tens of thousands of them here. She cannot defeat such a number of monsters. The predator added that even if the head of the fencing school was here now, they would eat her alive. But because the girl was very beautiful, the monster offered to become his wife in exchange for life. He asked what the woman thought about this, but at that moment he received a lightning strike with a sword. Feeling a sharp pain, the monster realized that it was not an ordinary student standing in front of him, but the head of the school herself. Lillian was unperturbed. She was not afraid of the blood that gushed from the monster. The horde began to panic. The predators were sure that the head of the school was not in the city, and there was no one to defend the country. The girl was serious. She said that the monsters should not even think about running, because she would catch up with everyone and kill them. A battle ensued. The monsters' heads flew off one after another. They could not match Lillian's speed. The predators who stood behind the crowd saw a fountain of blood shooting into the sky. They were wondering what was happening on the front line. Some monsters realized that they could not cope with the girl and shouted to their brothers to run away as quickly as possible. The girl continued to crush the opponents and shouted that the entrance to the country was under the protection of Lillian. The horde of monsters, once confident of victory, rushed to run, thinking that the girl had gone crazy. After some time, Lillian stood around a mountain of corpses. She dealt with everyone who wanted to enter her country. In total, she managed to cope with 80,207 monsters alone. Footsteps were heard behind her. Someone was coming down to her from the entrance to the city. Ben said that Lillian held up well, was able to fight off so many monsters on her own, and even counted the dead. The guy added that it's not for nothing that the girl is famous as a virtuoso fencer. But it seems Lillian was not pleased with the hero's support. She asked the guy not to flatter her. The girl believed that because of her negligence, the country was now in devastation, and many of her students had died. In addition, the city is full of predators, and you shouldn't linger any longer. You need to deal with everyone who entered the country. Suddenly, Ben grabbed Lillian's hand as she was leaving, preventing her from leaving. The girl immediately blushed at the hero's touch. She was wondering what he needed. Ben said that it is not necessary to kill predators in the city. Lillian was surprised by such words. The hero explained that he and her subordinates dealt with them, and the sanitary detachment had already taken care of the wounded. Besides, he had already developed a thorough plan for protecting the city. Ben simply realized the trouble of this country, and he wanted to help the head of the fencing school with her problem. Lillian was amazed that the hero dealt with all the monsters so quickly and already made decisions on every issue. The guy headed into the thicket of the forest and called the girl with him, saying that they had one more important matter. Lillian asked what kind of business awaits them. Ben replied that they need to avenge the dead and destroy the lair of monsters. The girl stopped the hero and said that she could not go with him now. The fact is that she is the head of a country of women and is responsible for her students, so she cannot just leave somewhere. Ben replied that he understood her concern, but she only had 2 reasons to worry at the moment. The first reason, if the predators attack now and she leaves, then who will protect the city? And the second reason was the terrain, so the girl is not sure that she will be able to find the refuge of the predators. Lillian was amazed. Everything really was as Ben said. She thought that the guy could read minds. The hero explained that he cannot read minds, but this is already clear judging by the fact that Lillian wants to stay here. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Lillian did not understand these words. She had not heard anyone say that. Therefore, Ben suggested that there were only 4 options for the development of further events. The first option, that they defeated the predators, will not give them the opportunity to return here in the near future, but others will want to take advantage of the current bustle. But if they see that Lillian has returned, they will not dare to poke their noses in. The second option, judging by the outcome of the battle, both sides suffered losses, so the enemy will believe that they stayed here to recuperate, and in the meantime, the team will reach their lair and suddenly attack. The third option, Ben can specifically release one of them to follow him, so the heroes will know where the predators live. The fourth option, predators are herd creatures. They need to feed on people or weaker relatives in order to become stronger. Therefore, you can rarely find them in large numbers. They must have some common reason to unite. Having described all the options for the development of events, the hero said that the choice remains with Lillian. Will the head of the country close his eyes and follow his heart, because she probably wants to take personal revenge on the culprit of what happened? After listening to Ben's story, Lillian said that he was right and that she had underestimated the guy. Therefore, it was decided to go into the thicket of the forest, find the den of predators, and kill each of them. After some time, not far from the country of women, a conversation was heard in a small cave. One of the predators trembled before the leader and reported that during the round, he saw with his own eyes the head of the fencing sect. The monster followed her, and she went to the Protoss, but who could have known that the girl would return so soon? The carrion predator fell to his knees and asked his mistress to have mercy on him. From the dark, impenetrable cave, sharp feathers flew at the monster. The feathers, like daggers, pierced the predator's chest and pinned him to the wall. Footsteps were heard from the cave, and soon the outlines of a refined figure with wings could be seen. The figure of the bird girl slowly approached the scavenger, and the falling light began to increasingly show the charming appearance of the mistress. She was very unhappy that, due to the fault of the intelligence officer, several tens of thousands of her subordinates were killed overnight. It was a spiritual-level predator, Susan the Eagle. She said that the scavenger not only escaped, but also dared to ask her for mercy. She leaned over to her subordinate and added that if he had died 1,000 times in a row, it would not have made things any easier for her. The eagle swung her razor-sharp claws, attacking the defenseless predator. The blow left large marks on the cave wall and instantly finished off the scavenger. The girl thought about the strength of the head of the fencing school. She decided that she should remember the name Lillian. At that moment, a strange noise was heard. A dent began to form on the wall of the cave, and something was approaching the predator. The wall collapsed and Ben jumped out of it, finding the leader of the attacking monsters. The hero rejoiced at the find, and the eagle was surprised that she saw a man while in the country of women. The predator asked the guy who he was and how he managed to find her lair in such a wilderness. Ben grinned and advised the girl to relax because he was just showing the way. At that same second, a blade flew at the predator with great speed, and the hero added that the one who wanted to communicate with her was behind him. The predator saw a huge sword in front of her eyes. At that moment, she realized that the battle was about to begin. The girl covered herself with her wings and was thrown back by the force of the blow. The predator crashed into the wall, and the swords bounced back to their owner but did not injure the enemy. The dust from the falling stones cleared, and the eagle noticed that if it weren't for her wings, she would have died now. The girl understood that these two were not ordinary people. She needed to understand who attacked her, so she shouted for the enemy to show himself and say his name. Lillian was already flying in her direction and said that she was the head of the country of women and gave her name. Hearing these words, the predator was delighted. She shouted that she was just planning to deal with her, and it was very good that she herself decided to appear. Lillian looked at the offender with a stern look and replied that she would sort it out here. The head of the country attacked the eagle with a longitudinal radiance, but she managed to dodge the blow. The force of the impact was so powerful that it flew further along the trajectory and cut off the nearest rocks. Seeing this picture, Susan realized that she could not cope with such power. So she flew into the sky, realizing that the best option now would be to retreat. Lillian looked at her opponent and said that the girl would not escape so easily. Her wings would not be able to carry her too far. As she flew away, the eagle understood that Lillian was quite strong and she definitely couldn't win on Earth, but there were chances in the sky. The predator knew that no one flies as fast as she does, and if the girl follows her, she will lose in an air battle. But if she still fails to catch up with Susan, then she will safely get to help. It was necessary to gain time, because that talisman would very soon recreate a new army of predators for her. Then her brothers and sisters will attack the land of women again, and this time they will win. And when the time comes, Susan will give the inhabitants of this country to her friends for use, and their exceptional ability, which is not transmitted to men, will become hers. Suddenly something in the chest area began to speak, and the girl felt that someone was holding on to her. Ben held on to the predator and pressed his face into her chest. Susan blushed slightly at what she saw. The guy asked him to fly slower because otherwise he wouldn't be able to resist. Susan was in shock. She didn't understand when the hero managed to grab onto her because she didn't even feel anything, and the guy replied that he had been here from the very beginning. But seeing how the eagle was giggling stupidly to herself, I did not dare to disturb her. The girl screamed at Ben to let her go, otherwise she would kill him. The hero looked at the lush chest to which he was pressed and said that he could not unclench his hands because the earth was very far away. Besides, Susan is like a super-fast air taxi. If he lets her go, she will immediately disappear. Whether she could kill Ben still needed to be seen, and at that moment the girl felt that something was wrong. She began to feel strange, as if all the strength began to leave her body. The girl began to tremble and moan, asking the guy to let her go. The two enemies fell like stones down to the ground, and Susan added that if he did not let her go, she would no longer be able to resist. There was a roar from hitting the ground. The eagle and Ben landed somewhere in the thicket of the forest not far from Lillian. Some time passed, and the head was able to find the guy along with the predator. Susan was unconscious and sitting under a tree, and she was also interestingly tied up with rope. Ben grinned and said that now the enemy would not be able to escape from them. Lillian was a little embarrassed, but still said that she had been living for quite a long time, but she had never seen anyone tied up like that. She was wondering where the guy learned this. Ben was taken aback by the awkward question and replied that he saw it on TV and that it didn't matter at all. The guy noticed that this bird has a spiritual level. Its strength is like Jessica's, which means it would hardly be able to organize such a large army of predators. Apparently, the girl was someone's puppet, so it was necessary to find out who was behind her. The hero confidently said that torture is his trump card, so he will do it. Lillian doubted his words. Ben began to wake up the eagle by hitting her cute face. The girl did not wake up, and the guy continued to wake her up, saying that he had not absorbed all the power, so let Susan not pretend to be dead. Little by little, the eagle began to come to her senses and slowly opened her eyes. But suddenly she looked at her chest, and this picture shocked her. The girl saw that she was tied up in a rather unusual way and could not move at all. Outraged, Susan began screaming at Ben, asking what he was going to do with her. The guy smiled flirtatiously and said that he had not done anything yet. He just needed to tell who ordered Susan to attack the country of women, and then the hero promised not to touch her. The eagle calmed down a little, but was embarrassed that she was in such a position. She replied that she would not say anything because it would do her no good. Suddenly, Ben slammed his hand against the tree next to Susan and said that the girl already knew about his ability. As soon as he touches a woman, suddenly her strength begins to leave her, and so on until she becomes obedient. Hearing these words, Lillian was horrified. She didn't know if endless darkness had such an effect, and wondered if the guy had tried it on her. Ben leaned over Susan and said that it didn't matter if she wanted to talk because he would be able to loosen her tongue. Confused, the girl looked at the guy and little tears began to come out of her eyes. All sorts of vulgar scenes of Ben torturing her came into her head. She thought that this was the way the guy would get information. Throwing away her fantasies, Susan shook her head. She thought that they couldn't do anything like that because they were from different families. Ben was already bending over the girl, and his expression was both sinister and lustful. The guy said that it was time to start the torture. Susan got scared and screamed that she didn't want this pervert to come near her. The eagle quickly gave up and shouted that she would tell everything, just let the hero not touch her. After some time, the predator told about the talisman and the mysterious people in cloaks. Ben was surprised by the story. He didn't understand what talisman the girl was talking about. Susan said that the morning talisman was given to her by a man in dark robes. She could not see his face and did not know who he really was. But the talisman actually works. It requires blood to activate, after which it will summon predators at a level lower than the creator. Ben theorized that the black-robed figure had caused Susan to attack the land of women. The girl replied that this was not so. She believed the words of another predator and voluntarily went against the country of women. Ben thought that this predator was most likely a demon of the mountain pass, and the guy in black wouldn't just give the eagle a talisman. She was simply used, and she had no idea. The hero told Susan that he did not notice any talisman in her home. Where then is it now? The girl was a little embarrassed and replied that he was with her, but since she was tied up, let Ben look for it himself. The guy didn't understand where exactly the talisman was. Most likely it was some kind of trick. Susan shouted that she was tied up, so there could be no tricks. The girl said everything she knew, and it was up to the heroes to believe it or not. Lillian said that if the talisman really was with her, then it could only be in one place. Ben became worried and asked the head of the fencing school where this item could be. Lillian looked at Susan's chest and said that he could be in the girl's safest place. The warrior approached the eagle and extended her hand to her magnificent chest. Susan began to feel embarrassed about searching for the talisman. She said that the object was a little further away and wanted the search to end quickly. Lillian found a mourning talisman, and Ben was surprised that the item was very small and looked like a fake. Susan explained that it is real. Now it is small, but if a drop of blood is added, the talisman will increase in size and release its power. Lillian hid the talisman in her safe place, and Ben said that the talisman was their only clue, although Susan was taken advantage of, but she was the one who harmed the country. Therefore, until they figure out how the talisman works, the girl will be in the country of women in prison where she will be tortured. Lillian asked Ben to wait. The guy asked what the girl wanted to add. Lillian was embarrassed and said that she did not want to return today, and that this matter could wait until tomorrow. Night fell. Susan, tied up, slept under a tree, and our heroes sat on the shore of the lake. There was a rather romantic setting, a beautiful view of the mountains and peacefully croaking frogs. Ben was worried because it was his first time in such a situation. The guy decided that he needed to come up with something to talk about so that it wouldn't be so awkward. Lillian took the initiative, straightened her hair, and turned to the hero. She thanked the guy for today. When Ben was next to her, she felt calm in her soul. The hero said that there was nothing to thank him for, because they only found a talisman and a bird, nothing more. Lillian replied that she brought Ben to the country of women only to annoy Kathleen, but the guy not only did not protest, but also helped them when trouble came. The previous master of the school handed over her post to Lillian when she was 18 years old. In addition, the responsibility of defending her country fell on the girl's fragile shoulders. Neighboring countries were destroyed one by one, and Lillian worked hard to keep her city going, a burden that had become too much for her to bear over the past few years. Ben listened to the story and thought that the girl had to go through something that is difficult for other people to imagine, because becoming the head of an entire country at 18, and even in difficult times, is very difficult. Lillian stretched and joyfully stated that although today had been a busy day, for the first time she felt very light. The girl lay down on the green grass and asked Ben if he knew why it was so easy for her today. The thing is that for the first time in her life she met a guy she could rely on. Ben got worried and told the girl to repeat her words because he didn't hear them. Lillian sat down, looked at the hero, and repeated that she had met a guy you could rely on. Ben pretended not to understand what she was talking about. The hero asked if she was talking about him. Lillian got down on all fours and said that this was a stupid question because he was the only one nearby. The girl added that it was her first time spending the night away from home, so she asked the guy to be more gentle with her. Ben was shocked and replied that the head was behaving inappropriately and events were developing too quickly. Lillian blushed and said that her mentor once told her that men were bad people and could not be trusted, but it was a lie, because her words had nothing to do with the truth. The girl was silent for a while and then asked Ben why he didn't feel anything for her. At that moment, the guy's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his chest. The situation was very awkward. Ben did not suspect that the head of the country of women had such a side. The hero looked at Lillian's large breasts and didn't know what to do. The guy thought that if, seeing such forms, no feelings arise, then can he even consider himself a man? Ben swallowed with excitement and thought about Kel's seal. The guy didn't know if he could overcome it. But the hero ran out of patience. He could no longer restrain himself at the sight of such a beautiful girl next to him. At the same moment, he was struck by a hellish pain that swept through his entire body. Ben fell to the ground and began to sway from side to side, holding onto his most important place on his body. Seeing this situation, Lillian said that it turns out that a guy, when he thinks about something vulgar, his body is pierced by pain from which he wants to die. The girl suggested that the hero was affected by the seal of the lizard's technique. Ben was surprised by what he heard. He asked Lillian how she knew his symptoms, because people don't talk about such things left and right. Everything was quite simple. The lizard technique was developed in the country of women by mentor Lillian. She was as strong as Dracula, and in her youth she had extraordinary beauty. However, one day a certain Casanova deceived her feelings and left her alone. To settle the score, she not only blinded him, but also invented the lizard sealing technique. Ben remembered the only blind person he knew and assumed it could only be him. Lillian confirmed that it was Dean Lee. He relied on his natural beauty and deceived his mentor, which is why all the residents of the country of women hate him. Now Ben understood why the girl he saved had her eyes sparkling at the sight of the hero. It was because he killed Dean Lee. Lillian added that according to the tradition of their country, every girl who has reached the age of 20 must leave home and find a groom. If she gives birth to a boy, then she will take care of him herself, and if she has a girl, then she is obliged to send her to school for education and training in fencing. To prevent the same thing from happening to the residents of the country as with her mentor, she developed a technique and passed it on to Lillian, so the guy was lucky that he met her. After all, the head of the fencing school could remove the seal of the lizard's technique from the hero. Ben couldn't believe his ears. Could he finally be freed from this nasty seal? Lillian said that in order to remove the seal, the hero needs to undress so that the girl can look at him. After a couple of seconds, Ben jumped up and took off his pants, exposing his valuable device. Lillian examined the guy and said that the technique works. It is a little different from the one that her mentor taught her, but the principle is the same, so she can handle it. The girl took her striking sword in her hands and told the hero not to worry because everything would pass quickly. The guy panicked and asked why she needed a sword. Lillian replied that the seal needed to be cut and that the hero should not worry because her blade was fast and swift. Lillian swore that she would not hurt Ben and struck several times with her sword. After the ritual, the guy realized that he really wasn't hurt, but it just seemed that his blood and energy were starting to boil. The strength from all over his body accumulated together and seemed about to burst out.